This kid was just born, and already had his own thoughts. Whenever he was hungry, he knew how to tilt the milk bottle to drink, chugging it down without needing anyone to teach him, because he had realized that the liquid inside was no ordinary milk, but the essential blood of the ancient dragon. Thanks to that, right from the age of 7, he already possessed a body, extremely powerful with a shredded six-pack. Even the magical beasts in the deep jungle were just food. On a daily basis, whenever they met him, they would be punched straight to the chopping board, right then and there, while his peers had to try to the point of exhaustion just to complete the basic training. Our main character was completely out of their league, doing one-handed push-ups while carrying a boulder weighing hundreds of pounds. However, the other kids had no idea that in reality, he was the ancestor of the family who, due to an accidental reincarnation, had come to this world to teach his troublemaking descendants a lesson. The story began more than 1,000 years ago. G-Fast El Dragon was known as the strongest man in the world. However, when standing at the absolute peak, he still felt empty. When realizing that a human's lifespan is way too short, refusing to accept that limit, he decided to delve into an ancient legend. Legend has it that, deep within the Holy Land guarded by a divine dragon, there was a miraculous golden fruit hiding the power of immortality. Overcoming countless dangers, he defeated the divine dragon and witnessed that miraculous fruit with his own eyes. Though his body was battered and depleted of energy, he still let out a proud smile. With this, I can still pursue the ultimate power. Then, without any hesitation, he swallowed that fruit into his stomach. Several decades later, at a magnificent mansion full of roses, a gloomy atmosphere was enveloping the place as the time of a legend was about to end. Jillian, the eldest son of the El Dragon family, knelt painfully by the hospital bed, watching his dying father in his final breaths. The patriarch, G-Fast, looked at his sobbing son and calmly reminded him, "Don't show that pathetic face. My time has simply run out, Jillian." "Aye." Jillian sobbed, tightly holding his father's thin hand. "This mansion is truly cold without mother or you here." "Nah." Looking at his son drowning in grief, G-Fast silently reminded him not to be so weak. He cast his eyes into the distance, thinking to himself that the legends about the divine fruit turned out to be untrustworthy after all. But in return, he still felt lucky to have a virtuous wife and good children. "My beloved children, I, G-Fast, have lived long enough. I have no regrets left." But right at the moment his consciousness was fading away, another train of thought burst forth intensely. G-Fast's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. "Don't be ridiculous. Of course I have something to regret." His hands trembled, reaching up as if wanting to tightly grasp his own destiny. In his mind, he screamed with resentment. "If only I could have more time. If only I had more time. I still haven't reached the absolute peak of martial arts." Jillian's cry of "Father" echoed in despair, marking the moment the life of the legend, G-Fast El Dragon, officially came to a close. At least, that's what everyone thought. But then, in a completely different space, a newborn baby suddenly opened his eyes in utter confusion. Did I fall asleep?" The boy looked up at the ceiling, realizing that the wallpaper pattern was very similar to the one in the family's side manor. The feeling of an unusually light body left him completely shocked. As he brought his hands in front of his face, he asked himself in astonishment, "Wait, what's with these tiny hands? These are a newborn baby's hands, aren't they?" The shocking truth made him unable to believe his eyes. Did I become a newborn baby? After a moment of steadying his breath, G-Fast began to deduce his current situation. To be able to drag someone who had reached the 10-star level like him into such a bizarre situation without being noticed. That was definitely something extraordinary. The boy lay in the cradle, his amber eyes deep in thought, wondering, who could have done this and how? Fast suddenly recalled the moment he faced the divine dragon and the glowing divine fruit. Years ago. He gasped. Could it be because of that fruit? Everything gradually became clear. He realized its real effect wasn't immortality, but reincarnation. An ambitious smile appeared on the child's lip. I didn't expect this, but it's a stroke of luck. Now I can finally witness the absolute peak of martial arts. Observing his surroundings, Fast realized he was in the side manor building, along with many other newborn babies. He wondered why there was such a strange gathering. Right then the door opened and maids entered, with a cart full of bottles containing a strange red liquid. A cold command rang out. Count 1, 2, 3, and jump right out, okay? And immediately a goblin-like creature was dragged out. To Fast's astonishment, maids began forcing the goblin to drink the red liquid from the bottle, causing the red liquid to splash all over him. He asked himself in shock, why is there a goblin here? What are they trying to do? When he was suddenly picked up by a maid and the bottle of liquid was brought close. Fast realized in horror, what the hell is this? What are you making them drink? Manhwa. What did she once there? Sensing the massive, yet dangerous power inside that liquid, Fast intended to use his instinct to spit it out. But his weak newborn body caused him to accidentally swallow. A little bit. He realized in shock that this was ancient dragon blood, while the maids casually assumed that diluting it would keep the babies safe. Fast felt like his body was about to explode due to the massive energy. But then a bold thought flashed through his mind. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He told himself. If I absorb all of this energy, I can surpass even my past self and reach the absolute peak of martial art. Regardless of the reason behind it, Fast decided to seize it, beginning the process of absorbing the surging, burning power. The boy's face contorted, his veins bulging due to the terrible pressure tearing apart his tiny body. Despite being in an extremely agonizing state, Fast's eyes flared up with the pride of a strong man. Don't underestimate me! He gritted his teeth and endured, determined to conquer this ancient energy. Don't underestimate Fast L. Dragon. Let me show you what a real party looks like. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, the maid could only exclaim in shock, this baby. Ignoring the pain ravaging his body, Fast still frantically absorbed the red liquid, telling himself, I will absorb all the power of the ancient dragon, and then I will be able to reach the absolute peak of martial arts that I couldn't reach in my past life. And Alvin, lying flat in the cradle with his body stained with streaks of dried blood, Fast gasped heavily in exhaustion. Somehow I managed to do it. Looking around, he noticed that the other babies seemed to have also overcome this life-or-death trial. He silently admired. The other babies seemed to have survived, too. Indeed, one shouldn't underestimate the survival instinct of a newborn. As night fell, limitations of the tiny body began to take their toll. Oh my God, seriously. Being in a child's body. The moment I let my guard down, I get sleepy just like that. The consciousness of the great master gradually sank into a deep sleep, so his body could begin the process of assimilating the power. Time flew by. 7 years later, in a remote, mountainous area, a rhythmic counting echoed with internal strength, 998, 999, under the bright sunshine. A boy with toned muscles was performing an extreme training routine. He had one hand on the ground in an upside-down position, while his two legs were firmly holding up a giant boulder. Looking back at his hand, he let out a confident smile. It is still such an amazing physique. Now, the former patriarch of the L-Dragon family, G. Past, has officially started a new journey under the name Jack L-Dragon. He clenched his fist, silently affirming that it was all thanks to the ancient dragon blood. Every living creature possesses a source of power, and that ancient dragon blood that Jack and the other children were forced to drink was the key to unlocking that endless source of power. The children who consumed it all possessed a physique to some extent that far surpassed ordinary people, combined with the power of the divine dragon that he defeated. In his past life, Jack was the only child to fully absorb the entire essence of the ancient dragon. However, he still couldn't hide his disappointment when looking at his hand. But I have still only reached 1 star. This situation is terrible. By now, I should have reached at least 4 star. It's pitiful, but whatever, what can you do? Stars are one's own source of power, attained only when a person is pushed to a certain limit. The human body at this time is viewed as a miniature universe with stars floating inside. The greater the number of stars, the greater the power attained. But creating new stars becomes many times more difficult. In his past life, under the title G. Past El Dragon, he reached 10 star, an unprecedented record, and was the only person in the world to achieve that realm. In the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed since he was reincarnated as an illegitimate child of the current El Dragon clan daughter. Jack looked into the distance, deep in thought, his heart heavy, when thinking about his late mother and his father, who had never once shown his face. He began to doubt his father's parental qualities, but above all, it was the astonishment at how the world had changed after 1,000 years. While reincarnation was surprising enough, waking up 1,000 years later was an even bigger shock. Before realizing the timeline, Jack noticed that this world had become a place where the survival of the fittest was tested to a brutal extent. The most prominent example was the ritual called the Trial of Darai, the dragon, where newborn babies were forced to drink ancient dragon blood. According to the procedure, only the children who survived this trial would receive the education to become true El Dragon warriors. However, the reality of where Jack was staying was completely contrary to the norm. He couldn't help but wonder, and turned to question the female maid standing nearby. For the past 7 years, no instructor had come to Jack. Isn't that very strange? Those who pass the trial should be trained in combat, right? But there are maids here. To the maid's bewilderment, Jack clicked his tongue and let it go. He told himself, right now, physical training is more important, and I can totally learn how to fight on my own. No. However, his curiosity about the other children and information about the main clan kept urging him. Jack looked straight at the maid, hoping for an explanation, but she just bowed her head and coldly replied, I'm afraid I cannot answer that. Jack emphasized, I'm only talking about family matters. Do you understand? But in response to his curiosity, the maid maintained her indifferent attitude. I'm afraid I cannot answer. Why does this woman keep repeating the same line over and over again? Jack's gaze suddenly became sharp, and he lowered his voice. Is this all you can say? Even though the pressure radiating from the boy was not small, she still firmly repeated her old answer. Jack let out a weary sigh. Isn't treating me like this a bit too harsh? Seriously? Jack is like a little son. How could she bear to answer him like that? The maid bowed her head and explained that they were only ordered to take care of Master Jack's daily needs. Jackie silently observed and realized that this maid had reached the 3-star level, a strength more than enough to teach him basic combat skills. But clearly, she was intentionally keeping her distance. Not wanting to waste any more words, Jack turned and walked away. Whatever, I'll go into the forest. He thought to himself that living together for 7 years with only such minimal interactions was too unusual. Going deep into the dense forest, Jack suddenly picked a handful of strange leaves and casually put them in his mouth, chewing greedily. Immediately his face contorted in bitterness. Blech, what kind of poison grass is this? It's not sweet at all. Truly disgusting. Even though its taste was horrific, he still told himself, this is a part of the training process to increase the body's poison resistance. Jack tried to calm himself down. Patience, patience. However, he clearly felt an anonymous gaze, constantly watching him lately. The feeling of being monitored made Jack uncomfortable. He really wanted to do something to put an end to this annoyance. Jack stopped his steps and spoke provocatively into the empty space. Well, I didn't expect them to show themselves over such a trivial matter. Whoa. Seriously? If you have something to say, come out and say it directly. Right at this moment, a burst of evil black-purple energy suddenly radiated from the bushes ahead. Jack observed cautiously. There's something over there. Appearing before his eyes was a giant wild boar with glowing red eyes and a body covered in an unusual mist. He exclaimed in surprise, "That's a berserk wild boar!" Looking at the black mist wrapping around the monster, Jack mused, realizing that this was something that never existed 1,000 years ago, leaving him wondering, what kind of power is it after all? The beast quickly caught a strange scent. It immediately detected that someone was trespassing into its territory. The beast rushed forward at a terrifying speed, but Jack didn't show any fear. He slightly curled his lips in a confident smile and nimbly dodged its deadly charge. Immediately, Jack gathered power into his fist, causing his hand to glow with a powerful golden energy. With just a single punch, Jack caused the Ornadoi berserk wild boar to explode in a blinding flash of light. Looking at his hand that still carried a hint of the aura, he silently evaluated, just a light touch on something of the same 1-star level, yet it created so much power. Nay, quality of the stars is truly important. Jack casually carried the giant monster's carcass on his shoulder, walking away in boredom. Sigh. I'm starting to get tired of being left alone like this. Maybe I should go exploring a bit. Let's see, where should I go? This season is so hot I'll probably go to the beach for a refreshing swim. However, all of his actions fell into the view of a stranger hiding in a tree. He was stunned by the child's strength. What is going on here? Even without proper training, he used the power of a 1-star and defeated a berserk wild boar with just one blow. Nay, more importantly, he even noticed my hidden presence. That child is not normal. The monitor thought about Jack's fate, a child who lost his mother and was neglected by his father. But because he carried the L-Dragon bloodline, he never escaped the clan's control. Even if he is an illegitimate child, he still belongs to the clan's bloodline, is that so? This will get quite interesting later on. Meanwhile, Jack had returned to the wooden house, and immediately noticed the appearance of other strangers. He observed vigilantly. Who are they? 3 4-star level people and 1 5-star level person. They are all skilled warriors. What do people like that want here? Seeing the brilliant family crest on their chest, he realized these were people from the main clan. An elderly official stepped forward, respectfully placing his hand on his chest in a salute. "This must be our first time meeting. We are here to escort Master Jack." "No. Master Jack must participate in an exam." Jack froze at this sudden request, exclaiming in utter shock. "An exam?" Anger and the sheer absurdity of it made the boy shout out. "What? I have to take an exam? When I haven't been taught a single word?" Unbelievably, after 7 long years, Jack was returning to the main manor of the Dragon Clan. He was escorted by messengers from the remote border, back here by order of the main house. Looking at Jack's messy appearance, the maids immediately stopped him. "You need to change your clothes. You cannot enter the manor looking like this." Jack could only ask in bewilderment, "I can't enter." He understood that this return was not to live a royal life, but for a completely different purpose. It turned out that over the past 1,000 years, the Dragon Clan had established a specialized educational academy called the Dragon's Lair. Every child born into the clan aspired to join this place and was homeschooled until the age of 7. Today was the entrance exam, but Jack let out a sarcastic smile. "Well, I'm someone who hasn't been properly taught anything." Despite not having any basic knowledge, participating in the exam was still mandatory for him. Jack sat flat on the ground with a gloomy face, silently complaining. "So I've been brought back from the border. Why did this happen just when I was planning to leave?" Thinking about all the effort put into packing his bags to escape, now gone down the drain, he could only clutch his head in deep regret. Right then, a blue-haired youth with a gentle appearance approached him anxiously. Are you okay? Is something wrong?" Jack looked up at the stranger and coldly asked, "Who are you?" The boy scratched his head in embarrassment, introducing himself as Rengus from Argo Village. Jack narrowed his eyes to observe, silently evaluating. "This little punk looks timid, but he's quite sharp." After Jack introduced his name, he frankly admitted that he didn't know what they were planning to make everyone do in this exam. Hearing this, Rengus looked extremely surprised. He stammered in reply that over the past few years the exam content hadn't changed at all. Jack casually admitted that he didn't even know what the exam consisted of, leaving Rengus with his mouth wide open in astonishment. "What? You don't know a single thing about the exam? Seriously? Nah. Is this guy going to be okay?" Meanwhile, someone with an arrogant face walked over. He was Raton from Oskel Village. He didn't hesitate to throw insults. "Hey, weakest Rengus over there. Why is a weakling like you here? Are you lost? Beat it before you get hurt." Raton continued to mock Rengus's intention to take the exam. "Is impossible." "Oh no. You? No way. There's no way you can get in." "Nanya. Ambus." He even brought up Rengus's father to humiliate him. "Hey, your dad is a fake dragon, right? What kind of joke can a fake dragon's kid achieve? I'll keep my eyes peeled to watch." "Danayan." Hearing those words, the boy clenched his fists, but ultimately didn't dare to talk back. Within the Dragon Clan, a strict system of hierarchy and order had been established by an absolute monarch, clearly dividing from proto-dragon, soldier, juvenile, dragon, adult dragon, captain, up to arch-dragon. And at the very bottom of that society was the fake dragon, the title given to those who couldn't enter, or couldn't graduate from the dragon's lair. Rengus bowed his head in deep gloom. But in his heart, his willpower was still burning. "But I want to prove that we are not fakes. Jack looked at his new friend and suddenly spoke up. Why? Why can you say that without trying? Seeing someone meddling in his business, Rattan aggressively barked, Huh? Who the hell are you? Jack still calmly faced him and asked back. Why, is there a problem? I was simply asking. Why shouldn't Rengis be able to? Rattan roared in disdain. Of course, it's because he's weak. Seeing Rengis's disheartened face, Jack suddenly radiated a terrifying pressure. His eyes burned like fire, making the opponent shudder in fear. He coldly declared, Weak? He is much stronger than you guys. No. These words were like adding fuel to the fire, causing Rattan to go mad and shout. Are you saying all of us are weaker than that idiot? Just as the tension reached its peak, the loudspeaker firmly announced, Attention! The entrance exam for the Dragon's Lair will begin right now. Candidates are requested to register in order, then quickly move with their number cards. Nay. Rattan, resentfully, walked away but didn't forget to leave a bitter threat. I'll remember your face, you bastard. Looking at his retreating figure, Jack could only sigh wearily, thinking to himself, why are young people nowadays so hot-tempered? But he himself forgot that he was also in the body of a child of the same age. Hearing Rengis say that this exam was mandatory, Jack innocently asked if it was possible to withdraw or give up. Halfway through, leaving his new friend completely frozen by his unbelievably lack of knowledge, Rengis smiled bitterly and advised Jack, if possible, it's best to withdraw to avoid getting hurt. Because even people with skills like you can't turn back once they've stepped in. Jack, clicked his tongue to let it go and urged them both to quicken their steps towards the field to make it in time for the ceremony. It's the crucial moment and you're still dawdling. Seriously. At the testing area, the examiner with a stern face loudly announced the rules. The test is actually very simple. Candidates just need to make a scratch appear on the giant boulder with their bare hands or the provided weapons to pass. However, each person has exactly 3 tries, only to prove their strength. While the other children were still panicking and fearful, Jack felt utterly disappointed. He thought to himself, after passing the terrifying trial of the dragon years ago, this mediocre test truly made him lose all interest. The first candidate stepped forward with a pale face and trembling hands. Out of nervousness, the boy shouted loudly, and then mustered all his strength to swing the sword hard at the boulder. But a powerful shockwave suddenly rebounded, causing Rengis to cover his ears in pain. The terrible recoil shattered the sword into pieces, and at the same time severely injured the boy's hands. Witnessing the disastrous scene right in front of him, Jack and the people around couldn't help but be shocked by the hardness of the target. The boy collapsed to the ground, screaming in agonizing pain, but the examiner still coldly recorded it and announced, first attempt failed. Then he asked if he wanted to continue with the second try. The examiner coldly ordered the soldiers, after the first candidate collapsed, consider it a forfeit, clear it up. Truly colder than ice, those cruel people really live a leisurely life. While the injured person was dragged away and the next candidate's name was called, Rengis trembled uncontrollably with fear, while Jack thoughtfully observed the boulder and wondered, what kind of rock is that? Rengis explained, that is the rebirth stone, a type of material capable of self-healing any scratch instantly. More terrifyingly, if attacked with pure physical strength, it will reflect the strike with a force hundreds of times stronger. Jack couldn't help but marvel at this harshness. Isn't that an absurd material? However, Rengis said that if one knows how to circulate the source of power throughout the body and attack properly, the boulder can still be scratched. Jack quickly realized the key to the test. I see. From what I've heard, the martial arts skills learned are less important than learning to control the source of power. Wait, no. More important than learning to control the source of power. That's my brother, strong, decisive, and intelligent. Looking at the crowd struggling ahead, he noticed that the number of people who could pass the test was extremely small. Even those arrogant guys from this morning were having a hard time. The atmosphere at the exam ground became intensely tense, as the announcements of failures echoed continuously, accompanied by the painful screams of the severely injured candidates. Number 51 failed. Next, number 202 failed. Next, when the examiner loudly called out number 315, Jack looked at the token in his hand. It's my turn. Rangus anxiously asked if he wanted to give up, to stay safe, but Jack steadfastly walked toward the boulder and softly replied, "Don't worry about this junk. This stuff is as easy as pie." Nah. Jack stood alone before the giant boulder, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes from the grandstands. The examiner started getting ready to take notes, while Jack focused on observing. His eyes suddenly flashed with power and golden aura, burning like fire, unexpectedly enveloped Jack's body, radiating the overwhelming presence of a great master. Seeing Jack step out barehanded, the examiner asked in surprise, "Are you not using a weapon?" He casually replied, "I don't think it's very necessary. Bare hands are enough to get the job done." Jack's arrogant declarations caused a stir of whispers among the crowd in the grandstands. They believed that even if someone was good at controlling power, it was impossible to scratch the boulder with bare hands. Some even maliciously said that his fist or even his entire arm would be crushed to pieces. Rangus sat below, drenched in sweat. He regretted not stopping. Jack, more fiercely. The examiner nodded. "I see. Then let's begin." Jack stepped closer, intently observing the strange boulder. He thought to himself that this was definitely a new type of mineral form, after 1,000 years, that he had never seen before, despite many unknown things. Jack still decided to cast his thoughts aside. Oh well, no problem. A burning surge of energy began to gather in his arm. Witnessing that reckless sight, Rangus stood up in a panic and shouted loudly, "This is bad! I have to stop him!" Jack, ignoring his friend's calls, let out an excited smile. "With this, I can release all of my power right now." He concentrated all of his essence into a single point and shouted, "Dragon Devastation Martial Technique. First form, Critical Strike." A sky-rending explosion rang out, followed by a thick cloud of dust, covering the entire arena, leaving Rangus only able to exclaim in shock. Even the examiner was frozen in place, his hand holding the pen, trembling before the unbelievable power of a child. As the dust gradually cleared, the boulder that was once considered indestructible now showed a deep, gaping crack. Jack looked at his injured hand and silently evaluated. "This technique is still a bit too overwhelming compared to my current body. I still need to practice much more. Manhwa. No matter the circumstances, one must always flash a confident smile." Like that, the entire grandstand fell into a suffocating silence before the whispers began to rise. One person exclaimed. In shock, he actually smashed the stone. Among the crowd, a blonde girl with sharp eyes let out an excited smile. My, this guy seems quite interesting." Meanwhile, Rangus completely froze, his face contorted in shock. "Well, what?" Jack just calmly stood in the middle of the arena, flashing a confident smile. To everyone's amazement, the examiner stood there stunned, his mind completely in a jumble. Impossible! The boy could actually blow away half of the rebirth stone. This only happens with someone at 4-star level, or higher. Yet a child could do that. Not me, one been line. He looked at Jack with a suspicious gaze, wondering if all the main clan's bloodline in an illegitimate child was truly this powerful, or if the technique just now was something he had seen somewhere before. Seeing the examiner silent for too long, Jack spoke up. Excuse me, examiner. May I ask what my test result is? He snapped out of it and loudly announced, Number 315 pass. Then he handed him a small green potion bottle. Here, take this. Jack asked in bewilderment, What is this? The examiner just smiled slightly and urged him to leave quickly so they could clear up the area. Jack walked away, grumbling in annoyance. Geez, why is everyone in this era in such a rush? Why is everyone panicking like that? Slow down a bit, will you? Immediately, Rengus rushed over, grabbed his shoulders, and cheered in admiration. Jack, that was amazing. You actually broke it. Jack just casually replied, Well, it was pretty easy anyway. He held up the green bottle and asked his friend, Oh, right. Rengus, what is this? Rengus explained that it was a regular recovery potion that those who passed the test would receive. Jack stared intently at the potion, sensing the aura inside. It doesn't seem to be poison. Don't tell me this is an elixir. He recognized this was the cloud-piercing clear mind elixir, a type of extremely rare medicine made from herbs in secret realms and cores filled with the pure power of divine beasts. This thing not only heals all wounds and old scars instantly, but also helps significantly boost one's power source. Even though he knew it was incredibly rare and difficult to brew, Jack didn't hesitate to tilt the potion bottle upside down and drink that pure liquid dry. The moment Jack emptied the bottle, a soothing, cool green light immediately enveloped his injured arm. Is this really an elixir? Jackie exclaimed in utter astonishment as he saw the severe wounds caused by the recoil earlier heal instantly. Rengus, standing beside him, explained that though he wasn't knowledgeable about elixirs, surely the things the Eldragon clan provided were always much better than the regular one's soul. Jack was surprised by its rapid effect, thinking to himself that even if it didn't boost power like a true elixir, this recovery capability was still truly remarkable. Rengus looked at Jack with full admiration. He believed that Jack himself was even more astonishing than that medicine, leaving Jack with no choice but to click his tongue. Why are you staring so hard? Is it that strange or something? Looking at the potion bottle in his hand, Jack realized the wisdom. Looking at the potion in his hand, Jack realized wisdom of humanity had progressed leaps and bounds after 1,000 years of accumulation. Rengus spared no words of praise. You're truly amazing. Jack, you're incredibly strong. Touch wood. Every line he spoke was solid. The exam still continued with successive passing announcements. For candidates number 373, 395, and 405, Jackie observed and noticed that these guys passing the test was completely within expectations. And then the atmosphere became tense as the examiner loudly called out, number 414. Rengus stepped onto the field, trembling. Seeing this, Jack immediately reassured him. Hey, why are you so worried, old pal? These games are very simple, and it's fine. Just stay calm and chill out. Hearing that, Rengus felt utterly miserable. Do you think everyone can smash a rock with one punch like you? Well, he could only tell himself not to set the standard too high to avoid disappointment. Standing before the rebirth stone, Rengus took a deep breath, drew his sword, and began to focus on circulating his power source. Rengus shouted loudly and swung his sword hard at the target. However, a powerful shockwave rebounded, causing him to fail on his first attempt. Not discouraged, Rengus pulled himself up, determined. Muster all his strength for the next try, hoping to definitely make a difference. A painful groan rang out. Rengus was once again thrown far away, falling flat on the ground, looking at the stone that remained unchanged without a single scratch. He exclaimed in shock, "No way!" Immediately, the mocking laughter of Raton and his cronies rang out bitterly. Just as expected. The child of a fake dragon is still just a fake dragon. Just give up. Raton approached Jack with an arrogant posture. He smirked mockingly. What did you say earlier? Didn't you say that Rengus lying over there is stronger than us? Ignoring the ridiculous laughter and the demands to stop talking nonsense from the crowd, the examiner still coldly looked at Rengus, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked, "There is one last try. Do you want to try again?" While Rengus was still stammering, Jack suddenly stepped closer and asked aloud, "What on earth are you doing? Where is your spear? Why the heck aren't you using it? Why are you holding a sword and trembling like that? Seriously, this guy?" Jack's strange question made Rengus ask back in bewilderment. "What? A spear? What do you mean?" "Like I said, why are you using an unsuitable weapon? Without any plan." He emphasized that with his current state, no matter how hard Rengus tried, he wouldn't be able to make a single scratch on the boulder with that sword. Hearing this, Raton and his cronies burst into mocking laughter. "Hey, look at him, you guys. Is this kid stupid or what? His old man probably didn't know how to use a spear, which is why he taught this brat swordsmanship instead." They joined in the mockery, claiming that changing weapons at this point wouldn't help at all. What's the use anyway? Not bothering to care about those annoying flies. Jack turned to ask the examiner, "Excuse me, examiner, is changing weapons in the middle of the test against the rules? Whether giving up midway through the test is against the rules or not?" Upon receiving the answer that it was not a problem, Jack winked at his friend. "You heard him, Rengus. You're lucky." Jack's gaze suddenly became extremely terrifying. "So, are you just going to leave it like that?" But, as the memories of past training rushed back, he gritted his teeth, his willpower surging fiercely, wiping away his fear. "No, I will." Rengus decided to bet on Jack's suggestion. He loudly declared, "I'll try using a spear." In Rengus's mind, the image of his late father appeared emotionally. His father couldn't enter the dragon's lair, was called a fake dragon and mocked by the world, but he still calmly raised him to adulthood. Standing before the boulder, Rengus thought to himself, "The person my father raised is not a fake. Today, right here, I will prove it." No. He understood that if he tried again with the sword, the result wouldn't change. So he decided to put his ultimate faith in Jack, though still hesitant because he had never used a spear. Jack pointed his hand and ordered, "Rengus, thrust straight forward. And don't think about anything else. Whatever he says, just follow it, and it's a guaranteed win anyway." Jack continued to urge him, "Just thrust straight. Thrust straight forward normally." Using a completely unfamiliar weapon. Like that would normally be unimaginable. Before the trust of his newly met friend, Rengus made up his mind. "I see. I'll try. Since Jack believes in me, I will try to believe in myself too." "No. Holding a sword from the beginning until now? Never?" Had the flow inside him circulated this much? Rengus shouted with determination, then gathered all his strength, thrusting out a wind-splitting spear strike. Raton's group was still mocking him. "What on earth is he doing?" "I don't even know. Just changing weapons. Isn't going to help him achieve anything." He undoes it. But, immediately, their smiles vanished when Rengus felt the spear as a part of his body, creating a terrifying explosion of power, leaving everyone to exclaim in shock, "What?" The examiners couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the sight they had never seen before. They exclaimed in utter amazement, "Good heavens!" He didn't just scratch. He actually pierced right through it. Standing in the middle of the arena, Rengis was still in shock, not understanding what had just happened, until Jack's applause rang out. "Awesome! Great job, Rengis!" "The boss," Examiner quickly noted it down in his notebook and loudly announced the result. "Number 414 pass." Holding the spear in his hand, Rengis was still frozen with emotion. He stammered back, "I passed?" Jack rushed over and put his arm around his friend's shoulder excitedly. "That's right, you did it. Just as I thought." Rengis burst into happiness, hugging Jack tightly and shouting out, "I did it. I actually passed." Jack smiled confidently and replied, "I told you so." Witnessing that scene, Rotten and his cronies could only grit their teeth in bitter anger. They tried to excuse it as a mere coincidence, rather than actual strength. Right at that moment, a firm announcement echoed throughout the field. "The entrance examination has ended. The enrollment ceremony will begin right now." "Is this Manhwa?" Jack asked, in bewilderment if the ceremony was simply just like that, and Rengis explained that there might be other harsh tests awaiting them after officially starting classes. While Jack was still wondering about what to do next, the heavy, rhythmic footsteps of the majestic guard unit signaled the arrival of a high-profile figure. "The leader of the Dragon clan will deliver a congratulatory speech to you guys." Nani, a man with blazing red hair and an overwhelming aura, stepped onto the platform with an extremely cold expression. Seeing that sullen-looking man, Jack casually asked, "Who is that old red-haired geezer over there? He looks so stuck up." "Mazanvi, or Nai." Angus was so scared that his face turned pale, and he replied tremblingly, "That's the Patriarch." Ignoring his friend's panic, Jack continued to drop criticisms about his uncheerful face, even mocking that blocks of ice might be warmer than this Patriarch. Terrified, Rengis hastily covered Jack's mouth, repeatedly begging, "Please keep quiet to save your life. Big bro, keep your mouth shut for my sake. Bro, lower your voice, please." He thought he met a pro carrying the team. It turned out he's just a troublemaker bringing trouble to others. However, behind his nonchalant appearance, Jack's eyes began to flash with sharp intelligence as he silently evaluated the strength of the Dragon clan. In this era, he looks quiet, but he can judge 10 people in just 1 minute. Could even judge 10 people. He noticed that within the guard unit, several people had reached the 7-star level, and there was a large number of 6-star level warriors. A truly formidable force. Jack's gaze stopped at the Patriarch, standing up high, with a suffocating pressure radiating around him, and then the current Patriarch, Banzai el Dragon. I guess he must be at 8-star level. Neo and Diwad B. Jack thoughtfully recalled 1,000 years ago, when the 8-star level was a peak that fewer than 12 people in the whole world could reach. He silently evaluated the sudden change of this era, while still keeping his eyes fixed on the massive source of power present in front of him. Staring at Banza, Jack couldn't hide his distaste. "I don't like him," the loudspeaker loudly announced, requesting everyone to gather to listen to the speech from the powerful Patriarch. Banza stepped out with a burning dark red pressure. He coldly said, "Strive to become the flesh and blood of Dragon." The intimidation radiating from an 8-star level master made the air grow thick, making the children around unable to breathe, collapsing in fear. Witnessing that scene, Jack gritted his teeth in resentment. Although the reason wasn't clear yet, he felt an intense hatred toward this man. Right after Banza left, an official with a joyful face stepped up, clapping in applause. Yes, truly precious words of encouragement. He enthusiastically declared that Lord Manhwa was placing very high expectations on the new batch of students. Jack looked in bewilderment at the stranger who was laughing and talking loudly, wondering to himself who he was, to be able to say such hollow words. The official kept encouraging them. "You must do your best. The young people of our country." Jack clicked his tongue in disdain at the superficial act. Seriously? Talking as if it's true. Even so, he also noticed that the tense atmosphere from earlier had somewhat vanished. Another examiner with a stern face stepped out to announce the dormitory allocations, requesting those whose names were called to move immediately. Seeing everyone starting to disperse, Jack turned to ask Rengus, "Huh? That's weird. Aren't all of us going to the same place, Rengus?" Rengus explained that there are actually up to 4 different Dragon's Lair subdivisions, corresponding to the east, west, south, and north directions to train students. Right after that, a call rang out. "Number 315. Jack realized it was his turn. "It's my turn. Take care, Rengus." "Aye." Jack was assigned to the East Dragon's Lair. Splendid and majestic mansion appeared before his eyes. Walking in the vast corridor, Jack thoughtfully observed, "After 1,000 years, so many things have changed, huh? Let's turn here." Because he wasn't familiar with the paths in the giant estate, he fumbled around for a long time before finding his room. Jack breathed a sigh of relief. Here it is. Oh my, I'm late because I got lost. My roommate has probably arrived too. Never. He happily pushed the door open and stepped inside, intending to make an impressive introduction. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Starting from today, we are roommates. What then?" But the smile on his lips suddenly froze. Jack stood stunned, looking at the person in the room, and stammered out, "You are—" It turned out his roommate was none other than Rengus. "It seems we are quite fated, huh, Rengus?" Rengus also breathed a sigh of relief and happily replied, "Oh, that's so lucky. I was so afraid that I would have to stay all alone. Touch wood, this is wonderful." When night fell, the two sat resting in the room after a long day. Rengus spoke up to remind him. "Oh, right, the training session will begin tomorrow." Seeing Jack looking bewildered, he anxiously asked, "Are you even listening?" The instructor said so. Jack casually raised his thumb and clearly stated, "I didn't listen to anything at all." Jack's overly confident answer left Rengus completely speechless. "Hey, are you pulling my leg or what? Seriously? That is not something to brag about like that." He urged Jack to go to sleep early because tomorrow's training session would be very exhausting. Jack looked out the window, silently calculating his upcoming plan. Originally, he had intended to escape from this boring house to go on an adventure, but the interesting things that appeared at the exam, like the rebirth stone and that kind of elixir, had made him change his mind, to understand what things had changed after 1,000 years. Staying with the El Dragon, planned for a bit longer, was also acceptable. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the enrollment day. At the training ground of the Dragon's Lair, the atmosphere became extremely harsh. Under the supervision of a stern coach, he shouted loudly, "Listen up! The dragon breath that I taught you guys is exactly the wonderful breathing technique created by the 15th patriarch of the El Dragon family." Below, the students were straining themselves, drenched in sweat, to perform the extreme physical training exercise. "You guys must master this absolute technique in every situation." While Rengus and the others were groaning in pain under the weight of the iron blocks, the coach silently observed and evaluated the progress of the whole class. He noticed that many people had mastered the dragon breath, and there were even children about to reach the 2-star. level as energy began to overflow. But then, his gaze stopped at Jack and he completely froze. And this boy, what is this? Before his eyes was an unimaginable sight. Jack was not only lifting weights, but also increasing the game's difficulty by carrying 3 more supersized giant rocks. What terrified him was that with that weight, he could still stand firmly with ease. He might even be shocked to the point of fainting. Might even faint? The coach could not believe that. A child without a proper instructor could possess such freakish strength. Jack silently mocked in his heart. To think that the Dragon King's breath technique created by me is being widely passed down by these people under the name Dragon Breath 1. Well, no. He clearly understood the essence of the breathing technique, is to absorb energy from the air to upgrade body strength, and the thing that decides the effectiveness is exactly the user's skillfulness. This is also the reason why clans always consider these complete ultimate techniques as supreme secrets that need to be kept strictly confidential. Although the dragon breath is quite safe and easy to learn. 2. Jack, if the purpose is just to calm the mind, then he completely has no need for it. I really love how he just leaves aside irrelevant things, because so slow, because he is exactly the person who created the secret method of the Dragon King's breath. The unique breathing technique that allows controlling the energy source without interrupting the breath, even while moving. However, because the difficulty was too high, making few people able to inherit it, posterity deliberately simplified it into dragon breath to boost the general strength of the entire clan. Seeing his technique modified like that, Jack felt both touched and curious, wondering if other martial arts had been changed after a whole millennium. While carrying the giant rock for training, he silently looked forward to the interesting things ahead. In the academy's cafeteria, Jack was devouring a massive pile of food, to the astonishment of the people around him. Seeing Rengus sitting listlessly, he chewed while asking, "Huh? What's up? Why do you look so miserable as if you got dumped, Rengus?" Hey, reminded his friend that if he didn't eat, he wouldn't get stronger at all. Rengus looked at Jack full of questions, not understanding why. His physical strength was so strange, and full of energy like that. Jack casually responded with a splash of cold water. "It's because you are too weak," he urged. "Rengus, you should eat more and train hard, because there's no other choice for a weakling like you." Jack, while eating, silently evaluated that among the students. There were also a few kids who were very well trained. Right at that moment, a blonde girl with a special aura walked up to their table and spoke. "Hey, you are quite good, right?" While Jack was still wondering who she was, Rengus beside him had already turned pale, trembling to the point of being speechless. Rengus frantically whispered into his friend's ear, "Jack, don't you know? This is Lady Laika, the Patriarch's daughter." He explained that Laika Typhonail Dragon is one of the top candidates for the successor position, and people like them normally have no right to talk to her. Jack still kept a completely blank face. "I don't know," he casually added. "If you put it that way, I am also the Patriarch's son, even if I'm an illegitimate child." This shocking revelation left both Rengus and Laika frozen in astonishment. Laika stared piercingly at Jack in question. How can an illegitimate child with no backing do the extraordinary thing of crushing the rebirth stone with bare hands? Jack just casually cut a piece of steak and replied, "Oh, well, because that's just me." "Hey, Rengus, stop dazing out and eat." Laika let out an excited smile, her eyes clearly showing admiration. "My, you seem very interesting. Hey, what do you think? Become my subordinate instead." "What now? Run." Seeing Jack still casually eating and drinking, she continued to persuade, "I am asking If you want to become someone under my wing, I will be your backing. An illegitimate child surely wants to have allies, right? Laika painted a promising scenario, asking Jack to use his strength to help her seize the patriarch position. In return, she would treat him very well. However, Jack only coldly dropped a sentence. No, thank you. Gosh, that sounds really embarrassing. Being rejected that bluntly is just hopeless. The flat refusal left Laika stunned. Her gaze suddenly became sharp and full of suspicion. Why is that? Don't tell me. You also intend to seize the patriarch position, Jack? Silently evaluating the spiritual aura radiating around Laika. He noticed she had reached the threshold of the 2-star level, a pretty impressive achievement for this age. However, he still kept a nonchalant face. Do whatever you want. I have no interest in becoming the patriarch or anything. I have no interest in clan matters. Not in a read wall. Jack's indifferent answer left Laika. Laika couldn't help but be immediately astonished. Jack radiated a burning golden pressure, covering his entire body with an overwhelming aura. His gaze became wild and full of pride as he declared, I have no obligation to submit to anyone at all, because I am the strongest. The terrifying pressure from Jack left Laika completely shaken. She trembled and stepped back, unable to help feeling dumbfounded. Am I being overwhelmed? It took a moment for Laika to regain her composure while Jack casually went back to his meal, even though Rengus beside him was too scared to breathe. Feeling insulted and wanting to save face, Laika shouted loudly in anger. Then I will force you to submit. Fight me. Jack just sat there with his mouth full of food, his face blankly looking at the young lady who was throwing a furious tantrum. The news about the match between the rookie and Lady Laika quickly spread throughout the academy. Where are you guys going? The training ground. There's a match between the rookies and Lady Laika. The curious students flocked together toward the arena. No one could believe that a nobody would dare challenge the genius of the Typhona family. At the vast training ground, Laika stood waiting with a burning aura, while Jack and Rengus just walked up under the suspicious gazes of the crowd. Who is that guy? Facing the upcoming match. Rengus couldn't help but anxiously exclaim, Oh my, this is getting really serious. Are you okay? The opponent is Lady Laika, you know. Jack blankly replied that even if he said so, he didn't know who she was. While wondering why all of a sudden Rengus had switched to such a formal tone, the blue-haired guy shouted loudly, Of course, you are the patriarch's son, after all. Rengus earnestly begged Jack to think carefully, since Laika was not only the daughter of Patriarch Banza but also carried the bloodline of the Typhona family, one of the 4 great pillars of the El Dragon House. He also emphasized, She's a genius who mastered the Great Thunder Sword technique at the age of 7. Great Thunder Sword since the age of 7. On par with Lord Banza's other outstanding children. Jack still maintained a casual face. Sorry. I only understand the part that she's the patriarch's daughter. Oh. The answer gave Rengus a heavy shock, making him scream, Why? Jackie. The answer left Rengus heavily shocked, yelling, Why, Jack? Explained that everything here was too new to him, and told his friend not to ask further. Seeing this, Jack laughed out loud, thinking that not knowing who the opponent was made it even more interesting. Rengus grew even more anxious. No matter how strong Lord Jack is, facing Lady Laika is still way too disadvantageous. Why did you accept the challenge? Well, when someone challenges me, I won't back down. He noticed his opponent had appeared nearby. It looks like she's here. Laika entered the arena with an overwhelming aura, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword with full authority. All casual. Chit-chat officially ended here as Laika was ready for the sparring match. Laika impatiently interrupted the conversation. She snapped, You guys are being way too noisy. Are you done gossiping so we can fight? Seeing the opponent was ready, Jack just smirked slightly with confidence, while Rengus still couldn't hide his anxiety. The blue-haired guy shouted while running away. "Please be careful." Responding to the reminder, Jack casually declared that his own safety depended entirely on the capability of the young lady in front of him. He curiously asked the reason why Laika insisted on challenging him so badly. With a determined gaze, Laika admitted her goal was to become the patriarch, and to achieve that, she needed Jack to submit and join her faction. Seeing Jack still blankly asking, "Hey, what does that have to do with me?" Laika couldn't help but be astonished, upon realizing he was completely clueless about the clan's situation. "Perhaps it's due to your status as an illegitimate child." Jack silently mocked himself for being the progenitor, yet knowing absolutely nothing. He suggested she explain more directly. Laika began to analyze that there were currently 5 candidates for the position of the next clan head, including herself and Jack. Everyone except you has already allied with one of the 4 main branches of the Dragon family. Yadi. She emphasized that the background of the future clan head would determine the standing of the branches, which is why the competition is going on intensely here at the Dragon's Lair. To contend with her other siblings, Laika yearned for Jack's additional strength to reinforce her faction's resources. Jack pondered over the tangled mess of information. What on earth is this jumbled mess? I'm not sure if I fully understand this complicated nonsense or not. Not either. But then he also nodded slightly. I see. Without giving Jack time to think further, Laika immediately drew her sword, asserting that this was the reason. She had to make her move right here. She shouted loudly, "I will defeat you!" Then she rushed over like a whirlwind. An authoritative strike slammed down, creating a terrifying shockwave that shattered the ground. Laika swung her giant greatsword, pursuing him fiercely. She shouted loudly, "Don't you dare run away! I won't let you escape from my hands!" The onlookers around couldn't help but be astonished, exclaiming, "So fast! She handles that giant greatsword so effortlessly." Jack silently evaluated while evading, judging her precise power control and the ever-increasing attack speed of his opponent. He realized that this was indeed the formidable strength of the main branch's children, and told himself it was only a matter of time before this match concluded. Jack still casually dodged the strikes, making Laika frustrated because she couldn't land a single clean hit. Witnessing that sight, Rengus could only exclaim, "Amazing!" Jack silently observed the unfamiliar martial technique and the speed that far exceeded Laika's typical 1-star level. Being provoked, Laika barked, "Shut your mouth! Just focus on fighting, will you?" Responding to that impatience, Jack just calmly thought, "I am focusing right now." Immediately, he closed the distance and delivered a decisive blow. Hit by a powerful punch straight to the stomach. Laika had to retreat in pain. The surrounding crowd began to stir in horror, unable to believe that every single one of Lady Laika's attacks had missed. They looked toward Jack in bewilderment, wondering, who on earth is that guy? Laika, unwilling to accept it, questioned why her attacks couldn't hit Jack when she was supposed to be much faster than someone at the 1-star level. Like him, Jack calmly explained. You are indeed faster than the 1-star users I've encountered, but you are still just at the 1-star level. Ignoring Laika's retort about them being at the exact same rank, Jackie pointed his finger and explained simply, breathing, muscle tension. Just by observing those things, one can read most of your movements. The rest comes down to experience. Shrugged casually, before the breakdown of the proud young lady, It feels like Jack has absolutely no intention of cutting her any slack at all. Laika roared, "Ridiculous!" Then she swung her sword, attacking furiously. But Jack still casually evaded. He coldly repeated, "I told you I can read them." Immediately, Jack delivered a powerful punch, sending Laika flying far away, crashing heavily into the stone wall. The surrounding crowd was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. No way, did she really lose? Lady Laika lost! Rengus exclaimed in shock. He actually defeated Lady Laika. But Jack interrupted. No, not yet. He noticed she had concentrated her entire power source into her core to block that strike earlier. So that blow was still not enough to end the match. Laika pulled herself up from the debris, her breathing ragged. Seeing the tense situation, Rengus intended to intervene, but Jack coldly requested, "Hey, step back, will you? I won't be held responsible. If you get hit somewhere, you know, when I'm dead." Jack noticed a strange change in his opponent. Has she reached the 2-star level already? A brilliant white aura enveloped Laika's body, causing the students to stir in excitement. Stir. That is the mark of the 2-star level. A white aura. That is the state of emitting the power source outside of the body to utilize martial techniques. This power is known as the aura. Laika wiped the blood on her face and smiled slightly. Thanks. Thanks to you, I've reached the 2-star level. Naya! Without giving Jack time to react, she rushed over with terrifying speed. Lightning began to surround Laika as she unleashed lightning-fast slashes. Jack suddenly realized he had been hit. I remembered dodging it, though. He reached up to touch the small cut on his face, looking at his opponent with a guarded expression. Laika stood proudly and declared, "See that? This is what I'm capable of." Laika concentrated all of her lightning energy into the sword, her eyes burning. Now that I have the 2-star aura, I will show you the true lightning sword technique. Instead of being afraid, Jack seemed extremely excited. He flashed an arrogant smile and pointed his finger defiantly. Oh, is that so? Then I'll get to witness martial techniques that I've never seen before. Awesome. Woohoo! Laika unleashed her lightning glow technique, causing lightning bolts to rain down repeatedly around the arena. Jack quickly evaded while exclaiming in amazement, "Wait a minute, what is this? Do you mean you can even control lightning?" Ah! The boy wasn't afraid at all, but rather flashed an excited smile, thinking that this ability was completely absurd. Seeing this, Laika growled, "You seem to be enjoying this quite a bit." Immediately, she deployed the lightning net, creating a terrifying explosion that shattered the ground. Jack clearly felt a completely different level compared to before. He silently evaluated that these lightning bolts, even for his current self, were incredibly tough to deal with. He couldn't help but wonder why everything could change so much, just by going up one level. Jackie calmly analyzed that although Laika's movements were quite simple, the moment she achieved the 2-star aura, the might of the great lightning sword technique erupted fiercely. Her speed now was unimaginably fast, and she was also covered by a mysterious layer of thunder and lightning. Although he could counterattack immediately, his curiosity about the true nature of this power urged him to keep observing a little longer. Seeing that her opponent still maintained a calm face, Laika shouted out in anger, "How can you still smile in this situation? Seriously, you seem like a pretty relaxed guy. If that's the case, I will personally wipe that silly smile off your face." She rushed forward at a terrifying speed, dragging her electricity-charged sword across the ground, creating a brilliant, glowing arc. A violent explosion occurred, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere and dust to cover the entire arena. Witnessing that horrifying sight, Rengus and the people around could only shout out in despair, Lord Jack. Jack stood firmly amidst the rubble, but Laika didn't give him a moment to breathe as she continued to unleash her powerful lightning glow technique. Witnessing that scene, Rengis frantically rushed out to stop Lady Laika. Please stop. If you keep going like this, then... However, Laika still coldly observed her opponent holding his ground in the distance. She believed that stopping right now would be an insult to Jack's resolve. Rengis cried out in despair, Lord Jack. Please surrender. I haven't finished watching the good show yet. Why would I surrender? Laika also noticed that Jack's condition was very bad. She made one final offer. If you surrender and submit under my wing, I will stop right here. Now all. In response was only an implicit smile from Jack. Laika silently understood that even as an illegitimate child, he still carried the pride of an El-Dragon inside him. She decided to respect her opponent by using her full power. Great sword martial technique. First secret form, heavenly thunder. A giant column of lightning struck straight down from the sky, completely swallowing Jack's figure amidst Rengis's screams. As the dust dispersed, the scene only left Jack lying motionless amidst the rubble, his body heavily injured. Laika stabbed her sword into the ground and softly expressed regret. What a pity. But the match ends here. She silently turned her back and walked away, believing that everything was officially settled. But then a casual voice echoed from behind. I get it now. Laika turned around in shock, witnessing a brilliant wave of energy bursting from Jack's body. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw him being covered by blazing sparks of electricity. What on earth? Why do you have a lightning aura, Jack? Jack dusted himself off while interestedly observing his new power source. Oh, so this is what's called a lightning aura? Impressed by Laika on how he could possibly do that. Jack just shrugged and replied casually, I don't really know either, leaving Laika completely frozen in amazement. Jack excitedly showed it off. Look at this. I intentionally took your attacks to understand this power, but somehow I can use it now too. Laika was left speechless, unable to believe her eyes. She stammered. You can use it? That shouldn't be. Jack explained that while receiving the attacks from the mysterious lightning, he had continuously applied the Dragon King's breathing technique. It was the reaction between this breath and the lightning aura of Laika that caused lightning to begin accumulating inside his body. Before he could realize it, Jack found himself able to manipulate that amount of electricity. Although the exact principle wasn't clear, he began to suspect that he possessed a special constitution, or perhaps the entire El-Dragon clan carried this unique bloodline to be able to perform the heirloom martial techniques. He hypothesized that he could base his power development on the properties of lightning getter. Jack laughed heartily. That's right. This has been an excellent training session. Blazing sparks of lightning began to cover both of his hands. He loudly declared, Touch wood, this is awesome! Thanks to you, I've also reached the 2-star level now. Oh. A terrifying wave of pressure erupted from Jack's body, making him look like a true god of pod. Thunder amidst the rubble. His eyes burned with fighting spirit as he asserted, The match isn't over yet. Jack's amber. The match isn't over yet, Tiger Eyes flashed with a sharp, highly dangerous look. The moment Laika swung her greatsword, he vanished in a flash of golden lightning and closed in on his opponent with an arrogant smile. Not at all. I'm still having fun, so it can't end just yet. Ninja. A terrifying explosion of energy occurred when Jack unleashed a lightning-fast counterattack, creating a blinding halo that shook the entire arena. Violently, landing gently back on the ground, Jack looked at his body and silently admired this new speed and power. He noticed that as the power source increased, it directly affected the nerves and reinforced his entire body. Every single one of Jack's senses was enhanced to an incredible degree, allowing him to move at a speed that far exceeded normal limits. He took a deep breath to regulate his breathing pattern. I need to get used to it a little bit. Watching from afar, Rengis was completely overwhelmed by the battle between the two candidates for the patriarch position. The blue-haired boy could only stand and watch in shock, feeling that he absolutely couldn't keep up with the developments, and wondering if everything happening before his eyes was just a dream or not. Jack easily evaded the lightning-like slashes of Lady Laika, noticing that his opponent no longer had the ability to attack effectively. Laika screamed in frustration, "Damn it! Who do you think you're laughing at?" Jack smiled back with full sincerity. "I'm not mocking you at all. I truly consider you a formidable person." "Near's a dear," Jack excitedly thought to himself. Now that it's been a while. Should I create a new move? Laika blankly asked back. A move? Jack pondered for a moment and then decided, that's right. The first form? No, let's call it a secret form. Mananatoria. Witnessing that confidence, Laika couldn't help but be dumbfounded, wondering if Jack had actually received secret heirloom training, seeing how he could create a new move so simply, to an incomprehensible extent, taking advantage of Laika being distracted. Jack rushed forward. "You're distracted, young lady." She only had time to realize things were bad before Jack unleashed the decisive blow. Dragon Devastation's secret form, Ultimate Lightning Claw, officially ending the dramatic match. Jack stood tall with a bright smile. This was truly an interesting match. Lying flat on the ground with her body completely exhausted, Laika was shocked, unable to believe the truth. "No way! I lost. It looks like she isn't quite convinced yet, huh?" The pressure of having to become the patriarch and defeating her older brothers suddenly rushed back into Laika's mind. She bitterly realized that she was absolutely not allowed to lose. However, Jack approached her with a look full of admiration. "Wow, how wonderful. You are truly very strong." Seeing his opponent still blankly staring, he sincerely shared that he had learned many interesting things himself, and that this was an incredibly meaningful time. Jack extended his hand with a radiant smile. "It would be really boring if this were the only time we sparred. Let's spar again, okay?" Winning makes him happy, and then he immediately goes to ask her for another fight, huh? Faced with Jack's enthusiasm, the proud young lady suddenly blushed, silently looking at him with eyes that had completely changed. Jack smiled radiantly, extending his hand to pull the collapsed young lady up and excitedly proposed, "Let's spar again, Laika. I'm really looking forward to the next time." Nine. Looking at Jack's sincerity and overwhelming aura, Laika shockingly realized the gap in strength was way too big. She gently took his hand and bowed her head, admitting defeat in complete submission. "How could I dare compare myself to you? I lost so miserably after all." A few hours later, in a dark space inside the dragon's lair, Patriarch Banza El Dragon was alone facing an army of grotesque monsters. With a sharp, authoritative gaze, he emitted a pressurized, glowing red dragonite, enveloping the entire battlefield and striking terror into the monsters. Immediately, Banza deployed the Dragon Chi Destruction Martial Arts formations. First form, named the Origin, creating a terrifying explosion of power that wiped out all enemies in a single strike. Amidst the ruined scene, after the battle, a close soldier approached and reported respectfully, "Lord Banza, I have something to report." upon receiving a cold look and a brief question from the patriarch. The soldier excitedly announced a piece of news that he considered monumental. Lady Laika has reached the 2-star level. Contrary to his subordinate's joy, Banza maintained an indifferent attitude. He coldly turned his back to leave and uttered contemptuously, "So what? Talent is fundamentally unimportant. Report to me when she becomes useful. You only came to talk about such a trivial matter. And get out." Even though the soldier tried to explain that reaching 2-star at this age was a remarkable miracle, and that Laika could completely reach 5-star upon graduating from the dragon's lair. Banza still didn't care in the slightest. Trembling under his master's pressure, the soldier finally blurted out the last shocking truth. But Lady Laika was defeated. Banza raised an eyebrow in suspicion upon hearing the news. That Laika had been defeated. He thoughtfully asked, "What did you say? Did she go challenge one of the older kids?" But the soldier hurriedly denied it, asserting that the one who took down the young lady was a child of the same age named Jack. Hearing this name, Banza's gaze softened as he muttered distantly, "Jack, the son of that woman." The image of a woman with a slender back appeared in the patriarch's mind. He admitted she inherently possessed a natural gift for martial arts, but it came at the cost of her life. Banza coldly recalled the truth that she died right when Jack was born. He wondered who was behind, teaching the boy so he would have enough skills to defeat a 2-star. Upon hearing the report that Jack reached that level on his own without anyone teaching him, Banza decided decisively, "I see. Then let's begin the first training course." Although the subordinate was concerned that this was too early since the kids had only enrolled for a month, and most hadn't even reached the 1-star level, Banza still held fast to his cruel philosophy. He asserted that death treats everyone equally, and only the strong have the right to survive. With a stern face, Banza growled and declared, "Those who cannot pass the first trial are completely unworthy of becoming an elf." "Dragon," he ordered his subordinate, "report this matter to Freya, and give her the task of supervising the content as well as the entire process of the trial." Banza wanted Freya to closely follow Jack throughout this journey, to see how the boy would perform. Looking into the far distance, the patriarch smirked with deep meaning. "Named Jack, huh? That sounds pretty interesting." Next day at the training ground, the training atmosphere of the students was incredibly lively, while Rengis and the other children were eagerly practicing the Dragon Crest combat method, a technique for reinforcing the body founded by the 15th patriarch, so that even children could master it. Jack was performing an extreme physical training exercise. Seeing Jack constantly fussing with the pile of rocks, Rengis, dripping with sweat, asked, "Lord Jack, aren't you going to practice?" Jack blankly replied, "What are you saying? Can't you see I'm practicing?" Rengis hurriedly clarified, "I meant practicing the Dragon Crest combat method, not just purely training your physical body like that." "Not so well," Jack casually replied. "I've already learned it." The statement shocked Rengis to the point of stammering. "Oh my God, that's amazing. You only just learned it earlier, and you've already mastered it." Jack nodded to confirm, of course. "More importantly, Rengis, your power flow is going in the wrong direction. Why, beyond the, turning around, a brilliant wave of golden energy began to transfer from Jack's hand into Rengis's body, making the blue-haired boy ask blankly, did I just float?" "Oh, yes." Jack adjusted the flow of breath. "This is the correct flow," feeling a distinct change inside his body. Rengis cheered in admiration. "Thank you very much, my lord. You really have mastered it." Jack growled half-heartedly. Did you doubt me? What kind of person are you?" Rengis frantically apologized. "I'm sorry." He confided that this was the first time he had been taught by someone else, so he had always felt despair. He confessed he used to think the Dragon Crest combat method was too simple and boring for someone strong enough to defeat Lady Laika, like Jack. But Jack immediately dismissed it. "That's not true at all. I am completely impressed by the stability of the Dragon Crest combat method." In his mind, he recalled his own dragon devastation technique, which was too complex. Destroying mine was already too complicated, making it impossible for his descendants in his past life to keep up. The dragon devastation combat method, though complex and difficult, possessed overwhelming power. Like a true combat art, this system starts from the first form up to the fourth form. In addition, there was the secret form just created from the battle with Laika, and above all, was the final form carrying destructive power. That had defeated even the divine dragon in the past. Jack excitedly thought to himself, "I'm also very curious about the other dragon techniques. Perhaps those martial arts have also been modified." "How exciting!" Hey, casually told Rengis anyway, since I've finished learning the Dragon Crest combat method, I'm just training my body as usual. Everyone will learn at their own pace. No. Suddenly, Rengis bowed his head and shouted with full determination, "Please, train me. I want you to guide me like just now." To the astonishment of Jack, the blue-haired boy earnestly pleaded. "To become stronger, even if only a little." Jack calmly replied, "I don't mind." Seeing Rengis still blankly asking back, "Really?" Jack confirmed he wasn't lying at all, and believed that his friend completely deserved it. Right at that moment, a voice echoed from behind. "Hey! In that case, count me in too. I want to join the training as well." It was none other than Lady Laika, standing there waiting, with a face flushed red with embarrassment. Huh? Lady Laika is joining too?" Laika snapped back. "Is there a problem?" She bluntly admitted that her pride as a candidate for the clan head position had been completely shattered by Jack when he overwhelmed her with his very own lightning aura. Laika shouted out enthusiastically, "I want to become even stronger, strong enough to defeat my brothers and you too." Jack thoughtfully looked at the young lady who was burning with determination, silently evaluating this new situation. Laika asked hesitantly, "Is it not allowed?" "I understand." She lowered her face, explaining that since Jack was also a potential candidate for the succession position, training together with a rival might not be appropriate. Rengis, standing nearby, silently agreed, because despite being an illegitimate child, Jack still carried the bloodline of the patriarch, so he was obviously on the competing list. However, Jack casually replied, "I don't mind." But then he narrowed his eyes at Laika's injuries, wondering if her body was truly all right, because that strike should have rendered her unable to move for an entire month. "I use recovery medicine, so it's not a problem at all." When Jack silently marveled. It turned out the bizarre medicine of this era was still as effective as a miraculous elixir. Rengis quickly explained further to Jack that this potion was much higher in quality compared to the one distributed during the entrance exam, befitting Lady Laika's status. Jack smiled to himself. What a truly wonderful era, isn't it? Being teased by Jack, Laika snapped, asserting that without the medicine, she really would have been immobile for a month. She anxiously asked again if Jack truly agreed to train her, since he also needed time for his own training. Jack flashed a radiant smile. "Oh, of course I do. I could never bring myself to refuse." A young person who is so full of ambition. Like this. Hearing that, Rengus broke into a cold sweat, muttering in utter confusion. Young person? You're young, too, aren't you? We're the same age. Jack could only laugh. It off to change the subject, then turned to look straight into Laika's eyes and asked to be sure, Are you certain, Laika? I'm the one who defeated you, remember? With eyes burning with determination, Laika asserted that she had no right to be choosier. Clenching her fist, she declared resolutely, If becoming stronger means becoming the patriarch, I will do whatever it takes. Jack curiously questioned, Oh, by the way, when you challenged me earlier, you also mentioned that patriarch position, didn't you? Why are you so obsessed with becoming the patriarch? Her voice dropped as she revealed the bitter truth. Well, that's obvious. If I don't become the patriarch, marriage will be the only future left for me. Political marriage. Not an E. She bitterly thought about the prospect that, if lucky, she would become the wife of some obnoxious cousin. Otherwise, she would be forced to become the concubine of a complete stranger. What? Jack exclaimed in astonishment at the archaic mindset of the clan. Laika still calmly explained that maintaining the L-Dragon bloodline was of paramount importance, especially within the four great families, because their source of primordial origin chi was unique and could be applied in countless ways. Hearing up to this point, Jack just wanted to run away immediately, feeling sickened by the way these bastards thought. He roared in anger. What do you people view human beings as? These fools, those bizarre archaic customs. I will destroy every single one of them to satisfy myself. In the midst of what? Jack's boiling rage, and his will to smash this entire clan to pieces, a stern shout echoed, Focus! Jack and Rengus were startled to the point of losing their wits, hurriedly looking toward the source of the sound. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a beautiful figure with long red hair appeared, leaving the entire group of kids staring and wondering what on earth was going on. The classroom instructor loudly introduced, Starting from today, a new instructor will be joining us. Despite her busy schedule, she has personally come to guide all of you. Be grateful. The woman glided by as gently as a breeze. You must be Lady Laika, right? Her sharp gaze left Laika completely frozen, unable to utter a word. The speed of this woman was so fast that it made everyone gasp in terror. She flashed a captivating smile and winked in praise. What excellent reflexes. And your spiritual aura isn't bad either. No. While the guardian soldiers all around broke into cold sweats at this sudden appearance, Jack narrowed his eyes in high vigilance. He shockingly realized that he completely failed to perceive any presence from her at all, until she revealed herself. Rengus fearfully hugged Jack tightly, trembling as he asked who this powerful woman ultimately was. That is Lady Freya Winnick, a member of the Black Dragon Guard with the title of the Wind Goddess. Freya cheerfully waved her hand to greet everyone. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet everyone. Right after that, her gaze locked onto Jack. And you must be young Jack, right? Seeing Jack still maintaining his composure, Freya found it quite intriguing. You don't seem surprised, do you? Jackie smirked slightly, his eyes glowing with excitement as he noticed something unusual. There's nothing to be surprised about. But it seems you possess a rather interesting martial technique, my lady. Freya looked at Jack and thought. Quite interesting. Frieza looked at Jack and thought to himself. So that's how it is. No wonder the patriarch paid attention to this person. Meanwhile, Jack was also intently observing his opponent and silently evaluating. Her concealment technique was indeed very impressive. What was even more special was the martial technique she had mastered. Jack noticed that the flow of the primordial origin chi, was mostly concentrated in her lower body, a type of flow that, though, he had never seen anything like before. He silently decoded the mystery behind Freya's soundless footsteps. This must be the reason why her footsteps don't make any sound at all, even when wearing shoes like that. What kind of martial technique is this? How truly fascinating. Freya smiled and announced, "Now, as you've just been informed, from today on I will be your instructor. Let's do our best together." Her appearance caused a wave of astonishment among the students. Wait, isn't that the wind goddess Freya? Heavens, it's her in the flesh. That's so cool. The old instructor also spoke up to introduce further that Lady Freya had reached the 6-star level and was one of the key figures of the Black Dragon Guard. He urged the kids to learn everything they possibly could from her. The students couldn't help but feel bewildered. The Black Dragon Guard! Isn't that the elite guard unit directly under the Patriarch? But why would a figure of such caliber suddenly show up here? Are you really going to train us, lady? Freya? Freya cheerfully confirmed, of course. However, she immediately gave a condition, but only if you pass my test. This news sent the kids into a panic. A test? Freya reassured them. Don't worry, it's quite easy. She pulled out a glowing spiritual stone and loudly announced the contents of the trial. All you need to do is keep this spirit stone intact and manage to survive in the venomous Dragon Mountain for 1 month. Jack thought to himself. Oh, that name sounds awfully familiar. It was a land teeming with extremely venomous creatures, where even touching a blade of grass that looked perfectly ordinary could be fatal. It was truly a place of death. In his past life, Jack had trained there, and the memory of its horror still gave him goosebumps. He secretly worried for these kids. But for these kids, isn't it a bit too early? Freya coldly continued with the rules. If your spirit stone breaks or is lost during the trial, you will be disqualified immediately. A student tremblingly asked about the consequences of failure. Freya smiled with deep meaning, of course. You will be expelled. No, what dare? What a devastating answer. Either way, it leads to getting expelled, huh? Freya explained that being poisoned could be handled easily if they used the dragon's breath properly to expel the toxins through their breathing. She reassured the kids that as long as they kept the spirit stone intact, everything would be fine. However, when a student anxiously asked about the presence of monsters, Freya's face suddenly became dark and terrifying. She coldly asserted, "You just need to defeat them. Otherwise, you'll have nothing to eat and will lose your lives before the test ends." This direct threat made the kids turn pale, trembling before a harsh reality that far exceeded their imagination. Seeing the atmosphere getting too tense, Freya flashed a bright smile again, telling them not to worry too much as there were still 5 days to prepare. During that time, everyone will get to choose a weapon and begin practicing the secret martial arts manuals of the El Dragon clan. She believed that if they found a way to deal with the monsters, survival would become much easier. However, her eyes once again flashed with a sharp, cold look. Freya warned, "If you cannot master the martial techniques within these short 5 days, I will absolutely not take responsibility for anything that happens afterward." Nandiye faced with the naive question of a student about whether she would step in to save them if things turned bad. Freya just burst into a mocking laugh. She pointed to her glowing emblem, sternly declaring, Dragon is a place where the weak are eliminated, and only the strong have the right to survive. To her, failing to fight off monsters and meeting a tragic end was a natural outcome. Freya coldly uttered harsh words. If you can't even pass this simple test, you kids might as well just sleep on a bed, full of poison and monsters instead. The pressure from the female instructor left the entire group of students speechless, only able to break into cold sweats out of fear. Witnessing this cruelty, Jack pondered. This place is a far cry from the Dragon I once knew. He suddenly remembered the past, when his son Gillian used to happily carry his young grandchild to show him, a warm image that stood in stark contrast to the coldness of the current clan. Freya clapped her hands, interrupting his train of thought, announcing it was time to distribute the secret martial arts manuals for each type of weapon. The kids began to noisily make their choices, while Rengus stood frozen in confusion, not knowing which one to pick. Seeing his friend struggling, Jack stepped forward and advised Rengus to choose the spear, as that was the weapon he had successfully used during the entrance exam. Listening to me will absolutely guarantee success, you know. So just have faith and follow along. Meanwhile, Leica was still hesitating over choosing the Great Lightning Spirit Sword technique, even though she was only at the basic level. Noticing that hesitation, Jack spoke up to interrupt. Hey, wait a minute, Leica. I think you should choose the sword technique. Right. Before the young lady's bewildered gaze asking why, he casually explained that this was exactly the thing that would perfectly make up for what she was currently lacking. Seeing that Jack made sense, Leica agreed to choose that secret manual right away. Freya, standing up high, looked down at the kids who had received all their materials and coldly warned, for the next 5 days, practice as if your lives depend on it. Otherwise, the only path left for you is death. Aye. Her smile suddenly became eerie, as she announced another shocking piece of news. The seniors from the 15th class will also participate in this trial, with their sole mission being to steal the spirit stones of you rookies. Those upperclassmen were all true warriors, their eyes burning with a murderous aura. Freya waved goodbye, not forgetting to remind them, even though the venomous Dragon Mountain is vast, you will definitely be hunted relentlessly. So do your absolute best. Rengus was so terrified that he held his head and screamed, upon realizing he had to face both monsters and seniors who were all at the 2-star level or higher. Even Leica couldn't help but worry, because if we are ambushed by multiple people at the same time, the chance of survival is next to 0 for most people. Yeah. In contrast to his friend's panic, Jack casually read his book and uttered a very brief true. Seeing both of them staring at him blankly, he slowly suggested, well, if it feels too hard to manage alone, then just form a small group of 2 or 3 people. Jack analyzed that cooperating to hunt monsters wasn't forbidden at all, and the more people there were, the better the efficiency would be. Finding the advice very reasonable, Leica and Rengus nodded in agreement. But then they wondered what Jack planned to do. With a radiant face and a confident smile, he declared, Me? Well, do you even have to ask? Of course, I'm going to enjoy this challenge all by myself. The answer left his 2 friends frozen in astonishment at his recklessness. Jack laughed out loud, then urged them to go find something to eat before starting their practice, leaving Leica with no choice but to sigh, admitting he was truly the strangest person she had ever met. The 5 days of preparation passed quickly. At the foot of the majestic, venomous Dragon Mountain shrouded in mist, the students had gathered in full numbers, dressed in proper uniforms, with weapons ready in their hands. Freya appeared with a radiant look. She glanced around at the group of students who were brimming with momentum and loudly announced, Everyone is here, right? Let's get started. Even though Jack had suggested forming a team, Rengis still couldn't help but worry about having to go with Lady Laika. He hesitantly wondered, is it really okay for a commoner, who hasn't achieved a single star like me, stand next to legitimate nobles? Right at that moment, Celine and Raymond, other promising members of the Eastern Hall, unexpectedly appeared, leaving Rengis utterly astonished. Selene cheerfully reassured him, we are all the same anyway. Rengis toi dai. Raymond gently explained that whether one was a noble or a commoner didn't matter, because my agreement to go along is based on holding everyone's capabilities in high regard. Wow. Hearing those encouraging words, Rengis gripped his spear and firmly resolved to put in his absolute best effort so as not to become a burden to his teammates. Seeing the group was ready, Laika turned to ask Jack one last time, but are you really going to go all by yourself? He casually replied, of course I am. Witnessing that confidence, Raymond silently admired. Amazing. I've been feeling anxious this whole time. So this is what the royal bloodline feels like. Noah. Immediately, Laika snapped, telling him not to lump her together with a weirdo like Jack, because she herself was also trembling with anxiety. Jack blankly asked, are you scared? What is there to worry about? He casually believed that, since the most outstanding students like Laika had fully gathered here, there was nothing to fear. Seeing Jack being seemingly too complacent, Rengis sighed. Actually, there are plenty of reasons for everyone to be worried, Lord Jack. Jack asked back, do even you think those guys are actually capable? To which Laika firmly asserted, of course they are. From the perspective of a Grand Master, Jack evaluated Laika. She was very smart to gather the most promising students in the class together. He noticed their defensive and offensive capabilities were excellent, so this test would definitely go smoothly. Rengis could only click his tongue. Right, Lord. Jack is always this confident. Right at that moment, Freya appeared with a radiant smile. She loudly asked, now, everyone. Is everyone present? Seeing that the students had already divided themselves into groups, she nodded in approval. This is a choice. That isn't bad for those who haven't truly mastered martial techniques yet. Right. Freya held up the glowing, bright blue spirit stone, loudly announcing the official start of the test. She emphasized that the task for the entire group was to survive for a whole month at Venomous Dragon Mountain, while simultaneously keeping this spirit stone completely intact. As long as the spirit stone is still in your hands, by the end of the time limit, you will complete the exam. Now, however, a brutal rule was introduced. All spirit stones are completely identical, so if you happen to lose yours, you students can just go rob one from someone else. Nani. It didn't stop there. The moment the kids found a hiding place on the mountain, the seniors would begin their hunt to seize the spirit stones from their hands. Standing from afar, the seniors flashed contemptuous smiles, thinking that dealing with these rookies who hadn't even reached 1 star would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jack still kept a thoughtful face, silently observing everything around him. Those who stay quiet like that are usually very dangerous, you know. Freya shouted loudly. Now that the rules of the exam have been explained, the test begins! Immediately, the students hurriedly rushed off like arrows, creating the sound of stamping footsteps all over the schoolyard. Before disappearing into the deep forest, Laika turned her head back and shouted loudly, Jack! You must survive, Jack! He only watched the young ladies retreating back silently, then softly replied, Yeah, you guys too. From beginning to end, he probably just kept that exact same ice-cold attitude, huh? Finding it unusual, Freya spoke up to remind him. Be careful. Shouldn't you be leaving too? When? Pressed by Freya about whether he was worried about anything, he just casually turned his back and walked away, leaving behind a very proud answer. I have nothing to worry about. Now, if you'll excuse me, Examiner. Watching the boys retreating back gradually vanish into the distance, Freya softly muttered, "What a strange kid." When night fell, the light from the Examiner's campfires flickered amidst the quiet space. A guardian soldier approached Freya, expressing concern that this test seemed to be a bit too early for the new students. He wondered about the kids' lack of actual combat experience and pondered how many of them will be strong enough to overcome this challenge. Freya calmly reassured her subordinate, "Don't worry too much. Even though Venomous Dragon Mountain has countless venomous creatures, the quantity and quality of the monsters here aren't truly alarming." She pointed out that most of them only range from 1 star to 2 star. Levels that, fundamentally, the students could handle on their own. The soldier bowed his head to acknowledge the order, while Freya kept her eyes fixed on the dark mountain, where the harsh survival struggle had just begun. Freya's gaze suddenly became deep and scheming. She thought to herself, "Even so, I will still release that thing at the very end." When the guardian soldier beside her asked again because he couldn't hear clearly, Freya immediately regained her usual cheerful look and waved her hand. "It's nothing." Right after that, she loudly ordered the seniors, who were brimming with murderous aura, now, it's time. You guys head out too." "No, Watching the hunters' backs gradually vanish behind the shroud of mist, Freya flashed a highly expectant smile, wondering how many poor children would survive this challenge. "That is quite a monster's appetite." This woman probably never sets foot inside a temple. The upperclassmen quickly bounded through the dense forest with extreme excitement. "Hey, you over there, one of them!" cheered upon spotting the figure of Jack, who was casually walking alone with a backpack on his shoulders. He secretly mocked the young boy's naivety. "We've already found someone so soon. After all this time, you're still just wandering around. In a place like this." That guy gestured to his companions to attack immediately. An arrow tore through the wind, flying straight toward Jack from the dense bushes. However, Jack unexpectedly spun his body and caught the arrow cleanly with his bare hands. Right before it could touch him, he shouted out with excitement, "I've been waiting for you guys." This crazy action and unimaginable strength left the seniors completely stunned. "Oh my God, what kind of nonsense lines is that guy saying?" One guy shockingly realized the terrifying truth. Didn't he block the arrow with his bare hands? Ignoring the opponent's astonishment, Jack leapt down from his original position, his amber eyes glowing with immense pride. He flashed a radiant smile and loudly declared, "Let the game begin." At Venomous Dragon Mountain, the battle for survival unfolded with extreme ferocity when a giant frog monster suddenly lunged out to attack. Selene shouted loudly, "Yeah!" and swung her sword back with full determination. But right when she had just taken down her target, another peril was already lurking right behind her. Raymond spotted it in time and shouted a warning. "Selene! Behind you!" He quickly rushed over, using his sturdy shield to intercept the monster's pounce. Finally, Rengis thrust out a precise spear strike, finishing off the monster. Raymond breathed a sigh of relief and asked his teammates, "All right, is everyone okay?" Looking over at Laika, the whole group couldn't help but be flabbergasted when they saw she had already cleared out the surrounding monsters all by herself at some point. Selene silently admired, just like the rumors say. While the whole team was still in chaos, Lady Laika has single-handedly taken down who knows how many monsters. Anandane. Laika confidently showed off her glowing 2-star mark. She gave a mischievous wink. "Hey now, Don't forget that I have also reached 2-star already, okay? However, she also didn't forget to give words of praise for the progress made by the whole group after a week of continuous training, especially Celine and Raymond. Both of you have officially reached the 1-star level. Faced with the young lady's humility, both of them expressed their gratitude in unison. Because without your help and instruction, we wouldn't have been able to advance this quickly. Manhwa. Seeing that his friends had all made a new step forward, Rengis couldn't help but feel a bit downhearted, since he was still stuck in the same place. Seeing this, Raymond and Celine stepped closer to comfort him, advising him not to be too impatient because in reality, Rengis had also gotten a lot stronger. Laika also spoke up to encourage him. She believed that taking down a tree frog monster all by himself was a very impressive achievement. She reminded him of the fact that Rengis had been personally trained by Jack in spear skills, so reaching 1-star was only a matter of time. The sky gradually turned into the vibrant red hue of twilight, signaling that a long day was about to end. Laika gave an order to the whole group. All right, it's getting dark. Let's hurry back home to eat a home-cooked meal. But when the whole team had just returned to their shelter, they suddenly discovered a stranger was present right there. Laika's gaze became razor-sharp. She growled, questioning the person standing in the shadows. "What are you doing at our base?" The sound of dry footsteps echoed amidst the quiet night, making the whole group startle. From within the shadows, a male senior student stepped out with a smug smile. "You finally noticed, huh?" Laika, Rengis, and Raymond were flabbergasted, recognizing this stranger as an upperclassman. "You belong to the 10-year-old class, right? Did you come to steal the crystal stones?" That guy casually admitted it. He boasted that since he was a 2-star level expert, he didn't expect to find Lady Laika's base this easily, going around stealing things. Laika went to steal that easily. Yet he directly and cleanly admitted it, which is quite something, you know. Laika growled with full determination. "Is that so? Why don't you turn back? You cannot defeat us on your own." However, the senior just smirked sinisterly, his eyes flashing with a sharp, cold look. "Who said I came alone?" Immediately, 3 other upperclassmen, all of whom had reached the 2-star level, unexpectedly revealed themselves and surrounded Laika's group. The leader mocked with intense sarcasm. "Even if you are Lady Laika, having to carry 3 dead weights makes things pretty difficult, doesn't it? So, just surrender already." He drew his sword from its scabbard, launching a lightning-fast attack. The battle erupted fiercely. Laika swung her sword to intercept the leader's slash. She shouted loudly to instruct her teammates. "Try to hold out a little longer until I get back, okay?" While Laika was held at bay, Raymond had to use his shield to withstand 1,000-pound blows, while Selene and Rengis were also struggling under the suffocating pressure of the hunters. The senior both attacked frantically and barked loudly. "Come on, hand over the crystal stones!" Seeing his teammates gradually falling into a disadvantage, Rengis was in utter panic, not knowing what to do to escape this grim situation. Facing the suffocating pressure of the 4 hunters, the memory of his conversation with Jack suddenly rushed back into Rengis's mind, when he had anxiously asked about how to take down an opponent stronger than himself. While he himself hadn't achieved a single star yet, Jack had casually poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Give up." The blunt answer left Rengis only able to exclaim in shock, "What? What kind of dialogue is that?" It was completely shocking to the core. Jack calmly explained that it was obvious, because for someone with no stars, to want to fight a 3-star or 4-star opponent is completely impossible. However, he also reassured him that if the opponent was only at the 1-star or 2-star level, it could still be managed. noticing his friend's anxiety about the upcoming exam at Venomous Dragon Mountain, where the monsters and seniors, mostly, reach the 2-star level. Jack asserted firmly in that case. There's still a way. It's nothing new. The only method Jack taught him was to exploit an opening. He asserted that even a person without a star rank, like Rengis, could turn the tables if he could find the weakness of a 2-star opponent. When Rengis, in bewilderment, asked how to make them expose an opening, Jack coldly put forward a brutal tactic. Take the hits. Endure it, and just keep on taking the hits until you see the opponent's opening. Gun? Before Rengis's astonishment, Jack growled to remind him that a weakling has no right to choose any other way when facing someone stronger than themselves. Jack emphasized that this wasn't a matter of whether Rengis could endure it or not, but rather that he must endure it. Otherwise, taking down the enemy will be nothing but a pipe dream. He used an exceptional opponent like Laika, the girl who possessed electrical power, as an example, to assert that with his current capabilities, Rengis could completely stand his ground against a 2-star level opponent. Seeing his friend still being too insecure, Jack advised him that he must believe in himself if he wanted to become stronger. He gave a final, stern piece of advice. Don't overthink a problem. You don't need to think about finding openings, or about different strengths. Seeing Rengis still looking blank, he continued to explain. He just needed to patiently wait for the opponent to expose an opening, and use the spear to thrust straight into it. Jack pointed his finger and asserted, "That's right! That is the ultimate secret to taking down an enemy stronger than yourself." Back to reality, the senior roared in complete irritation. Holy crap! Seriously! This guy is as stubborn as an ox. He continuously unleashed powerful slashes while Rengis gritted his teeth to endure, silently telling himself, "That's right. Currently, I am weaker than this person, so I must endure and wait at all costs until an opening appears." Losing his patience, the upperclassman shouted loudly, "Damn it!" and then leapt into the air to deliver a powerful downward strike. This guy got so frustrated he went crazy, huh? He's doing all kinds of nonsense moves. Right at this moment, Rengis's eyes glowed as he realized the opportunity had arrived. Right here! He gathered all his strength and thrust out a precise spear strike, hitting his opponent hard in the stomach, leaving him no time to react. Amidst the night, Rengis stood proudly with a 1-star mark glowing brightly on his chest, marking his own spectacular breakthrough. On the other side of the battlefield, Laika had also just finished her match. She remarked, "Looks like things over there are done." Her opponent screamed in despair. "There's no way it could be like this. I am also at the same 2-star level. But why is the gap this huge?" He was completely overwhelmed by the terrifying power from Laika's greatsword. She silently understood that because she learned the axe skill, she had to put more power into the greatsword. And it was all thanks to Jack suggesting that axe skill earlier. "Targeting us was bad luck for you." Laika growled as she unleashed the decisive lightning blow. The senior could only utter no in despair before being completely swallowed by the electrical current. An explosion of glowing energy signaled that the battle had ended, causing the attacker to collapse and lose consciousness immediately. Laika quickly sheathed her sword, turned back, and anxiously asked her teammates, "Is everyone all right?" Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, she flashed a relieved smile and declared, "We won!" The whole group burst into joy, their cheers echoing through a corner of the forest, as they had just overcome a life-and-death challenge. Laika enthusiastically congratulated Rengis because he had made a spectacular breakthrough by reaching the 1-star level. The blue-haired boy was so moved that his face turned red as he mumbled his thanks to Selenane. and Raymond for always believing in him and standing by his side. Looking at the sword in her hand, Laika was silently satisfied to see that everyone had now achieved a star and could firmly fight against opponents of the same rank. However, amidst the joy of victory, she still couldn't help but wonder about one person. I'm wondering how Jack is doing. While Laika's group was temporarily safe at another area of venomous Dragon Mountain, a true nightmare was unfolding. An upperclassman student was frantically fleeing, his face distorted in absolute terror. He ran while crying out in despair, "Don't come here! Don't come near me!" Tears and profuse sweat rolled down his face as he realized he was being pursued by something far beyond his understanding. Damn it! What on earth is that thing? One ye. Amidst the dark night mist, a horrifying sight revealed itself with numerous students lying scattered, motionless on the ground, standing tall in the center of a burning, deep blue aura was a solitary figure, exuding a terrifying pressure that made anyone witnessing it gasp in horror. What is that monster? As the upperclassmen, students were frantically fleeing in utter panic. Every single one of their faces was distorted with fear. They ran while shouting in despair, "Don't come near me!" Standing tall amidst the burning, deep blue aura, Jack flashed an eerie smile, looking at the backs of those who were trembling and calling him a monster. Huh? What? Why is no one playing with me anymore? That's going to be so boring. The proud laughter of the Grand Master echoed through the dark night, making anyone who heard it shudder in fear. The arrogance of the hunters had now completely crumbled upon realizing the harsh truth. That guy is truly insane. Why is an underclassman hunting upperclassmen like this? Aren't we supposed to be the hunters? No, well, amidst the chaos, an unfortunate senior tripped, his leg tightly caught in a pile of tree roots. He was completely flabbergasted, uttering, "Ugh!" and then froze in terror upon seeing Jack slowly approaching with glowing red eyes full of murderous intent, then froze when seeing Jack slowly approaching with eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Jack extended his hand, coldly declaring, "This is getting utterly meaningless. I'm completely sick of this dull game of tag. Hurry up and stand up, use that. Come here and fight me for some fun." His amber eyes flashed with a razor-sharp look, leaving the opponent with only enough time to let out a horrified shriek. Before fainting completely from absolute terror, Jack let out a sigh of complete disappointment, looking at the heap of defeated soldiers lying scattered around. He muttered to himself, "Oh, gosh, seriously. Why are you guys so cowardly and don't have an ounce of courage? Didn't everyone fight so fiercely at the beginning?" Looking at the backs of those who were fleeing, he shouted loudly, "Don't leave me all alone." However, Jack suddenly paused, his gaze directed toward the dark bushes with a highly suggestive look. "That's right, or maybe you guys should observe a bit more closely, Mr. Tone. Just standing and watching like that. My direction shouldn't be a problem, right?" He smiled with great amusement, then vanished into the night. "In that case, I will comfortably keep playing." Right at that moment, a tiny sound came from behind, making the person who was hiding gasp in utter shock. What? Hiding behind the bushes, a supervising soldier was drenched in sweat from astonishment. What on earth is this? To be able to sense my presence. After discovering the upperclassman, he's pretty formidable. I must report this matter back. He quickly retreated to the base camp to meet Freya. Seeing her subordinate return, Freya calmly ordered, "You've returned." "Report." The soldier respectfully replied, "Understood. After a week since the test began, about 30% of the students from the 7-year-old class have been eliminated. However, The remaining students are gradually adapting. I believe this number won't drop much compared to now. Yeah. Freya thoughtfully observed the map, then asked further, "Is that so? What about the upperclassmen?" The soldier hesitated, his face clearly showing confusion. "As for the upperclassmen, they are currently running away." "Nanny?" Freya asked back in astonishment, running away. "The upperclassmen? On Venomous Dragon Mountain. There's no monster that could make them flee like that." "No, why?" The soldier tremblingly revealed the shocking truth. "It's Jack. He is currently actively attacking the upperclassmen. Initially, the upperclassmen also tried to resist, but now they are all fleeing in utter chaos." The faces of the supervising soldiers all clearly showed absolute shock at this backward situation. In the end, who on earth is that Jack guy? He's even excitedly starting to send off each and every one of the upperclassmen. It was truly a bizarre but true story. A soldier silently evaluated. Even if he is the son of the patriarch, Jack is still an abnormal case, going far beyond all rules. He has gone far beyond the ordinary concept of a genius. In reality, he is like a true monster. Freya thoughtfully observed. "I also find him very strange. He intentionally chose to act alone and leisurely. Appeared unexpectedly like that. Could it be that right from the start? He wasn't the hunted one, but the hunter himself." Suddenly, a dull sound, accompanied by the sound of heavy iron chains clashing against each other, rang out, causing the soldiers to startle in alertness. "This sound is—" Freya cheered with great excitement. "Oh my gosh! Has it arrived? I've been waiting forever." A muscular man carrying a giant iron cage on his shoulder, which was tightly chained, stepped forward and asked, "Lady Freya, where should I put it?" Freya casually ordered him, "Just put it down there." The soldiers panicked and shouted upon recognizing the danger. "What on earth is this, Lady Freya? What is this? Don't tell me you intend to release this thing onto Venomous Dragon Mountain!" They were terrified to the extreme, because the strength of the creature inside reached up to the 3-star level, something the current kids couldn't possibly handle. Freya smiled to reassure them that everything had been specially adjusted. This monster will only attack those who have reached the 2-star level. Now, Freya explained that ordinary kids wouldn't be greatly affected by this creature. When the Guardian soldier wondered why she had to carry out such a dangerous action, she coldly revealed, "This is an order from the Patriarch." This information left him completely shaken, only able to stammer in shock. "From the Patriarch?" Looking at the wooden cage that was shaking, with fierce, glowing red eyes inside, Freya secretly schemed. Let's see how he will manage this. She knew Jack was so strong that even seasoned veterans had to call him a monster. So she was very curious whether he could deal with this thing or not. Freya ordered her subordinate, "Release it at dawn, just as the morning sunlight first appears on Venomous Dragon Mountain." Rengus's group was moving when they suddenly paused. Rengus asked in bewilderment, "Did the ground just shake a bit?" Leica and Raymond also felt the abnormality, their faces becoming tense to the extreme. Leica anxiously wondered whether this was another attack from the upperclassmen or not, while Raymond speculated, maybe it's just some large, fierce wild boar. But Rengus still couldn't help but feel a strange and uneasy sensation enveloping the whole group. Suddenly, Leica panicked and shouted loudly in warning, "Hey, a tree is falling! Oh my gosh! Everyone, hurry up and run somewhere else, quick!" The whole group quickly lunged to dodge, just as an ancient tree trunk collapsed onto the ground. From within the ruins, a giant creature made of stone gradually revealed itself. Raymond and Rengus were completely shocked and trembled. upon seeing the glowing red eyes of the entity that was looming forward. A golem. At the same time, in another place, Jack sat boredly, on top of the heap of monsters that had just been defeated. He let out a very weary sigh because he was starting to feel bored. To him, the fact that there was no one left who could oppose him anymore was truly a disappointment. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave shook the entire forest, making Jack raise his eyebrows in attention. Sensing a strange presence, he realized it had been a very long time since he last saw a monster of this level appear. Jack secretly wondered whether this was the intention of the examiners when they deliberately released it into this area. With the mindset of a grandmaster, he was worried that a 3-star opponent would be too overwhelming for the current capabilities of the kids. Normally, these dangerous things should have been handled before the exam even started. Then Jack suddenly realized another truth. He understood that they had deliberately released it to challenge the students, making Jack couldn't help but feel curious about what on earth they were planning to do. However, instead of worrying about himself, his eyes flared up with absolute excitement. You think I'm afraid? No way, guys. I couldn't be more thrilled. Jack smirked with great pride, telling himself that this was even better, since he would get to be entertained a bit more. Unable to sit still in one place while looking at a delicious prey, he immediately sprang up and rushed off to find that 3-star monster. Jack ran while secretly feeling regretful because if it had appeared right near his place, it would have been more fun, instead of being in a place far away like right now. At another corner of venomous Dragon Mountain, Laika's group was struggling to face off against the giant stone golem. Selena let out a loud shout and unleashed a powerful slash. But the sword only created sparks, without leaving any scratches on the monster's body. She was completely shocked, exclaiming because she couldn't believe it was that hard. Raymond immediately rushed up to support, using his shield to strike a heavy blow accompanied by a powerful roar. However, the golem remained completely unmoved, causing Raymond to admit in astonishment that even his full-power strike didn't affect it at all. Recognizing that the situation was becoming critical, Laika immediately unleashed a glowing aura. Lightning slash! The slash, carrying the power of lightning, struck down, finally creating a small crack on the stone shell of the golem. Laika quickly recognized the key to the problem. She understood that only by using inner energy could one break the outer shell, meaning that only those who had reached the 2-star level would have the ability to take this thing down. Seeing the monster still looming forward, Rengus anxiously asked, "What should we do now? Why does this guy always seem so clueless? Does he always have to wait for someone to guide him on how to fight? What's wrong? Are you just going to keep waiting for people to tell you where to strike?" Laika decisively made a very risky decision. "I will distract it. Meanwhile, everyone run away." The suggestion left Rengus flabbergasted, exclaiming, "What?" He firmly refused to leave a teammate behind. "No way. We cannot leave you behind, Lady Laika." Even though she knew her words would cause hurt, Laika still coldly poured a bucket of cold water on them. "I know saying this will hurt someone, but you guys are just getting in my way." "Ah, nah." She pointed to the small crack on the golem's arm and explained that she herself had to use all her inner energy just to make it crack a little bit, while with their current capabilities, the rest of them couldn't even make a scratch on that stone shell. Those direct words left Celine only able to lower her head in absolute frustration. However, Raymond unexpectedly stepped forward with a determined look. "That's right, we cannot scratch it at all, but we can still provide backup for you, so that Lady Laika can deliver more precise strikes. With teammates like this, no wonder they can fight so phenomenally." The bravery of Raymond seemed to give extra strength to the whole group. Selena also regained her spirit and promised to try her absolute best. Rengus excitedly followed up, "That's right. If we all fight together, under your leadership, who knows, we might actually stand a chance. But faced with the unity of her teammates, Laika smiled faintly. Everyone. All right, if that's the case then. A golden yellow. Electrical aura began to burn intensely around the young lady's body. Raymond immediately raised his shield and rushed up to take the lead, shouting loudly, "Cover me!" Laika also built up momentum, leapt up and proudly declared, "Here I come!" Their coordination was pretty seamless, no kidding. The battle erupted fiercely as Raymond bravely used his shield to block the 1,000-pound fist of the Golem, despite being under extreme pressure, which caused his body to tremble and cough violently. Raymond still resiliently held his position. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Celine and Rengus simultaneously rushed in to attack from below to distract the monster. High up above, Laika had closed in on the target with her sword glowing with lightning. She channeled all her strength into the final strike and shouted loudly, "Lightning Soul Greatsword style, heavenly thunder!" A giant pillar of light carrying earth-shattering lightning power struck straight down, creating a blinding explosion that shook the entire land violently. The dust and smoke gradually dissipated. Laika stood there, panting heavily, having to use her sword thrust into the ground to keep her exhausted body balanced. Seeing this, Rengus hurriedly rushed over. "Worried? Are you all right?" She softly replied that the strike just now had consumed all of her inner energy, then turned around to check if Raymond was injured. Right when Raymond managed to reply that he was still fine, and Laika was about to order the whole group to retreat to the base, a giant dark silhouette unexpectedly loomed out right behind their backs. The glowing red eyes of the golem flared up threateningly, making everyone freeze in terror. Rengus was flung far away as the golem suddenly moved to grab Laika tightly. Inside the squeezed giant stone hand, Laika gritted her teeth in pain. She bitterly realized she had let her guard down too much, never expecting that after such a fatal strike, it would still be able to move. Witnessing their teammate in danger, Selene and Raymond could only scream in despair. Rengus forced himself up, gripping his spear tightly, and rushed straight toward the monster, roaring loudly, "Let her go!" However, the golem just silently swung its 1,000-pound fist, intending to crush the blue-haired boy instantly. But right at that dangerous moment, reinforcements arrived just in time. A large tree trunk was slammed hard into the fight, golem causing it to crash heavily onto the ground, creating a dense cloud of dust. Rengus immediately rushed over to catch her. "Are you all right, my lady?" Laika hadn't fully recovered from the shock. She faintly replied, but in her heart she couldn't help but wonder who on earth had stepped in to save them. While the whole group was still in bewilderment, a casual voice echoed from behind. "Oh dear, seriously, what's with all this noise? It's giving me a huge headache." Recognizing the familiar voice, Rengus and Laika cheered in unison in complete astonishment. "That's Jack!" The black-haired boy appeared with a radiant smile on his lips, casually running over and waving at his teammates, as if nothing had happened. "Oh, what do we have here?" Turning back to a few minutes earlier, when he saw the golden lightning bolts lighting up the sky, he immediately recognized it as Laika's lightning, and understood that her group had encountered the target first. Jack was rushing off like a whirlwind while feeling regretful about his peak days. When this far, distance would have been absolutely nothing to him, as the figures of his highly promising friends like Rengus, Raymond, and Celine appeared in his mind. Jack couldn't help but feel worried, facing a 3-star opponent. How long can they hold out? To render timely assistance, Jack decided. All right, I'll try that new technique I learned the other day. No. He stopped before an ancient tree, dug his tiny hands firmly into the wooden trunk, and then used his terrifying strength to uproot it completely. With a loud roar, Jack hurled the tree trunk straight ahead like a giant javelin toward the monster. Witnessing the power of the strike, he felt smug. This is pretty good, isn't it? Jack silently admired. He had taken the trouble to study the basic giant dragon martial arts book, and the dragon nurturing technique distributed before the exam. Even though they were just basic instructions for moving inner energy, they were completely suitable for his current physical constitution. Jackie smiled, remembering his past life from 1,000 years ago, when he was already a master of long-range attacks. Putting those nostalgic memories aside, Jack continued to rush toward his teammates. I need to do something right now. His sudden appearance made Rengus and Laika only able to shout out in complete shock, "It's Jack!" Seeing that, everyone was astonished. Jack casually waved his hand in greeting. "Oh, hello, fans. Is everyone still doing all right?" Meanwhile, Rengus was panicking, pointing his finger toward the danger. Hold him over there." Jack just went, "Oh," with great amusement, as it was his first time hearing the name of this giant stone creature. Jack observed the golem, realizing it possessed an aura, yet it didn't have an ounce of life force at all. It truly was a strange living entity. A sudden attack struck down, making his teammates shout and worry. Jack, "Be careful!" He casually used one hand to block the golem's punch, with absolute ease, silently evaluating that its shell was quite hard. If one doesn't use a strike wrapped in inner energy, it's completely impossible to break it. But defeating it in the conventional way, wouldn't that be way too boring? Standing from afar, Rengus and Laika could only watch anxiously, silently admiring Jack's recklessness. Laika couldn't help but wonder in the end. Why do you find it boring in this critical life-and-death situation? The golem continuously unleashed 1,000-pound punches. Jack quickly dodged them with terrifying speed. He shouted loudly to order the whole group, "It's very dangerous here. So, you fans should step back, please. Obey the order." The kids hurriedly retreated to leave the stage to Jack.I. He channeled power into his fist and then rushed straight at the target. Jack thought to himself, if the outer shell is already this hard, then let's see if its inside is truly solid. He excitedly declared. "Let me test it out," and then immediately executed Dragon Destruction. Lore, first full. Right after that, Jack added the second form called Blast, creating a terrifying explosion from inside the golem's body. Instead of attacking the shell, he had filled the inside with inner energy to make it explode completely. Standing amidst the ruins, Jack proudly asked, "How about that? It was a success, right?" He flashed a satisfied smile, silently feeling that this era was starting to become a lot more interesting. After the test ended, Freya couldn't help but fly into a raging fury when facing Jack. Daddy. She screamed in absolute anger. Clearly, the test for the upperclassmen was to attack the underclassmen to rob the crystal stones. But you went and attacked them back instead. No one has ever done that before. Because of Jack's crazy action, not a single upperclassman student collected a crystal stone, and they all had to retake the exam. Well, that's it. He caused a whole lot of trouble over there. Faced with the scolding, Jack could only click his tongue innocently, claiming he didn't do anything against the rules. Freya let out a weary sigh. She reminded Jack, "You have to change that casual tone of yours right now." When standing before the patriarch, seeing him still innocently asking why, she coldly warned, "Because you will be eliminated, even if you are just a child." Even so, Freya still asserted she wouldn't let that happen, making Jack silently ponder the ruthlessness of this place. Standing before the majestic doors guarded by soldiers, Freya loudly announced, "Black Dragon Guard member, Freya Win Kick, I have arrived by order of summons. Ninlao." Following a highly authoritative enter from within, both of them stepped into Banza's splendid office. El Dragon Freya respectfully asked for permission and introduced her accompanying Jack. Banza looked piercingly at his illegitimate son, demanding to know the reason. "Why did you attack the upperclassmen?" Jack let out a very weary sigh, because everyone kept asking the same question over and over. He questioned back. "Huh? Was I not allowed to attack them at all?" Jack casually reasoned that the only condition was to survive for a month and keep the crystal. He didn't hear any rule forbidding attacking the upperclassmen, so he freely utilized his time. He even added a highly challenging remark. "If there were forbidden actions, you guys should have stated them clearly before starting, right?" Jack's proud answer made Freya turn pale with fear. Immediately, an evil, glowing red dragon might erupted from Banza, creating a terrifying pressure that enveloped the room. Freya collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure. She panicked and shouted, "This pressure! You will die!" Yet Jack still stood, as firm as a rock amidst the destructive energy. He frowned in annoyance. "Shut your trap, please. Don't threaten me. This is so troublesome." "No." Jack looked straight into the patriarch's eyes, loudly questioning. "So? Did you call me here just to ask about these trivial matters?" Faced with the child's unimaginable resilience, Banza narrowed his eyes with grave severity. He lowered his voice and asked, "Exactly how did you do it? What did you do?" "According to the report, you not only defeated the upperclassmen but also took down a golem Ditchi." He noticed the abnormality. As a child, could stand before him with such an unusually calm demeanor. He then pressed further. "How can an illegitimate child like you possess such strength?" Jack subtly curled his lips, his amber eyes glowing as he confidently replied, "Is there really a reason for my strength? It's quite easy to understand, isn't it? There is no other reason except that it is my innate talent." Banza's gaze dropped. He admitted, "Your attitude is indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. However, I will reward you for defeating the Bay Golem." The patriarch offered two highly valuable choices. A treasure from the dragon treasure pavilion, or access to the dragon scripture pavilion up to the second floor. Nay. Freya, standing nearby, couldn't help but be utterly shocked by this overly generous reward. It should be known that the Dragon Scripture Pavilion and the Dragon Treasure Pavilion were where rare treasures in secret manuals of successive directors had been kept for over 1,000 years, since the time of the first ancestor, Dai Fat. These were secret treasuries managed extremely strictly, storing everything from legendary weapons, spiritual elixirs, to various magical artifacts, and even books that are currently strictly banned. To ascend to the second floor of the Dragon Scripture Pavilion, that person must possess extremely outstanding achievements. Freya was secretly amazed to see that Jack's disrespectful attitude was still evaluated as outstanding, while the boy secretly criticized the stingy patriarch for not giving him both rewards. When Banza ordered them to dismiss, Jack still wouldn't stop. "What on earth? Is that it? I still have a lot of things I want to say." Seeing that the situation looked unstable, Freya panicked, covered his mouth, and dragged the boy away, not forgetting to bow respectfully. "We are deeply honored to receive the reward directly from you. By order of the Patriarch. Let's go, young Master Jack. Wah! But just as they reached the door, Jack suddenly stopped and delivered a highly provocative statement aimed straight at Banza. I will say just one more thing. As long as you keep suppressing your emotions like that, no matter how hard you try, you will never become stronger. The statement hit a sore spot, causing Banza's dragon might to erupt violently in a silent fury. Freya was so scared her face turned pale. She hurriedly dragged Jack to flee from the room. Please keep quiet. Lord Patriarch, we beg to take our leave. The Patriarch sat alone in the main hall, submerged in a terrifying silence after the declaration of his illegitimate son. Just after stepping out of the room, Freya screamed in absolute anger. What the hell were you thinking? Why did you dare to say those things with such an attitude in front of Front? The Patriarch! Did you not listen to my instructions before entering the room? Jack kept a straight face and replied, What on earth is wrong with you? I restrained myself as much as I possibly could. The answer made Freya almost faint from shock. You call that restraining yourself? You can speak politely to me and the instructors. So why didn't you do so with the Patriarch? Jack casually explained that since Banza was, after all, his biological father, there was nothing to be afraid of. Freya stared at the boy, her heart churning. Truly, with that capability and attitude, he was not an ordinary child. In the end, who are you? Facing Freya's question, Jack only subtly curled his lips. Why are you panicking so much? I am just myself. Why wonder so much? The boy's mysteriousness left Freya unable to stop reflecting on the harsh order of the clan. She understood that all of them had drunk the blood of the ancient dragon, and absolutely no one could oppose the Patriarch, the one who held the power of the Dragon King, a species even higher than the ancient dragon. Yet she still couldn't understand at all why this child could be so unusually calm before such a majestic existence. In her heart, she made up her mind to thoroughly investigate Jack's birth records, to search for the truth. She quickly shifted the subject to the reward. So, which reward will you choose? The second floor of the Dragon Scripture Pavilion, or a treasure from the Dragon Treasure Pavilion? Jack immediately raised two fingers. Both. He was decisively refused by Freya. No way. He could only pout his face in utter disappointment. Can't help me out? Well then. Jack looked toward the grand architecture of the clan, silently affirming his goal. Knowledge was what it was. Jack realized he was severely lacking knowledge about this era after 7 years of being neglected. At the Annex, he was extremely curious about the elixirs and tools newly created by humanity over the past 1,000 years. Walking beside him, Rengis was incredibly thrilled, unable to believe he actually had the opportunity to step into the prestigious Dragon Scripture Pavilion. The blue-haired boy excitedly shared that the martial arts they just learned were already great, but this was the opportunity to access even higher-level skills. Seeing Rengis telling himself to put in his absolute best effort within the time limit to absorb knowledge, Jack asked back in confusion, Is there a time limit? Right then, Laika also appeared and affirmed, That's right. We are only allowed into the first floor. But the basic rules are probably the same. Laika quickly explained the rules of the Dragon Scripture Pavilion. Each person is only allowed to borrow a single book, but you can read as much as you like, within the limited time frame. Therefore, time management is a vital factor. Jack took mental note. Understood. Laika suddenly turned to ask with a highly suspicious look. By the way, Jack, I heard you chose the Dragon Scripture Pavilion instead of the Dragon Treasure Pavilion as your reward. She believed that with Jack's personality, he should have chosen a practical treasure from the treasury instead. Jack calmly replied, I thought about that too. Jack calmly replied, I thought about that too. But knowledge seems more important to me right now. Whatever it is. To me, knowledge is still the number one most important thing, you hear me, Laika? Laika pointed toward the towering tower, reminding him that the second floor contained martial arts books that were extremely rare, with a level vastly different from the first floor. Laika proudly asserted that nothing could be better than her lightning soul great sword style, but Jack seemed to be fully absorbed in observing the building without paying any attention. Hey, you named Jack over there. Are you even listening to me? Her call was completely ignored by him. Right as they approached the entrance, a stern supervisor loudly announced the rules. The amount of time you can stay inside the building is 5 hours. Please use it now. Quietly and strictly adhere to the time limit. Nani? Jack wondered whether 5 hours was long or short, while Rengis softly replied that it was probably a fairly long period of time. The whole group began discussing strategy. First, they had to decide which book to borrow, and only then make use of the time to read other books within the designated time frame. Jack nodded in confirmation. Understood. Rengis excitedly talked about talented people who could read through multiple books at the same time. But Jack's sole objective at this moment was to find a set of martial arts that truly suited himself within that short time frame. Just as they stepped inside, everyone couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the grandeur of the Dragon Scripture Pavilion. Looking at the towering rows of book shelves and the vast space, Jack silently evaluated that this place was much more impressive than he had imagined. It's a bookworm's absolute favorite, after all. One could probably just dive in there and sleep all day. Standing before the colossal treasury of knowledge of the El Dragon clan after 1,000 years, Jack flashed a highly thrilled smile. He said to himself, well, let's see if there is any knowledge. That can actually make me feel interested. No? The Grand Master confidently strode into the middle of the deep rows of book shelves, beginning his journey to find the kind of power that could bring him back to his peak. What on earth is this? Jack shouted out in complete shock right as he flipped open the first pages of a book. Inside the Dragon Scripture Pavilion, he couldn't believe his eyes at the mind-blowing concepts regarding cracks, chaos, and especially the presence of magic. Over the past 1,000 years, the world had changed to the point that there was too much vital information, of which he had absolutely no clue. Lying flat on the floor amidst towering piles of books, Jack pondered deeply over that horrific 1,000-year period. It turned out that about 900 years ago, a spatial crack, named the Rift, unexpectedly appeared, connecting this world with a chaotic place called the Realm of Chaos. Hordes of monsters overflowed from there to rampage everywhere, forcing humans to nurture a special energy source inside themselves to fight for survival. The El Dragon clan fought shoulder to shoulder with mighty warriors from that other world, thereby forming 4 major branches: Taipona, Nu, Levias, and Bahamut, which still exist to this day. Jack suddenly recalled the black mist surrounding the wild boar, and also Laika's lightning aura. He understood that it all originated from that world of chaos. Although he blamed himself for his lack of understanding, the thing that made Jack most curious right now was magic, a completely new technology brought over from another world. He frantically searched all around, but couldn't find a single book teaching how to use it, making him furiously yell out because they weren't placed right next to the history. books as they normally should be. In the midst of him losing his temper, a voice echoed throughout the building requesting, "Please keep quiet." Jack started, realizing that this voice carried no aura at all. It was simply sound being transmitted in a bizarre manner. He suspected this was a type of magic that transmits sound without needing external energy. Suddenly, a golden yellow aura erupted, bringing along a succession of glowing books, flying, hovering, and spinning around Jack's body. He could only let out a terrified exclamation, "What on earth?" as he was drawn into a mysterious vortex of energy right in the middle of the library, witnessing the golden yellow strands of energy controlling the floating books. Jack's eyes lit up with absolute excitement. Wow! Using energy like strings to move objects? This looks like a really interesting technique. While he was fully absorbed in observing, an authoritative voice rang out to remind him, "Please keep quiet." Showing no sign of fear, Jack immediately snapped back. "With something this interesting, how can anyone keep quiet? Show yourself before me right now and teach me directly." Instantly, those energy strings wrapped tightly around the boy's body. "It is closing time." The moment the mysterious voice finished its words, Jack was hurled out of the Dragon Scripture Pavilion like an arrow. He somersaulted through the air and landed on the ground with great difficulty. "Ouch! Take it easy, will you?" Looking at the gates of the tower slamming shut before his eyes, Jack angrily shouted out, "Yet another thing I don't know. Let me take a proper look at that." Seeing his disheveled appearance, Rengus and Laika rushed over in a panic to check on him. "Young Master Jack, what happened? What did you do to get thrown out so hard?" Jack could only chuckle. "Haha, I just got a little bit too excited, that's all. How about you fans? Did you find anything you like?" "Yes." Rengus excitedly showed off the book in his hand. "Yes. I borrowed a martial arts book called Lost Water Spear Style. I think I've learned a simple footwork technique from it." "Ah." Following her friend's words, Selene also cheerfully introduced, "I also learned a footwork technique from this. I borrowed this scenic wind sword style martial arts book." Even Raymond couldn't hide his smug look. "I learned the El Dragon style guardian sword style from this. The book I borrowed is also the El Dragon style guardian shield technique." Looking at his group of friends eagerly showing off their achievements, Jack could only smile bitterly in his heart. All of those martial arts were things I created just to kill time in my past life. No. Jack turned to ask the young lady, Laika, "What did you choose?" Laika held up an old book and explained, "This book, Heavy Wave Greatsword Style, is said to have been created by the first patriarch, and the revised Heavy Wave Greatsword Style was improved by the 15th patriarch." Jack's gaze suddenly became pensive as he recognized a strange coincidence. The 15th patriarch again? The dragon, breath, and dragon spear battle techniques were also created by the 15th patriarch. He silently observed the records within the tower and realized that many martial arts he once created had an improved version by this patriarch placed right next to them. Jack smiled subtly with great intrigue. How interesting. Striding along the path leading out of the manor, Jack silently told himself, "Actually, when I first came in here, I thought it would be very boring. But now, I can't wait to see what comes next." Time flew by quickly. 5 years later, at the El Dragon Academy, Laika, now a beautiful and charismatic 12-year-old young lady, was walking quickly along the hallway looking for her teammates. "Where are Jack and everyone else?" The moment she saw a student passing by, she asked and received the answer, "Ah, Lady Laika, young master. Jack and everyone have already gone to the training ground." At the training ground, the atmosphere became extremely serious as Jack's group was passionately training. Rengis, Selene, and Raymond had all grown up and possessed combat gear. That was far more professional than before. Standing in the center of the arena, Jack L. Dragon, at the age of 12, exuded a majestic and mysterious demeanor. His amber eyes still flared with a razor-sharp gaze, demonstrating a profound and unpredictable strength after 5 years of tireless cultivation. At the office of the Patriarch, Banzai el Dragon was intently reviewing an important report regarding the appearance of a special rift. N. The commander of the Black Dragon Legion stood rigidly and reported that, according to the investigation results, there was an 80% chance that a demon core existed inside this rift. Banza thoughtfully questioned back about the certainty of the information, and received a highly decisive nod of confirmation from his subordinate. However, Enalzo expressed concern since the rift. Subordinates, however, I also expressed concern when the stream, this time, appeared at an extremely troublesome location, causing the Patriarch to furrow his brows in deliberation. It looks like this matter is going to be quite a brain-racker. Demon Core is a miraculous water that can transform anyone who drinks it into a real mage. Those who possess Demon Core will have the ability to convert inner origin energy into mana, opening up new techniques that completely alter the global situation. Precisely because of its immense value, fierce territorial disputes aimed at possessing magical springs have erupted everywhere. In this magical era, the number of mages is the key factor, directly deciding the military strength of a clan. Yet, ironically, across the entire territory of El Dragon, they do not possess any natural magical spring. For clans that do not own a magical spring, the only way to obtain demon core is to risk conquering special rifts. Currently, the El Dragon clan only has a few elite mages, including Banza, who are battlefield veterans, and one demon core through arduous conquests. However, they are gradually being overwhelmed by other clans that possess a vastly superior number of mages thanks to natural magical springs. Thus, occupying new rifts becomes a vital mission. But is concerned that the location this time at the plentiful Dragon Forest is an extremely complex place, as small-scale border conflicts still frequently occur around this area. This vast, plentiful Dragon Forest extends beyond the boundaries of El Dragon and overlaps with the territory of the Severus clan, who always arrogantly call this place the Plentiful Hound Forest, although the rift itself lies within the land of El Dragon. Considering its scale and position, there is a high probability that its area of influence will spread all the way into the enemy's domain, and asserted that with a keen sense of smell like a pack of wild dogs, the Severus clan will definitely soon realize the presence of all the rift and will shortly bring troops to provoke them. Banzai el Dragon evaluated that they need to prepare a strong enough force to control the situation, just in case they have to face the Severus clan head-on. Since this is a special rift, the choices for both sides are limited, he asserted. Of course, we must compete and win. We must act to block their paths before they can realize it. Now, whoa! Immediately the Patriarch ordered an all to notify all the dragon nests to organize a rigorous selection process, and bowed to receive the order with an extremely serious face. Understood. At the same time, in another place, Laika stood with crossed arms observing, and couldn't help but exclaim that Jack had truly gone all out. Jack, now a teenager, with a very sharp gaze, was taking on his 3 close friends simultaneously. Selenian unleashed the highly wondrous green flower, scattered blossom sword technique, while Raymond utilized the L-Dragon, guardian shield technique with punches as powerful as a stone wall. Rengis was not to be outdone either as he executed the cloud water piercing spear technique, which was extremely tricky. Amidst the rapid onslaught of attacks, Jack still calmly dodged, and even flashed a smug smile when Rengis's spearhead was just a fraction of an inch away from his neck. That strike was pretty good. However, Jack immediately delivered strict assessments to help his teammates improve. He bluntly pointed out that Rengis was putting too much force into the execution of the moves, which inadvertently killed the eye. Flexibility, that is the forte of spear techniques. Turning to Celine, Jack criticized that she focused too much on speed while neglecting balance, requiring her to learn how to distinguish her center of gravity properly. Finally, he praised Raymond for doing quite well, but still reminded his friend to get used to attacking more instead of just being passively on the defensive. Jack clapped his hands to signal, "Come on, one more time," and then immediately plunged into a frenzied training session, making Laika only able to stand and watch in absolute weariness at this bizarre sight. Laika then criticized him for daring to take the attacks head-on, without even bothering to use inner origin energy to protect his body. Jack immediately dismissed it. "That's so absurd. This is also a serious and proper training session. You know." He proudly showed off his toned muscles, asserting that this was precisely the result of a rigorous training process, as his body had become incredibly solid, even without using energy. Witnessing Jack casually arguing with her while ignoring his friends who were still frantically rushing in to attack, Laika could only hold her head in helplessness upon realizing that everything happening around this boy went far beyond common sense. Witnessing Jack defending himself without needing an ounce of inner origin energy, she looked at their friends and asserted, "Jack is not an ordinary person, so never equate him with them." Laika revealed that the upperclassmen, seniors, even gave him a highly revered nickname, the Monster Kid of the Eastern Sector. When asked whether she wanted to join the training with the group, Laika nodded in agreement, but before that, she stated she had an important piece of information that needed to be made clear. Based on the map of the North, West, South, and Eastern sectors, Laika evaluated that the whole group would soon have to face off against the kids from the other dragon nests. This news left Rengis and Raymond so shocked that their jaws dropped, while Selene pensively realized that the next test had finally arrived. Jack asked in bewilderment, "How can you know about these major affairs?" Laika casually replied that one only needed to observe the attitude and conversations of the instructors to deduce everything. Jackie admitted he had never paid attention to such minor details, making Laika only able to sigh mockingly. "You truly are an incredibly carefree successor candidate." However, she abruptly became serious and reminded Jack to be particularly careful. Laika revealed that in the Western sector an extremely formidable individual is present, who is also one of the heavyweight candidates for the position of succeeding patriarch. Just like them, instead of worrying, Jack flashed a highly thrilled smile and thought to himself that this would definitely be very interesting. Oh my gosh, he really doesn't know what fear is. He'll take them all on by himself. A few days later, the atmosphere at the academy became unusually bustling, as all students from every class were gathered in one place. Rengis noticed the abnormality since the scale of this gathering was too massive, while Jack silently confirmed that this was precisely the event. Laika had predicted beforehand. The whole group stood in the middle of the schoolyard, anxiously waiting for the official announcement from the clan. Right at that moment, Freya appeared with an overwhelming aura. She coldly ordered everyone to shut their mouths immediately. After the crowd had become completely silent, she proudly announced that starting from today and over the next 3 days, a grand war would officially take place. All current students will have to directly face off and fight against the kids coming from the other dragon nests to determine who is superior. Standing before a challenging new trial, Jack did not flinch in the slightest, but also flashed a highly defiant smile, ready for the upcoming battle. Over the next 3 days, all students will have to enter a direct head-on confrontation with the kids coming from the other dragon nests. The shocking information from Freya sent a buzz through the crowd. Because intersecta matches like this usually only happen during the graduation exam. Freya emphasized that although there were many reasons that could not be disclosed, the winners of the tournament this time would be entrusted with an extremely special mission. Hearing up to here, Jack's eyes lit up with intense amusement. At a special affair that forced the whole bunch to trade blows like this. The matches will take place in a knockout format to select the 7 most elite representatives from each eastern area. To choose the 7 most outstanding representatives from each eastern region, west, north, and south sectors, Freya ordered everyone to finalize the list of representatives before the end of today. When a student named Rick wondered whether those 7 people would all be chosen from their class, Freya immediately confirmed that the selection would take place across all classes. Rick and the bunch of seniors couldn't hide their contempt. They believed the kids from the lower classes were just garbage, and besides, themselves, no one had enough capability to fight. Rick immediately bellowed arrogantly, forcing everyone to leave the 7 representative slots for his group of seniors, while he was feeling smug, asserting that no one would dare to object. Laika unexpectedly stepped out to oppose him with absolute decisiveness. She believed that choosing only the seniors was completely unfair, and she herself was also fully qualified for this position. Rick mocked Laika for misunderstanding the issue regarding capability, but he was immediately struck dumb when she unleashed a terrifying aura from beneath her feet. Well, that's it. He's completely frozen. You look down on the wrong person, kiddo. The bunch of seniors were utterly shocked and horrified upon realizing that Laika had reached the 3-star level, far exceeding the rumors that she was only at the peak of 2-star. Laika proudly challenged them to see if there really were up to 7 seniors stronger than her, leaving Rick only able to stammer and look for an excuse, claiming that she was just an exception. While Rick was trying to insult the underclassmen students as useless things that couldn't compare, Jack unexpectedly spoke up to interrupt with absolute coldness. My head is hurting so much already. You guys are way too noisy. Being provoked, Rick roared, intending to show off his power, but Jack remained unfazed. He walked closer with a razor-sharp look, suggesting that all of them settle it once and for all. Jack flashed a highly thrilled smile, making a shocking proposal. How about we fight until there are only 7 people left standing? Faced with his excessive violence, Laika immediately shouted to stop him, then quickly de-escalate the situation with a more reasonable option. She loudly proposed, let's organize a preliminary round, fair for everyone who wants to participate in the match. 3 days from now, regardless of class level. Leica smirked, challenging the bunch of seniors. How about you guys? If you are confident in your strength, then bring it on. Is that okay? Even though they felt this was a complete waste of time. In front of the watching crowd, Rick and the upperclassmen bunch were forced to accept. Fine! Right as everything was settled, Leica turned to ask Jack whether he would participate. Jack casually nodded, but he unexpectedly called out the names of Rengis, Raymond, and Celine, requiring all three to participate in this preliminary round as well. His group of close friends were so shocked that their jaws dropped. They tremblingly asked back, "What? Us? You want us to fight against the seniors?" No. Jack was absolutely unyielding. He coldly reminded them that the whole group had been training with him all this time, and if you don't show the results, right now then, the training has no meaning at all. I know one bar. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from Jack, Rengis, and his friends could only grit their teeth, making up their minds to put in their absolute best effort. Leica stood out to call for anyone else who wanted to try their hand, but the underclassmen students could only whisper among themselves, in great fear about the disparity in strength, since the opponents were seniors who had at least reached the 3-star level. Jack stood with crossed arms observing silently, criticizing everyone's lack of courage, because he understood that one gains the most when fighting someone stronger than oneself. He decided to take this opportunity to verify what that strength the seniors were boasting about actually amounted to. One of the upperclassmen seniors looked at the underclassmen with contempt. He clicked his tongue, asserting that no matter how hard they tried, they stood absolutely no chance of winning. The guy next to him even mockingly reminded his companion to go a bit easy on them, because except for Lady Leica, the rest of them in our eyes are just lowly 2-star kids. One NBIA. Seeing Rengis and his teammates trembling from the pressure, Jack spoke up to reassure them. "Oh, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried, Rengis?" Rengis stammeringly expressed his concern since the opponents were the highest-ranked third-year seniors and had all reached the 3-star level. Jack raised a finger in encouragement. "You guys have trained non-stop for the past 5 years already, right? Everyone did great. Believe in yourselves a bit more." Jack's encouragement was like giving them extra strength, making the whole group resolve together with determination. Seeing that sight, the senior lost his temper and roared, "Hey, stop that rambling nonsense right now. Top students aren't that free." No. He swung his sword and rushed over with a clearly ferocious face, declaring he would teach the recruits their proper place. Astonished whispers rang out across the stands when the match result appeared before their eyes. The students watching couldn't believe their eyes. They wondered in complete shock, what on earth is going on? And is it because the high-ranked students of this class are too weak? Oh, what? Not yet. Rengis stood proudly with his spear in hand, while beneath his feet, a senior was lying flat on the ground. The senior blurted out in complete shock, "Impossible!" Witnessing the growth of his teammates, Jack crossed his arms and smiled with great satisfaction. "Great fight! You did amazing, my fans." He silently evaluated that Rengis had become much sharper at parrying strikes and spotting the opponent's openings. On the other side, Celine was also executing wondrous sword lines, making extremely good use of the continuous strike move of the scenic wind sword style. Even Raymond also showed remarkable progress as he smoothly transitioned between shield and sword techniques to overwhelm the enemy. Jack silently confirmed that all of them had shown the results of an excellent training process over the past 5 years. Not only Rengis's group, even Leica had also grown visibly stronger. Witnessing that sight, those upperclassmen could only freeze and blurt out, "This is impossible." Leica casually sheathed her sword, softly muttering that this was probably just enough. The leader still refused to accept the reality. He pointed his finger and shouted in bitter frustration, "No way! How on earth could we 3-star mages lose to you 2-star brats? Jack stepped up and dropped a highly contemptuous remark. How truly foolish. To the point that you've seen such results, plainly before your eyes, yet you still speak in such a delusional way. Nah." He casually walked forward, leaving behind a brutal truth. Age, stats, or levels no longer mean anything anymore. Jack looked straight at his opponent, coldly asserting, "They are nothing more than just numbers. Strength in combat is decided only by the victor. The weak lose. It's as simple as that." The statement made the senior go mad, roaring, "Are you stupid? Star levels are strength. Don't tell me a kid like you doesn't even know that." "Yeah." Jack subtly curled his lips, his eyes glowing threateningly. "But stars or no stars, if the heart is destroyed, anyone will die. Don't turn away from the true nature of power. Strength in combat is nothing more than whether you can win or not. Being driven into a corner." The upperclassman screamed in despair. "Shut your mouth! I am a top-ranked student here. Don't think the sophistry of a wet-behind-the-ears kid like you can intimidate me. I intended to go easy on you guys because you're still children. But don't blame me if you cry later. I will show no mercy." Jack let out a very weary sigh. "I'm sick of this war of words. Children should use their hands and feet before using their mouths, right? Now it's just you and me." Yeah. He got into a ready stance, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Show me what kind of martial arts you have mastered and to what extent you have trained." "No." The senior gritted his teeth and rushed over. "Don't look down on me." He channeled his full strength to execute a powerful fist technique. In just a split second, Jack unleashed a lightning-fast counterattack. Lightning-fast counterattack, leaving the opponent with only enough time to let out a painful groan before collapsing onto the ground. Jack flashed a bright smile, casually commenting, "You've trained quite well." Witnessing that sight, Laika could only freeze. The young lady let out a sigh and blurted out, "You dare say that after knocking him down, without even bothering to see how it turned out?" "Nay." The match ended swiftly, leaving the students who witnessed it utterly shocked by Jack's true strength. At the same time, at the Western Wing training ground, an equally horrific sight was also taking place as rows of students lay scattered, groaning on the ground. Amidst the tragically defeated troops, a teenager with silver hair and cold, sharp eyes was casually sitting on the back of a recently defeated guy. He contemptuously looked at the pile of broken weapons around him and dropped a sarcastic remark. "Holy crap! You guys. Every single one of you is equally useless." "Nee." That was Venian fast. Nudi el Dragon, one of the heaviest weight candidates for the position of succeeding patriarch. Right at that moment, Alan, Venian's trusted assistant approached to report that the selection list here had been completed. Among the rare individuals still standing firm, Venian unexpectedly noticed Retan, the kid from years ago, now 12 years old, and possessing a brightly glowing 3-star badge on his chest. Venian narrowed his eyes in amusement, speaking in a deep, gravelly voice. You're an underclassman, yet you've reached 3-star. Faced with the attention from the senior, Retan hurriedly bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, seeing the potential of the subordinate," Venian proudly declared. "Pretty decent. I like people with that kind of capability. If you are useful, I will take you in as a subordinate." Wow. Retan was driven crazy with joy. continuously bowing his head in thanks, since he was finally recognized by a high-profile figure like Manhwa. He flashed a highly sinister smile, silently, calculating that he would achieve a great exploit in the upcoming special mission, to be able to become a direct subordinate of the Patriarch in the future. Meanwhile, Alan unexpectedly leaned close to Venian's ear to whisper an important piece of news. "It seems Lady Laika will join the selection team of the Eastern Wing, sir." Hearing this name, Vanian's face suddenly turned gloomy and full of murderous intent. He furiously clutched his head and pulled his hair because of the appearance of that annoying obstacle. Ugh! That girl pokes her nose into other people's business way too much. She's always getting in everyone's way. However, Venian quickly regained his inherent arrogance. He casually walked away and asserted that no matter how brilliant of a genius Laika was, the ultimate winner would still be the Western Wing. With his eyes flaring with ambition, he confidently declared he would pass the special mission with ease, and also to let his brothers clearly see who the true owner of the succeeding Patriarch's seat really was. The next day, everyone had gathered in large numbers at the arena. Rengis noticed that even though quite a few people had been eliminated after the rigorous exams, the remaining number of students was still incredibly massive. Rengis's gaze turned slightly sorrowful upon thinking about those who were eliminated, those who were called false dragons, a derogatory title that his own father once had to bear. Laika immediately patted his shoulder to reassure Rengis, urging him to brush those negative thoughts aside. She reminded him that the whole group had excellently been chosen as representatives for the Eastern Hall, so instead of worrying, they should feel proud of themselves. Faced with the enthusiastic encouragement from the young lady, Rengis made up his mind to put in his absolute best effort in the upcoming battle. However, they suddenly noticed Jack was still standing motionlessly with a highly pensive expression. When Laika spoke up to check on him, Jack casually replied that he was just busy evaluating the strength of the surrounding students. "Quiet down so he can pass judgment for you to see, girl." Right at that moment, Rick, the senior, who was previously defeated by Jack, unexpectedly rushed over with an attitude completely different from before. He proudly declared that himself, along with the upperclassmen, members of the Eastern Hall, had now completely changed their minds. With a face full of burning spirit, Rick shouted that even as a member of El Dragon, he still truly respected the strong and regarded Jack as a real idol. Rick's excessive enthusiasm made Jack only able to smile forcedly to brush it off, while Rengis was still not over his shock at this earth-shattering change in attitude. Jack quickly returned to his main objective. He narrowed his eyes, observing the representatives from the other sectors. Just as predicted, except for the Eastern Hall, the chosen students had all reached the 3-star level, and he had yet to see the presence of anyone reaching the 4-star level. However, Jack's gaze suddenly became razor-sharp upon realizing there were quite a few individuals who had touched the threshold of a breakthrough. He silently looked forward to seeing what kind of peak martial arts ultimate techniques from his opponents he would get to admire during this grand war. While everyone was focusing, a beautiful blonde girl unexpectedly rushed over and gave Laika a tight hug. She was startled to recognize that it was Sandy Typhona, the daughter of the patriarch of the illustrious Typhona clan. The appearance of someone belonging to the 4 major clans left Rengis's group utterly shocked and feeling a heavy pressure. Upon hearing Laika introduce them as teammates, she showed a clear look of disdain, believing that these individuals were completely unqualified to stand next to a succeeding patriarch candidate. At any opening she puts on airs like that, huh? Thinks she's the boss of the world or what? Jack casually spoke up, asserting that having a match would make each other's strength clear right away. Sandy was astonished upon realizing this was the rumored illegitimate child. She spared no words to insult them, and called the whole group defective products. Since no one had reached the 3-star level yet, Jackie coldly warned that if she kept on looking down on others, she would be overthrown by them and have to receive a miserable end. Sandy flew into a furious rage, continuously insulting his low status and lack of backing. Say one more word and he might just swallow her whole, yet she stays there putting on airs. Jack still kept his arrogant smile, asserting that it was just a sincere warning for her. Right as the tension reached its peak, Edgy's Vanbred, the representative of the Northern Hall, unexpectedly intervened. And requested everyone to stop causing trouble for other teams. He reminded them that the selection battle was about to start, so they were not allowed to waste time on pointless arguments. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, as a powerful golden aura enveloped the arena. The captain of the Golden Dragon Legion, Ekman Trick, officially showed himself. With a highly authoritative gaze, he proudly announced that the starting moment of the fierce selection battle had officially struck. This competition will be a knockout match in a tournament format among 4 halls, divided into 2 groups, to select the most outstanding names to enter the final round. The form of competition is determined to be one-on-one duels, where each hall will take turns sending each person to battle according to a sequence that has been predetermined beforehand. Among the 7 participants from each hall, whichever hall knocks down 4 opponents first will be declared the winner. The instructor emphasized that once the match has started, the lineup order is absolutely not allowed to change. Therefore, arranging who goes to battle first is an important part of the strategy. The winners will be entrusted with a special mission, bearing an extremely vital meaning to the prosperity and ruin of the Eldragon clan. Jack flashed a highly thrilled smile upon hearing about this grand reward, because whoever completes the mission will also take a giant leap on the path to becoming the future patriarch. To decide the matchups, the instructor requested the representative of each hall to step forward and draw a stone from the wooden box. The Western Hall representative, Venian Fast, Newdale Dragon, coldly stepped up with a highly arrogant face. He casually drew a stone and then turned around to leave, without even bothering to leave a single word. Witnessing that attitude, Leica couldn't help but lose her color. She silently blurted out, "Who?" Witnessing that attitude, Leica couldn't help but change color. She inwardly gasped, "Who? What on earth is that? What is up with that guy anyway?" Seeing her friend looking restless, Jack curiously asked, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Leica softly nodded to confirm that this was precisely the formidable succeeding candidate of the Western Hall she had mentioned before. Venian Fast Newdale Dragon. Jack silently evaluated that the Western Hall did not just have him alone, but also possessed many other powerful warriors. Although the other halls had also trained very hard, it seemed everyone could feel a horrific disparity in strength radiating from the Western Hall representatives. Jack's gaze suddenly froze upon recognizing a familiar face. Even so, that guy is a face I haven't seen in a long time. That was Retton, the one who had encountered him during the entrance exam years ago. Jack silently evaluated. During the entrance exam back then, he did have a bit of skill, but I didn't expect that at his age he would have already reached the 3-star level. Looking at his opponent, the great master couldn't help but admire his effort. Looks like he's been quite hard-working, truly respectable. Meanwhile, the appearance of Rengis also caused a stir of astonishment among the old students. "Hey, look over there, isn't that Rengis?" "Huh? Why is that dropout standing over there?" Faced with the sarcastic remarks, Rengis appeared quite embarrassed and broke into a cold sweat. Seeing her friend looking stressed, Selene anxiously asked, "Rengis, are you okay?" The green-haired friend could only stammer, in response, that he was fine, even though in his heart he couldn't help but feel restless under those scrutinizing eyes. The speaker broadcasted a loud announcement. "Next, the Northern Hall representatives. Edgies, Van Bread, and Sandy step out. They exuded great majesty." Right after that was the Southern Hall representative with the appearance of the appearance. Benian. Finally, when the Eastern Hall was called, Leica urged, "Hey, Jack, they are calling you." Jack asked back in bewilderment, "Me?" Making Leica state with absolute certainty, "Of course. Because you are the strongest, Jack." Jack still maintained his lazy expression, believing these events should be left to the kids to show off. But he was dismissed by Leica, since in reality both of them were the same age. Sometimes, acting like an adult too much makes me forget that I'm still very young, or what. Witnessing Jack stepping up instead of her sister, Sandy flew into a furious rage. "Wait a minute. Why is that illegitimate child going instead of Leica?" Leica calmly explained that it was because Jack was the strongest in the group, but Sandy still couldn't accept the fact that someone who hadn't even reached 3-star would represent the hall. She was worried because this was an important war for the succession rights between herself and Venion. Faced with her older sister's grumpiness, Leica still smiled with absolute confidence. "It's okay, sister. We are very strong." The 3 instructors ordered the representative of each hall to channel their true source of power into the drawn stones to decide the group division. Immediately, the 4 representatives simultaneously unleashed their aura, causing the crystal stones to glow dazzlingly in all kinds of colors. The draw results were quickly announced. The first match is Eastern Hall versus Northern Hall, and Western Hall versus Southern Hall. The atmosphere became thick with murderous intent as the Northern Hall advanced to the arena. Rengis and his teammates couldn't help but be shocked upon seeing a student with an extremely mature and terrifying appearance. "Hey, is that person a student too?" Leica anxiously recognized that the first opponent was none other than her sister, Sandy. Sandy was currently enveloped in a burning, lightning aura. She coldly declared, "Leica, this is a good opportunity to help you snap out of it. I will crush you thoroughly. Then you will remember your place and purpose." Here it comes again. Responding to the threat, Leica also erupted with lightning, flashing a defiant smile. "Bring it on." On the other side, Edges also approached to greet Jack with great goodwill. "Hi. Looks like we'll be fighting you guys in the first match. I'm really looking forward to it." "Yeah. Jack also excitedly replied, "Let's have a proper match." Both opponents exuded an overwhelming spirit. Edges subtly smiled, asserting that he himself was also extremely looking forward to this match. Rick stepped out onto the arena first with a burning spirit. He loudly shouted, "Lord Jack! I will definitely win." However, behind that determined appearance, Leica could still see the anxiety clearly showing on his face. "I don't know if Rick will be okay. He looks terribly stressed." The referee loudly declared, "Are both sides ready?" "Then begin immediately." Rick rushed toward his opponent with a glowing fist. Standing outside observing, Jack pensively told himself, "Now let's see how it goes." Leica anxiously commented that the opponent's gaze showed this would be an extremely tough battle. Jack coldly replied that in combat nothing is guaranteed. He added an arrogant remark, except for me, of course. My victory is absolute. I love the way powerful people speak. It's so insane making Laika snap at him. I wasn't talking about you. Jack returned to focusing on the arena. He evaluated that the skill of the northern sector fighter was actually not much different from Rick's, as long as Rick maintained his composure and fought, just like during training. Then victory was entirely within reach. However, Laika still expressed concern, because this was the first time they had to fight in front of a massive audience, and they also carried the pressure of the whole team on their shoulders. Rick was forcing himself to endure the stinging blows from the opponent, making him grit his teeth in pain. Jack narrowed his eyes to look toward the remaining representatives of the Northern Hall. Aside from the ordinary opponents, those two leaders over there are the real exceptions. Those were older Sister Sandy and Edgies, the ones who were already very close to the threshold of the 4-star level. Jack narrowed his eyes, observing the arena, silently evaluating. But the opponents from the Northern Hall would not be easily shaken. He realized Sandy, Laika's cousin, probably used techniques of the same bloodline as well, and this would be a good experience for Laika to gain exposure. Right at that moment, the speaker's announcement rang out sharply. And that's it for the first match. Northern Sector wins. Rick collapsed right on the arena floor, witnessing the defeat of her teammate, Marian. Another female student of the Eastern Hall trembled from the pressure. She told herself she had to win, even though she was fully comforted by the friends around her. Preparing to go to the chopping block, and seeing this sight, one would probably just go home. It's so overwhelming. However, the reality was incredibly harsh as the referee continued to loudly declare, "Second match, Northern Sector wins." Marin and her teammate returned crestfallen. They bowed their heads in apology before Jack for letting the atmosphere of the arena overwhelm them. Jack wasn't angry at all, but even flashed a bright smile to reassure them. It's okay. If this were a real battlefield where life and death hang in the balance, it would be different, but here is a place to learn. By testing your strength, not a place to kill each other. Nah. He asserted that safe lessons, like today, would become the nourishment for them to hone their skills for the real battlefield in the future, making both of them regain their determination and loudly reply, "He talks so much that I don't understand anything, but whatever, just go with it." Understood. Jack turned to look at Rengis, reminding him that the Eastern Hall had lost 2 matches in a row. So your next match will play an extremely vital role. Hearing up to here, Rengis completely lost his composure. Oh my gosh, please don't add any more pressure. I've been worried to death since this morning, you hear? Looking toward the opponent, who was an upperclassman, senior with a burning spirit and a colossal sword. Rengis was so scared that tears welled up, believing that this guy was more terrifying than anyone he had ever met in the Eastern Sector. Jack patted his follower's head to reassure him, reminding him that Rengis already had experience facing seniors since the time they formed a team at Solitary Dragon Mountain. "Rengis, look at your opponent over there. What weapon does he use?" After hearing Rengis confirm it was a swordsman, Jack flashed a confident smile and began teaching the coping strategy. "Exactly, you are fighting a sword-wielding opponent. Don't think about anything else. If he punches, parry. If he slashes upward, step back. If he chops down, step forward and thrust. Nah. Jack patted Rengus's shoulder to reassure him with a highly trusting tone. Jack patted Rengus on the shoulder to reassure him with a voice full of confidence. Just focus on handling the weapon right in front of you. As always, looking into his friend's determined eyes, Jack silently evaluated that Rengus's ability to focus was truly very impressive. But at this moment he still needs a little guidance to maintain his mental state. I'm curious to know how much progress this battle will help Rengus make, especially when he can naturally enter that state of high concentration. No, I mean, below the stands, sarcastic whispers rang out incessantly. Oh my goodness. Look at that huge stature compared to that tiny stature. What makes them think that scrawny kid over there can compete against the water buffalo on this side, huh? Ignoring the gossip, Rengus gripped his spear tightly, his eyes flaring as he entered his combat state. The referee loudly shouted, "Begin immediately!" The northern sector fighter rushed forward like a whirlwind, executing the three-blade sword style at maximum speed, which was full of power. He roared ferociously, "Don't even think about escaping!" The lightning-fast slashes forced Rengus to continuously step back on the defensive. Observing from behind, Jack evaluated that the opponent was intentionally closing the distance to cut off the spear's forte strike range, forcing Rengus into a passive position. Seeing his friend facing difficulties, Raymond anxiously asked, "Lord Jack, will Rengus be okay?" Jack still kept a calm smile on his lips. "No need to worry. Look into Rengus's eyes. He is focusing more than ever." Nania. Indeed, Rengus's eyes, at this moment, flared with a deep blue aura, completely mastering the rhythm of the match. When the opponent unleashed his strongest technique, named Leaf Storm Dance, Rengus immediately counterattacked with the Cloud Water Spear style. The flowing clouds and flowing water moved the spear lines, as flexible as a stream of water, completely neutralized the enemy's tempestuous attack. The senior blurted out in complete shock. "What?" Upon noticing his technique being broken so easily, without giving the opponent time to react, Rengus spun around and unleashed the decisive strike of the Cloud Water Spear style. Furious rushing torrent. The spear, carrying a force of 1,000 pounds, thrust straight into the opponent's chest, creating a powerful shockwave that sent him flying far and knocking him out immediately. The referee loudly announced the result. "The match is over. Third match, Eastern Sector wins." Rengus let out a sigh of relief, wiped away his sweat, and silently told himself he was very lucky to have overcome the pressure. Seeing his teammate's first victory, Jack flashed a highly sinister and confident smile, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he declared, "All right, awesome. Get ready to turn the tables in a truly flashy way." Starting from Rengus's brilliant victory, the Eastern Wing continuously pressed forward in victory, sweeping away the next opponents to establish an impressive winning streak. The fourth round and fifth round quickly belonged to the Warriors of the Warriors. The Eastern Hall, as they completely overwhelmed their opponents on the arena floor. With just one more victory, the Eastern Wing would officially claim the ultimate glory. And then, the highly dramatic sixth round began between the two sisters of Thea, El Dragon family. Facing her older sister, Laika softly smiled. "It's been a long time since we last crossed swords like this, Sister Sandy." Sandy coldly remarked, "You shouldn't even be able to reach our level. I didn't expect that my elite bunch from the northern sector would lose." She admitted she had underestimated her younger sister's teammates. "But that's not the main issue here, Laika." Sandy lowered her voice, asserting teammates are secondary, because if you want to become a leader, you yourself must possess absolute strength. In the eye. She angrily questioned her younger sister. And yet you are only the #2 seat of the Eastern Institute? Sandy shouted with a look of great dissatisfaction. Do you truly understand how dangerous that situation is? Nay. Standing before her sister's imposition and concern, Laika still maintained her calm demeanor. Of course I understand. But Laika cast her eyes toward Jack, and the teammates standing firmly behind her, her eyes flaring with an intense fighting spirit. She proudly declared that she herself had not given up on her ambition to become the leader at all, even if I have to face you, Sister Sandy. Now, I can defeat you, witnessing the remarkable growth and determination of her younger sister. Sandy subtly narrowed her eyes. I see, Sandy abruptly accelerated, making the crowd exclaim in surprise. She disappeared immediately. She appeared from above with her sword, glowing with lightning, shouting out loud, If you're so good, show it to me! Both rushed at each other in a horrific explosion of lightning. Observing from afar, Jack silently evaluated, just as predicted. Sandy is holding the upper hand. I wonder how far Laika will be able to hold out against an opponent who has already mastered the same technique, but is even more skilled than her. Sandy continued. To execute the lightning strike great sword style with the lightning needle move, landing a lightning blow that sent Laika flying far as she shrieked out. Ah! Witnessing that sight, Celine and her friends could only shout her name in fear. Laika struggled to get up, trying to regulate her breathing. It's okay. The wound isn't deep. I must regain my breath. She's too strong. Below the stands, Rengis and Raymond shockingly realized that Laika was being pushed back to an unimaginable extent. They whispered to each other about the fact that Sandy was the one who had personally taught Laika since childhood. Laika gritted her teeth and rushed up to attack. Sandy easily evaded it and mockingly said, It seems you still haven't fixed that habit of swinging your sword recklessly whenever you are backed into a corner, huh? Right when Laika shouted out, executing the flashing lightning, Sandy immediately countered with the highly powerful scattered lightning technique. Laika was swallowed by the colossal stream of lightning. She shrieked in ultimate pain. Sandy stood looking at her sister with a cold gaze. It's useless. Your bad habit hasn't improved a bit. You can't even claim the #1 spot in the Eastern Wing. She regretfully thought that if Laika had gone over to the Northern Wing back then, she wouldn't be this miserable. Even though her body was battered, Laika still forced herself up, clinging to her sword. I'm not done yet, Sandy decisively demanded. With that level of proficiency, there's no way you can defeat me, so why try so hard? She even regretted not asking their father's permission to force her sister over to the Northern Hall right from the start. Seeing that Laika was still stubborn, Sandy sighed. You really are stubborn? Fine. If that's the case, then take this opportunity to look at yourself. Sandy rushed forward to attack with consecutive strikes carrying lightning, leaving Laika struggling to defend herself in pain. Laika was knocked back, the ground beneath her feet cracked open due to the terrifying pressure from her older sister's strikes. Sandy leaped into the air, preparing for the finishing blow. Below the stands, Celine anxiously called out her friend's name. Jack narrowed his eyes, observing. He silently evaluated that Laika seemed about to break through yet another layer of her own limits. Sandy shouted from above. Just give up already. Lightning strike, great sword style. Sandy executed the second secret technique, Heavenly Thunder, a colossal explosion of lightning enveloped the arena, leaving the crowd terrified, wondering whether the match was over or not. Sandy stood proudly with her glowing sword, convinced that she had won an absolute victory. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, Laika was still standing firm, even though her body was covered in wounds and her clothes were torn to shreds. She feebly muttered, "I see. So this is your lightning strike great sword style, Sister Sandy. Nin? Eow." Sandy was shocked, unable to believe her eyes. How? That should have been the finishing blow. She realized that if it were the Laika of the past, she would have collapsed long ago. But over the past 5 years, things had changed. Laika flashed a bright smile despite her blood-stained face. "I have been training too." Her eyes burned with an intense fighting spirit as she proudly declared, "The real battle is only beginning now." Turning back to the time before the match, Jack noticed Laika's unusual tension and spoke up to ask, "What is going on now? Why are you so strange today? It's not like your usual self, Laika. Are you worried about something very sensational?" Laika sighed and admitted, "Well, it makes sense. My opponent is Sister Sandy, after all." She revealed that it was precisely Sister Sandy who had taught her the very first foundations of the lightning strike great sword style. To Laika, Sandy was like a mentor who had guided her from her very first steps. Jack pensively listened as Laika bitterly admitted that was the reason. She had never defeated her sister even once, even though she had grown much stronger over the past 5 years. But Sandy had also been progressing non-stop. Seeing his friend losing confidence, Jack immediately reminded her, "Recall the training sessions with me. Think back to all the training days throughout the past 5 years. Images of extreme training flashed back, from carrying colossal boulders to the time she was mercilessly sent flying by Jack on the training ground. Looking at Laika's disgruntled face, in front of those training memories, Jack burst out laughing and asked, "Oh my gosh, I was just teasing a bit. Why are you acting so displeased?" He seriously pointed out her bad habit. Whenever she gets emotional, her vision narrows. That was the reason he made her train throughout the past 5 years to maintain composure during combat. When Jack joked that the fact he didn't hold back his strikes at all was part of his charm. Laika could only be speechless. "What do you mean, charm?" Jackie asserted. The training results had helped her observe her opponent more calmly during engagement, but Laika remained skeptical whether that much would truly help when having to face her sister or not. Jack decisively stated, "Just get into the match and you'll know for yourself." He asserted that with Laika's talent, once she could see through the opponent's movements, everything would change completely. Jack did not forget to add an arrogant remark, "And besides, you are being taught by me, the strongest one here, so there's no need to concern yourself with past victories or defeats anymore, right?" Laika softly smiled at his confidence, but in her heart, there were still anxieties that couldn't be fully relieved. "Hey, thanks, Jack. Fortunately, I feel much more comfortable now." "And me, when I know." Jack nodded in satisfaction. He asked back to confirm, "Good. And besides, you said your sister taught you the lightning strike great sword style, right?" Following Laika's nod, Jack excitedly pointed his hand. "Perfect. Then this is a wonderful opportunity. Just like when we practiced. Observe her lightning strike great sword style very closely. If you can do that, you will become even stronger." "No, why not?" Laika stood in the middle of the arena, despite her bloodstained face. Her eyes flared with confidence. I have observed it very closely. Sister Sandy's lightning strike great sword style. Laika proudly declared. I have taken the blows and observed, and now I can finally see through it. Nawachi. Sandy blurted out in shock. What? Immediately, Laika rushed forward with a speed and rhythm completely different from before. Sandy swung her sword to defend, but abruptly froze in absolute shock. What on earth is this? Is she stopping? Impossible! How can she be that slow? Neither way. She couldn't believe her eyes as she saw Laika's attack trajectory changing in a bizarre manner. A brightly glowing stream of electricity enveloped the younger sister's sword as she closed in. Sandy could only utter a gasp in ultimate astonishment. Laika roared, executing the lightning needle technique at lightning speed, leaving the opponent with no time to react. Sandy struggled to defend herself, but things didn't stop there. Laika unexpectedly leaped into the air and changed her attack direction, leaving Sandy to wonder in shock. How did her movements change so abruptly? Laika landed an earth-shattering lightning blow named Lightning Leap Etile. Laika smiled arrogantly, revealing the secret, its rhythm. The thing you have, but I lacked. She proudly asserted, now I understand it. It's just a matter of putting it into practice. Wah! Sandy froze in shock. She couldn't believe that understanding the theory could actually help someone mimic it immediately like that. Below the stands, Rengus and his teammates had their jaws drop in astonishment. Incredible, Laika! Her movements changed in the blink of an eye. Hello. Jack stood among his friends, flashing a smug smile. That's right. As expected, fighting someone who uses the exact same martial art yields a lot of gains. Now in Valnianer, he explained to his bewildered followers that Laika had comprehended her sister's technique right in the middle of the match, thanks to the results of the training, to calmly observe and directly comprehend the opponent's technique. Previously, Laika was usually too hot-headed during engagement. She couldn't keep her composure, and only her own sword remained in her eyes. But now Laika is completely different. She is calm enough to serenely observe her opponent in the match. By observing the exact same swordsmanship her sister uses, Laika has officially reached a brand new level. Ah! Sandy gritted her teeth and shouted out loud, Not yet! It's not over until it's over, honey. How on earth can those amateurish techniques win, for goodness sake? She rushed forward to attack, but Laika immediately countered with the highly powerful lightning speed move, being pushed back in astonishment. Sandy couldn't believe she was being overwhelmed. Laika attacked while asserting in terms of physical training. I have trained to death and back with a certain someone. Laika channeled all her power into the final blow. She shouted out loud, Sister Sandy, this is the heavenly thunder of the lightning strike great sword style. A colossal lightning pillar struck straight down at Sandy's position, leaving her only enough time to shriek in ultimate pain before being swallowed by the energy stream. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Laika stood there panting for breath from exhaustion after unleashing her full power. Sandy, though exhausted, still smiled proudly, looking at her younger sister. You have grown much stronger, Laika. Right after that, Sandy completely blacked out and collapsed. The speaker loudly announced, The match is over, marking Laika's highly convincing victory. over her genius older sister. Laika stood in the middle of the arena. Even though her body was covered in injuries and exhausted, her spirit was still incredibly majestic after the victory. Over her sister. From up in the stands, seeing his master looking pensive, the subordinate next to him softly called, "Lord Venion." He only kept silent without replying, his razor-sharp gaze still not leaving the young lady who had just pulled off a miracle. Laika wearily walked toward her teammates, softly muttering with regret. Well, that's that. The last match was truly a peak match from before. Even though I didn't get to show off at all. Giggy! She flashed a bright smile despite her blood-stained face. I'm just glad everything was resolved, within my own capability. If I had lost, Jack's opponent would have been that Edgy's guy over there. Nee? Jack asked back in bewilderment. What? Do you know him? Laika seriously explained, not exactly acquainted. But he is highly famous, or so I've heard. In the eyes of the martial arts world, Edgy's Vanbred is dubbed the greatest genius since the Vanbred clan was established. No. Jack narrowed his eyes, observing the opponent standing in the distance. Oh, from what I can see, he is definitely at a completely different level compared to the participants here. Nah, Laika anxiously advised. No matter how strong you are, Jack, facing a guy like that, no one knows what will happen. The instructor stepped out onto the arena, loudly declaring, "The victory of the Eastern Wing has been decided. However, the matches will still continue until the very end." Wah. This sudden piece of information left Rengus and Jack astonished. What do you mean by that? Seriously? It's an absolute shock. How strange. They said it would end as long as 4 members of the opposing team were defeated. Not in me. Jack pensively looked at the instructors receding back. Suspicion welling up inside him. In the end, what is the purpose here? On the other side, Edgy subtly smiled with a deep meaning, looking toward Jack. Whatever, as long as I get to fight, it's fine. Jack flashed an arrogant smile as his fighting spirit erupted fiercely. When facing the genius of the clan, when facing the genius of the family, Vanbred, that is more than enough for me. After that, Edgys looked straight at Jack, admitting that although his Northern Hall team might have lost, he felt extremely excited to be facing Jack like this. Edgys proudly asserted, of course. I mean, you are the representative of the Eastern Hall, right? Even when there is someone like on the roster, the one who took the spot was you. Why? He pointed his hand toward Jack with a highly suspicious gaze. Why so incredibly mysterious? In the end, what kind of factor are you? Edgys couldn't understand at all. Why someone who claimed to carry the Patriarch's bloodline but was still only 2-star like Jacko could represent the Hall instead of a 3-star like Laika. Jack subtly curled his lips, replying, I guess so too. Looks like we are of the same kind. I have also been looking forward to trading moves with you for a long time. Oh. Seeing Edgys looking surprised, Jack continued to assert that there were quite a few masters in this arena. Edgys was truly very special. He gave praise for the title, Genius of the Century, that Edgys possessed at such a young age. Jack's eyes suddenly flared with an absolute frenzy. He proudly declared, Of course I want to test my skills against you. Edgys drew his katana out of its scabbard, thrilled. Excellent! Now I'm even more fired up, Jack. Jackie? Silently evaluated. It's been a long time since I've had to face a decent blade like this. The shout, "The seventh match begins," rang out. Edgies rushed forward like a whirlwind. Jack shockingly realized that with just a single step, the opponent had closed that much distance. That footwork is truly horrific. Immediately, Edgies executed the heavenly sword style. First strike stream. A blindingly bright flash erupted, making Jack exclaim in surprise, "Whoa!" He shockingly realized that the presence of the blade had completely vanished right in that split second. But using his sharp reflexes, Jack managed to evade the lightning-fast strike in time, leaving Edgies to utter in ultimate astonishment. What? Edgies was stunned upon seeing that Jack had dodged the attack just now. He silently marveled. He twisted his body at the exact moment of impact. "I thought that strike was a guaranteed hit." "No, did it say?" Contrary to his opponent's astonishment, Jack appeared to be extremely excited. "Hey, ha ha ha! Absolutely peak performance! That was truly a fantastic strike. Come on, come on. Do that a few more times for me to see." Edgies subtly curled his lips. "Huh, I see. You are the real deal. If that's the case, then right away." He stomped his foot hard to gain momentum and rushed forward. He executed the heavenly sword style. First strike stream with a highly deceptive sword wave technique. Jack shockingly realized that the trajectory of the blade tip of Law Edgies was shifting unpredictably, making it impossible for him to read its direction. Immediately, a highly powerful stream of energy named Rushing Torrent swept across, forcing Jack to leap and evade in the nick of time, as columns of energy water exploded all around. Despite being pushed back, Jack still spared no words of praise. "Pretty good. To think I would let you pass right through me so easily like this. But don't celebrate too early." Immediately, Edgies landed yet another lightning-fast light sword strike that glowed brightly. He was silently astonished by the opponent's chaotic yet highly powerful sword lines. Jack's gaze became more serious than ever as he admitted, as expected of a genius, Edgies's blade was completely unpredictable, yet it still maintained terrifying speed and power. Jack realized his stream of energy flowed smoothly, without a single redundant movement. Every single slash was razor-sharp and accurately read his breathing and rhythm. Jack silently asserted, "This kind of thing cannot be done without undergoing a process of an relentless, grueling training." "Why me ever see?" he excitedly shouted out loud. "This is truly wonderful. Think it would be this hard to land a single clean hit." "I need to run that guy." Edgies narrowed his eyes at Jack, asking in a deep voice, "You really are amazing. In the end, what kind of training did you do?" Jack winked playfully. "What? You're that curious, huh? Then train together with me to join the fun." Jackie threw a powerful punch aimed straight at his opponent. Despite being closed in by Jack at terrifying speed, Edgies still managed to defend in time. But the force from that punch made him admit that it was truly horrific. Edgies flashed a highly excited smile, asserting that with this true capability, Jack absolutely could not be just at the 2-star level. Jack stepped back to observe his bleeding hand, silently evaluating. "Edgies is a warrior, even more formidable than I thought, since he can adapt immediately to the changes in my breathing." Edgies, realized Jack, was finally willing to counterattack and asked whether he had completed his analysis of him. Jack casually replied that he had seen enough, making Edgies burst out laughing in pure amusement, without letting Jack rest. Edgies once again rushed forward at a terrifying speed. Jack shockingly realized his opponent was using the old technique, but he was instantly stunned upon realizing that it was just a highly deceptive afterimage, flitting before his eyes. By the time he regained his composure, Jack found that his chest had already been hit by a sword strike. Jack put his hand to his chest, his eyes glaring with an absolute frenzy, as he felt the excitement surging through his veins. He flashed an arrogant smile, clearly declaring that this was precisely when the real fun begins. Both stood facing each other in the middle of the windy arena, preparing to rush at each other in the explosive battle to follow. Outside the arena, Sandy woke up after her defeat against Lycodata. Her bleeding hands trembled as she blankly asked, "Where am I?" Immediately, the group of subordinates rushed over in a panic to surround her anxiously. "Lady Sandy! Are you okay?" She softly replied, "Yes," then suddenly recalled the moment of her bitter defeat. Looking toward the arena, Sandy blankly admitted, "Right. I lost, didn't I?" Losing, and then getting amnesia immediately, huh? Why is she acting so dazed over there? Sandy flashed a sad smile, softly apologizing to her teammates. "I'm sorry." "If only I could have won." Seeing this, the followers hurriedly bowed their heads in apology, blaming themselves for being the ones who got in the way and caused her to worry. Sandy gently reassured them that it was simply because the opponent had grown stronger. She encouraged the whole team with a warm gaze. "Next time, let's all do our absolute best so we won't lose again." "Nanya," receiving an enthusiastic shout of "Yes, ma'am." Sandy suddenly wondered, has the match between the Western and Southern wings started yet? A junior member pointed toward the arena, stammering, as he reported that, for some reason, the horrific battle between Jack and Edgies was still ongoing. Sandy shockingly looked in the direction he pointed, her face distorting from shock. How can that be possible? For her eyes was a shocking sight as Edgies was executing 5 sword chi with a thick, murderous aura, enveloping the space. Sandy tremblingly realized Edgies was actually intending to unleash all his strength, to overwhelm his opponent immediately. In her heart, she silently asserted that among all the candidates, Edgies was the strongest. Edgies roared, executing the first heavenly sword style with the 5 shadow blades technique, which was full of power, landing strikes of 1,000 pounds straight toward Jack, creating horrific aftershocks. Seeing Jack still standing firm with a face full of scratches, but his breathing not ragged at all, Edgies exclaimed in astonishment, "Even this didn't work. And what's more, I didn't expect that after fighting for so long you're not even panting. Are you even human?" "No. Jack casually replied, "Come on, goes without saying. This stuff is way too ordinary. I just put a lot of effort into it, training my physical foundation. Martial arts are pretty good, too." "Just training the physical foundation?" "Martial arts are also pretty good, but the basics are just as important, understand?" Edgies thoughtfully looked down at his feet and admitted, "It really seems to be the case." With fighting inspiration burning, Edgies loudly declared, "From now on, I will definitely train my body even more harshly," while Jack was busy observing and assessing the opponent's strength through every sword strike. He secretly evaluated, the sharpness of the blade, its hardness, the speed of manifestation, the range. Overall, the performance of the sword is still only low tier, but considering his age, It will probably be very interesting later on. This match helped Jack confirm a shocking truth about the difference between martial arts 1,000 years ago and modern times. If 1,000 years ago, the physical movement of the strike was the most important, the essence of combat was using technique of oneself to manifest all things, while Egger is now only seen as a secondary aid. Then, in modern times, people manifest all things by materializing Egger itself. In other words, mastery of master. Egger is the essence of modern martial arts. Jack rushed forward with an excited smile. He secretly mocked himself for being so engrossed in martial techniques, to the point that it took him this long to realize the change of the era. He enthusiastically wondered, could a span of 1,000 years really be that interesting? Edge's attacks were all perfectly countered by Jack, making him shudder in horror, telling himself that his opponent was truly a monster in human guise. The match had dragged on for a full 2 hours, leaving Rengus and his teammates stunned. Because they didn't feel like the match was coming to an end, Laika, despite her body being covered in wounds, still watched intently. She softly remarked that both of them were abnormal, but perhaps the match was coming to an end. Edges looked at Jack, softly, remarking that it seemed he had observed all of his movements very carefully. It truly was a peak period of glory. Jack agreed. Yeah, I think so too. To show respect to his opponent, Jack decided to use the lessons drawn from this very battle to end everything. Jack raised his blood-stained fist, wearing a defiant smile. I will present this to you right now as a new technique. Edgeyes realized the power gap in shock, so that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't win, however. With the will of a genius. He still didn't give up. I will still fight to the end. Edgeyes mustered all his spiritual energy to unleash the One Heaven Sword style, the ultimate 5-sword secret technique. Facing Edgeyes' secret technique, Jack immediately unleashed a shocking counterattack called the Dragon Slayer combat technique. Second form variation, the All-Light Fist, countless fiery fists from the sky, poured down like a meteor shower, sweeping away everything, creating an explosion that shook heaven and earth, shattering the entire arena into a cloud of dust. Witnessing that terrifying power, Rengus's group could only freeze in horror. Sandy shockingly exclaimed in the chaos, "Oh my God, that's insanely powerful, holy crap." 0-1. The 3 referees stepped onto the arena and clearly announced, "That's enough. The match is over." Edges' sword dropped. He lay flat out on the ground with his body devoid of any strength, secretly admitting that he couldn't even lift a finger before an opponent who was ridiculously strong. Edgeyes realized he still had a long way to train, while Jack stood proudly amidst the debris, smiling as he heard the referee's sonorous voice declaring the conclusion. The winner is the East Hall. Terrified murmurs echoed throughout the North Hall stands upon witnessing their genius collapse. Are you kidding me, Lord? Edgeyes lost? What the hell was that match just now? Who on earth is that guy from the East Hall? While the organizing committee announced a temporary pause to prepare for the next match between the West Hall and the South Hall after leveling the arena again, Jack leisurely returned amidst the warm welcome of his teammates. Rengus and Raymond couldn't hide their admiration. Oh my goodness, that was truly amazing, Lord. Jack, I didn't expect you to actually defeat Lord Edgeyes. Laika looked at the ruined arena and smiled teasingly. You destroyed it again. You really are a monster. Jack pouted and replied with a look of grievance. What's with that tone? I just won a hard-fought battle. Putting aside the past, he turned his eyes toward the arena with curiosity. Whatever. Then next is, Laika reminded him. This is the showcase. Of the remaining candidate for the family head position, Venian will take the field next. Jack secretly evaluated that the West Hall possessed the highest overall quality of fighters. But he also noticed that the South Hall also had someone who looked very strong. Holding a long staff in his hand, Jack excitedly wondered how this confrontation would unfold. However, in complete contrast to his anticipation of a dramatic battle, the development between the West Hall and the South Hall was entirely one-sided. In just the blink of an eye, Vignon had secured a victory, easily with his glowing iron fan, while the opponent from the South Hall lay collapsed on the ground with a body full of wounds. Venion's eyes flashed with a sharp, ruthless look, affirming the overwhelming power of the West Hall in this tournament. After the match with Edge Eyes, Jack looked at the ruined arena with worry. It seems I overdid it. With this level of damage, it can't be repaired anytime soon. But Rengis immediately pointed out a miracle to him. It's fine. Look at this, see? Jack shouted in panic as he saw the shattered rocks automatically flying back to their original positions and bonding back together as if nothing had happened. Hey, what's this wizardry? What on earth is this? It's repairing itself, Rengis explained that the entire arena was made of Ezurite, a rare type of stone capable of restoring itself to its original shape. When injected with Ezur energy, Jack could only freeze before such an absurd and incredibly impressive material being used for a structure of this scale. Witnessing the match that had just taken place, the referee couldn't help but narrow his eyes in suspicion. He secretly felt that something was extremely strange. With his experience, he noticed how the match's development could become so ridiculously one-sided, and wondered if Vignon really possessed enough power to completely overwhelm Lila. Sona or not, on the arena, Vignon, with arrogant silver hair, held a pair of sharp, short swords coldly, looking down at his collapsed opponent, and asked if she still intended to continue, and with no response, the referee sonorously announced, "It's over. The winner is the West Hall." Thus, the dream final has been set. It will be a fiery confrontation between the East Hall and the West Hall. The announcement echoed throughout the arena. We will begin in 1 hour. While Lila, Sona was helped away by her teammates in an exhausted state. The surrounding crowd had still not recovered from their shock. They couldn't believe that even a genius like Lila suffered a miserable defeat. Watching from afar, Jack pondered, realizing something wasn't right. He secretly analyzed that clearly the power between the two sides did not have such a huge gap. But for some mysterious reason, that girl's Ezur flow became terribly stagnant throughout the match. Jack's eyes turned sharp as he firmly concluded that an anomaly must have occurred right on this arena. Losing naturally like that is simply unacceptable. Looking at Lila's wounds, Jack understood that was the reason why. The battle ended with a swift, one-sided result. He noticed that the referee also seemed to have vaguely realized something but still kept silent. The surrounding students, like Raymond and Celine, began to gossip in fear. They didn't expect the young lady, Lila, of the prestigious Sona, could be so helpless before Venion's power. Raymond clicked his tongue and admitted, as expected, the legitimate heir is truly on a different level. Although Celine still found the match too one-sided, her friend argued that perhaps it was the harsh reality. When witnessing for the first time the power of experts from other halls, Rick, with a bandage on his nose, also spoke up in agreement. He believed that Venion was a legitimate heir, just like Jack and Lady Leica. So he must certainly possess terrifying power. Hearing the gossip, Jack remained silent, observing the West Hall's lineup. He noticed that not only was Venion formidable, But it seemed that all the people from the West, all were emitting a stream of spiritual aura. Mysterious and overwhelming, Jack wondered if everyone among them was also that ridiculously strong. Rick confessed with a look full of self-deprecation. I couldn't even defeat you guys anyway. Even if your star rank is lower, it's still the same. Very sorrow. What? What? But right after that, he clenched his fist, his eyes burning with a powerful determination. But that doesn't mean I plan to lose, Rick asserted that he and his teammates could also win, just like how they had defeated those high-ranking opponents before. Watching from afar, Jack smiled with satisfaction at the rising fighting spirit of Rick and Aaron. However, his eyes quickly turned to worry as he looked toward Ward. Laika, ... Jack secretly realized that Laika still hadn't detected the anomaly in the flow of law. Egger of the girl named Lila, and if she just attributed Venian's victory to pure power, then her current uneasiness was completely understandable. Jackie thoughtfully told himself that he currently didn't grasp the details of that anomaly yet, so he couldn't give reckless advice, leaving him wondering about what he should do next. Seeing Laika looking dazed, Rengus worriedly stepped up to ask, "Lady Laika, are you still doing okay?" Laika softly replied with a thank you, then silently turned her back and walked away with a gloomy face. "I'm just going to get some fresh air to clear my head." Watching the young lady's lonely back gradually fade away, Jack could only stand there in silence, filled with thoughts. Standing alone by the grand fountain, Laika drowned in negative thoughts about the opponent's power. She couldn't believe Venian had grown strong enough to defeat Lila in such an overwhelming manner, something that even a genius like Edis couldn't do without getting a scratch. Reaching out her hand to touch the cool water, the memory of her humiliating loss to Venian when she was only 5 years old rushed back, making her heart tight. Since then, Laika had been trying to train like crazy, just to wash away the humiliation of that loss. And she was once confident that she had finally caught up with him. Yet, when she realized that according to the match order, Venian's next opponent would very likely be Jack, she felt a brief sense of relief, because she didn't have to fight him directly. Laika gritted her teeth and clenched her fist to the point of trembling, her face clearly showing self-contempt. "I hate myself for feeling relieved like that." She realized that feeling was no different from an admission of a bitter defeat right in her mind. While she had always craved to defeat him personally, as she was engrossed in her train of thought, Laika was startled when a sarcastic voice echoed from behind. "Oh my, look at that. You look quite serious, don't you?" It was Venian, along with his subordinate Alan, approaching with a highly smug look. Laika coldly replied, "What do you want?" "I have nothing to say to you." "Oh, well." Without any respect, Venian spoke mockingly. "Oh, come on. Don't act all high and mighty with me like that. Once I become the family head, you might even become my wife." "And all." Being insulted, Lila snapped. "Shut up. The one who will become the family head is me." Venian curled his lips slightly. He dug deep into the fear clearly showing in her eyes. "You think you can't win, right? No wonder you couldn't beat me back then either. You watched the match just now, didn't you? So." He leaned close to her ear, to whisper malicious words as if to choke Laika's will. "Surely you already know that you won't be able to win, right? Why are you always so stubborn? If you couldn't do it back then naturally it will be the same now. You will never defeat me. Why try so hard?" Venian shamelessly demanded, "Give up and submit to me." Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, Laika gritted her teeth and shouted loudly, "Shut your damn mouth!" Watching Laika's back as she left, Venian clicked his tongue in utter contempt. "She's not cute at all." But with this, well, it's done. As for the rest, you know what to do, right? Turning to his subordinate, Venian asked about the next step. Alan stepped closer, worriedly asking about the bastard Jack. Venian nonchalantly replied, him? Taking care of him in the match won't be a problem. Yes. However, Alan still showed caution, reminding him that even though he's an illegitimate child, it was Jack who had defeated the genius. Edges, so taking action beforehand is extremely necessary. Venian admitted ideally we should arrange everything before the match. But I noticed Jack possesses a sharp intuition that sends chills down my spine. Nani. He thoughtfully recalled the previous match. It would be troublesome if he found out. Furthermore, from what I saw, there were times he intentionally took hits. Even during the match, I can still set a trap. Even without relying on anyone, I will never lose to a bastard brat like him. Nay. Sitting by the fountain, Venian and his subordinates smugly looked into the distance. With overconfidence and malicious calculations in his hands, he confidently concluded, in this match, the winners will be us. Returning to the arena, Rick stood trembling when facing the harsh reality. He muttered in fear. So the time has finally come. Despite being a second-year student, Rick realized that he was the weakest in the representative team of the East Hall, while the West Hall side was an elite lineup full of pressure. His eyes clearly showed hesitation. His hands clenched anxiously. Can I win? Just when self-doubt was surrounding Rick, a hard punch landed from Jack straight onto his head, along with a scolding idiot. He questioned, Hey, what's wrong with you, man? Where did that fiery spirit from earlier disappear to? Rick could only stammer in confusion. Well, about that. Jack showed no mercy. He pointed his hand straight at Rick's face and shouted loudly, Rick, what are you fighting for? To lose? Jackie sternly reminded him about the nature of a warrior. If you're going to fight, you must fight with the determination to win, no matter what the power gap is. That's what's important. Sharp words from Jack were like a splash of cold water helping Rick wake up. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with the determination to win. Seeing his friend had regained his spirit, Jack immediately changed his attitude. He patted Rick hard on the shoulder to encourage him. You practiced very well, be confident. Rick emotionally replied, Yes, thank you so much. To help Rick have a better chance of winning, Jack decided to show him a small trick. Relax your shoulders a bit more. Seeing Rick still looking blankly and asking, Huh? Jack began to explain the key principle of the martial arts technique. The great strength. Fist, concentrate all your power into one point, and then unleash it. If you tense up too much, the force that should have gathered will be dispersed. Ray. Jack directly stepped up to adjust his posture, urging, Come on. Relax again, relax. No? Really? Sensing the magical change in the flow of wild power, Rick excitedly shouted, I feel like I can win now. Thank you so much. Jack smiled and pushed his friend onto the field. Oh boy, Knockwood, that's good now. Now I'll go and take down the opponent. Watching the whole thing from afar, Laika couldn't help but narrow her eyes in suspicion. But it's really strange. He thoughtfully pointed out the anomaly. You've never learned the great strength fist, right? Yet you know so much about it. Sometimes. You even have an unusual understanding of other martial arts. That. Why is that? Don't you find it strange? Responding to Laika's seriousness, Jack just curled his lips slightly and asked, What a silly question. Of course it's because I am me. Witnessing his overconfidence, Laika could only sigh in utter exasperation, secretly blaming herself. I'm really stupid. To ask him seriously, Rick stood before his West Hall opponent with highly watchful eyes. He realized this was the strong guy who had shown his might in the first match. But this time, Rick made up his mind that he would not let himself taste defeat. Will not let herself taste the bitterness of defeat ever again. The West Hall opponent looked at Rick with disdain, mockingly saying, "You are just a weakling who once lost in the North Hall. How dare you stand here acting so arrogant?" Being insulted, Rick snapped and told him to shut up because he was no longer the weak child he used to be back then. The other guy just curled his lips maliciously, wondering if someone like Rick could really change anything in such a short period of time. The referee's sonorous voice echoed throughout the arena. "East Hall versus West Hall. First match. Begin!" Immediately, the West Hall opponent rushed forward with a short sword glowing with emerald green spiritual aura. He mocked Rick's naivety, believing that in just a few short hours, no one could miraculously change their strength like that. He mustered his power to unleash the war insect dual sword style with the technique Mantis Slash. Rick was pushed back and gasped, "Gah!" in immense pain from the force of the strike. The opponent mocked him upon seeing that he knew how to use aura to block the attack like a professional. But he immediately followed up with a more devastating attack called 10,000 Insects Heart Devourer. Streams of deep blue energy surrounded and continuously struck his body, making Rick scream out in agony. He laughed out loud in glee, repeatedly questioning Rick about where his earlier claim of having changed was hiding now. Despite struggling intensely and bleeding, Rick still gritted his teeth and endured, secretly affirming that, even though the opponent was indeed strong, he would definitely not let himself be overwhelmingly dominated ever again. Rick tried to unleash a swift counterattack, but the opponent nimbly and easily evaded it. He mocked, "Your attack is foolish, and you can't even touch the hem of my clothes." Manly! Rick was continuously wounded by the opponent's blade. He realized in shock that he could not keep up with his speed if he kept fighting the old way. Amidst his utmost despair and dead end, Jack's teachings suddenly echoed in his mind. Hey, Rick, relax and use it. Are you listening to me? Focus all your power of the great strength fist into one spot. Hurry up! Rick began to regulate his breathing, his eyes determined as he told himself to play a make-or-break gamble. The West Hall opponent gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He hissed, "Rick is just trash, but you are annoyingly stubborn." He channeled power into his blade to unleash a highly powerful wind thrust technique, aiming straight at the target. Unexpectedly, Rick didn't dodge at all, but used his hands, which were glowing with a golden aura, to catch the opponent's blade. To the utmost shock of his enemy, he smirked and smiled. "Gotcha! I finally caught you." Disregarding the opponent's astonishment, Rick channeled all his essence into his fiery fist, shouting loudly, "Take this! Great strength fist strike!" It created a blast of energy explosion, leaving the opponent only enough time to scream in pain before being blasted away. The loudspeaker sonorously announced, "The match is over." Witnessing the spectacular turnaround, the entire stands murmured in astonishment, while Jack and Laika both smiled with satisfaction. The referee declared in a sonorous voice, "The winner is the East Hall." The defeated Lay collapsed on the ground in shock, while Rick still stood silently in the middle of the arena with an emotional face. "See that? Don't judge a book by its cover, kiddo." "Nay!" Rick shouted loudly in pure joy. "That was so lucky! Oh my God!" He raised his area fist high toward the beat, stands as a validation of his hard work over the past 5 years. On the other side, The West Hall opponent clutched his wound in pain, bitterly, unable to believe he had actually suffered defeat. Amidst all that, a deep, bone-chilling voice from Vinian's side suddenly rang out, "Hey!" ignoring his lackey, who knelt down to apologize. Directly blasted the guy away without any hesitation. His eyes turned frantic as he ordered the next fighter to crush the opponent at all costs, to reclaim honor for the West Hall. On the East Hall side, Rick cheered loudly to boost Marin's strength before she stepped out to face the enemy. The referee announced the start of the second match. Marin immediately unleashed a blazing spiritual energy, utilizing the Crimson Fire Sword style with the powerful Spark Strike technique aimed straight at the opponent. However, the West Hall opponent nimbly neutralized the attack and immediately countered with a highly tricky Great Soul Spear technique, featuring a furious, piercing strike. In the blink of an eye, he heavily wounded Marin, leaving her clutching her chest in pain against the suffocating pressure of the spear. Witnessing Marin being brutally tormented right on the arena, Rengis and his teammates were completely stunned. Rick and the other members gritted their teeth in indignation, intending to rush out to save their friend, but they had to restrain themselves, because the match hadn't been called to an end yet, and they didn't want to be disqualified for a rule violation. Finally, the referee clearly announced, "The West Hall is the winner of this second match." Rick and Rengis hurriedly rushed over to support Marin, who was lying unconscious in a pool of blood, while Jackie watched from afar with his eyes burning with rage at the opponent's brutality. Rick held the unconscious Marin tightly in his arms, while Rengis and Celine could not hide their shock at their teammate's terrible condition. Rick shouted furiously at the opponent, "Hey, you! Why'd you have to go that far?" "No, In response to that anger, the West Hall warrior just turned back with a cold face. "Is there a problem?" The West Hall guy nonchalantly reasoned, "This is a match. In other words, it's a real battle. I only do things thoroughly to make sure I win." This cold-blooded explanation made Rick and Celine unable to suppress their wrath. "Even so, this is too much." "Exactly. You didn't need to go to this extent." He smirked and called them naive, affirming that the people of the West Hall would never show mercy to an enemy in actual combat. He proudly declared that their sole objective was to crush the enemies under Venian's command. Faced with Laika's questioning, he challenged, "If you don't like it, then forfeit," before coldly affirming that crushing Marin's fighting spirit was only natural. Laika gritted her teeth in resentment. "You guys—" Suddenly, Retin appeared with a highly malicious look, mockingly saying, "Oh my, instead of worrying about others, worry about yourself first, you fool. Because all of you are about to meet an end more bitter than a bitter melon." He arrogantly gestured, challenging the entire East Hall group to forfeit right here if they felt scared. When Rengis called his name, Radin immediately brushed it off in utter disdain, calling him a small fry and forbidding him from casually calling his name. With a wicked smile, Rayton threatened to beat Rengis to a pulp just like Marin, or repeat the terrible things he had done in their old village years ago. He pointed a finger insultingly at his face. "Right, weakling Rengis?" Boot. At that insult, Laika snapped and was about to rush forward, but Rengis stopped her. "Lady Laika, I'm fine. I won't run away." "Lee!" He stepped forward with determined eyes, shedding his usual timid appearance. Rengis pointed his finger straight at the opponent, sonorously declaring, in front of everyone here, "Today, right here, Retin, I will surpass you." Before the shocked crowd, Marin was carried out of the arena in a heavily injured state, leaving behind a highly tense atmosphere. Rengis stepped onto the arena with trembling hands, The pressure from the stands made him shudder. Suddenly, a voice echoed right in his mind, Rengus. He was startled and gasped, looking around. In confusion, what the hell? Why am I hearing Lord Jack's voice around here? From afar. Jack curled his lips slightly, using telepathy. To reassure his friend, don't mind it. I am simply replicating an experience from a few years ago. Rengus was completely bewildered. He stammered in his head. I don't even know where to begin reacting to that anymore. Nandi, Jack nonchalantly continued. More importantly, I use magic to give you a piece of advice. Nandi. While Rengus was still blankly asking back, Jack began to recite an encoded mantra full of hidden meaning. Clouds drift calmly, water flows freely. He repeated the instructions slowly. Clouds drift calmly, water flows steadily. When in trouble, try to think about that. Rengus was so engrossed in the advice that he stood frozen, making the referee shout loudly. Hey, you kid! Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing? Ah! He snapped out of it and hurriedly bowed his head. Ah, sorry. Regaining his focus, Rengus gripped his spear tightly, his eyes becoming sharper and more determined than ever. The referee announced in a sonorous voice, East Hall versus West Hall. Second match begin. Immediately, Rengus got into his combat stance, facing Riton, who was holding his sword on the opposite side. He stomped his foot hard to gain momentum, rushing toward his opponent like an arrow slicing through the wind. Rengus took the initiative to attack first, shouting loudly, Cloud water spear style, water piercing. His spear, carrying a stream of emerald green inner energy like a rapido. Current thrust straight forward. However, Riton didn't flinch at all. He screamed in contempt, Stop putting on a show! What's the point of acting tough, you weak snail? In just the blink of an eye, Riton unleashed a brutal counterattack. Snake strike sword style penetrating assault. A stream of purplish-black spiritual aura in the shape of a giant snakehead rushed forward and slammed into Rengus's chest, leaving him only enough time to let out an agonizing groan. Riton roared in utter disdain. Is talking big all you're good at? You damn weakling. He rushed forward again with terrifying speed, leaving Rengus no time to react. Riton unleashed the snake strike sword style, gliding snake trajectory. The blade curved and slithered like a venomous snake, bypassing the defense of Rengus's spear. Unable to block it, Rengus was grazed on the flank by the opponent's sword strike. Clutching his wound, Rengus backed away, wondering in shock. Why? I clearly blocked it, but how could the blade bend in such an absurd way? Seeing his opponent struggling, Riton continuously threw out provocations. Well, what's wrong, kid? Why are you countering? What are you waiting for? If you're so good, why don't you try it? Gritting his teeth and enduring, Rengus decided to use his own technique to respond. Cloud water spear style, drifting clouds and flowing water. However, Riton just curled his lips in a malicious smile, then delivered a strike that deflected the spear. Shouting loudly, Fly away! Rengus was blasted afar amidst the worried calls of his teammates. Rengus collapsed, his body covered in wounds and blood. He realized that all of his movements were being read by the opponent and used to counterattack. Riton approached with a smug look, mocking Rengus's intention to counter as ridiculous. He gleefully revealed, My forte is the ultimate counter technique. How pathetic. Do you want me to tell you what my forte is? It's counter techniques. Before Rengus could react, Riton grabbed his hair and yanked it violently and ruthlessly. Riton continuously insulted Rengus's bloodline, affirming that the child of a false dragon could never, ever grow strong. he hissed at him. "You're just a weakling, exactly like your father." Intending to crush the opponent's will, Rengus's eyes flashed with utmost rage upon hearing the enemy insult his family. "Don't insult my father!" But Riton just roared, "Fake!" and delivered a brutal kick to his stomach, sending Rengus flying afar, where he lay, collapsed on the ground, continuously coughing up blood and helplessness. Rengus bitterly realized that all his efforts over the past 5 years still didn't seem to be enough. He painfully told himself that he was still just a weakling, a fake, nothing more and nothing less, just as his opponent's insults claimed. Amidst his semi-consciousness, memories of peaceful days with his father suddenly rushed back. On a boulder by the stream, his father softly asked if he liked fishing, then smiled and said that Rengus was just like him, also loving to watch the clouds and the blue water. His father had gently taught him clouds always drift leisurely, while river water just continuously flows forever. And when looking at them, all human sorrows suddenly become so small. He hoped that one day he would understand that truth. Returning to the harsh reality, those words kept repeating in Rengus's mind, like a guiding light. Up above, the instructor silently observed the development of the match with a deeply thoughtful look. Retin grabbed Rengus's collar and roared in glee. "I think this has taken long enough. Let's end it here. Hurry up!" He swung his fist, continuing to hurl insults. "A fake will always be a fake. Just crawl on the ground and live like that." But at that very moment, Rengus's eyes suddenly snapped open, burning with a fierce determination. Jack's mantra echoed, clouds drift calmly, and water rose slowly. A stream of spiritual aura, deep blue like water, suddenly enveloped Rengus's arm, helping him stop Riton's heavy punch right in front of his face. The sudden turn of events made Riton exclaim in shock, "I haven't finished off this brat yet. What the hell is coming now?" No. Witnessing this astonishing burst of power, the captain of the Golden Dragon Legion curled his lips in amusement. "Oh, this is..." In the middle of the arena, Rengus stood firmly within the blazing aura, his sharp eyes showing a complete awakening of power. Retin was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, when he saw the aura shining brightly around his opponent. "Impossible! No way, 3-star?" Rengus stood there with his spear in hand. Despite being covered in injuries, his will was stronger than ever. Retin gritted his teeth in resentment. He roared in utmost jealousy. "I don't accept this. There's no way that fake item can stand on equal footing with me. I will absolutely never accept that." He channeled all his power into his purplish-black glowing sword, unleashing the snake attack sword style. Retin roared, "Snake cleave!" unleashing streams of spiritual aura that besieged the arena. Rengus's eyes glowed with a deep blue color. He calmly observed every movement of the enemy, with absolute focus. Riton realized in panic that his attack was completely ineffective. "This little brat. I clearly hit him dead on, didn't I? Has he seen right through me? No, it can't be like this." The unyielding Briton frantically unleashed the snake, strike sword style with the wild snake's assault/technique. He screamed in despair. "Take this strike too." However, Rengus glided gently amidst the sharp sword lines, making Retin exclaim in shock, "What is that? What kind of freakish thing is that?" "Nyah!" Witnessing this unbelievable performance, Laika anxiously called her friend's name, but Jack just calmly replied with complete confidence, "Yeah." Jack assessed that Rengus had now taken a step further, reaching close to the core essence of martial arts. Before Laika's bewilderment, he secretly explained, clouds drift silently, water flows gently. No matter what happens, It never stopped. It softly changes its shape and form, swallowing all power and letting it drift away. Now, Jack secretly admired him, seeing that in just a short time, Rengus had comprehended wonderfully what he had taught, though it seemed that he himself still hadn't realized this great change. Rengus's concentration right now was truly remarkable. Standing before the blazing deep blue pressure, Riton completely lost his composure. He backed away in utmost terror. What the heck is this? Oh my God, get away from me. Don't come any closer. Ignoring his opponent's panic, Rengus still loomed forward with glowing eyes. With his strong will, he gently swung his spear, neutralizing all of Riton's sword lines with ease. A sharp, clashing sound of metal echoed as Rengus used the spear shaft to block Riton's slash. Witnessing his disciple's awakening, Jack stood below wearing a highly cunning smile. That's right. Water doesn't just flow gently. Riton gritted his teeth, his face distorted with rage and fear, damn it. He couldn't understand why someone he used to look down on could become so terrifying in the blink of an eye. Once the current turns violent, no one can stop its power. Rengus channeled all his essence into his spear, unleashing the decisive strike, carrying the power of a tsunami. A stream of emerald-green energy slammed straight into Riton, the strike so powerful that it blasted Riton far away, knocking him unconscious instantly with a face turned pale. From shock, the loudspeaker sonorously announced throughout the arena, "The match is over. The winner is the East Hall." Riton lay collapsed amidst the debris, completely incapacitated. Standing in the middle of the arena, Rengus was still in shock. He panted heavily, looking at his hands, What? Right at that moment, Laika hurriedly rushed over from below the stands. Rengus. She cheered in admiration. "Great fight, buddy. Congratulations on reaching 3-star, and you even won." "That was awesome." Rengus still looked blankly at his teammates running over. He muttered in astonishment, 3-star? I won?" Looking at Riton collapsed at his feet. He still couldn't believe reality. "Did I really win?" Laika and Celine immediately rushed up with bright smiles. "Yeah, that was a wonderful match." The memory of Riton's insults flashed back, leaving Rengus still in shock, wondering, "I actually beat Riton too? I won?" He stood there in silence, his hands tightly gripping the spear in overwhelming emotion. Tears of happiness rolled down Rengus's bold cheeks as he felt the fruit of his hard work. Raymond and Laika spared no praise. "Hey, what was that cool move just now?" "That was truly amazing. Ultimate kung fu right there." Raymond excitedly pressed on. "Yeah, I want to know too. That move earlier, it looked just like a water dragon rushing straight up against the waterfall. A peak move." It looked insanely cool. Faced with the enthusiastic praise regarding the image of a mighty water dragon, Rengus cried out in complete bewilderment, "What are you guys talking about? I don't know any move like that." Seeing Raymond still affirming, "But it really gave off that feeling," Jack stepped up from behind and calmly explained, "That move is the Ascending Dragon Pierce." He revealed, this is originally one of the techniques recorded in the second volume of the Cloudwater Spear style. Ulan-mei. Jack looked at Rengus with high appreciation. "You only read the first volume, right? Yet you managed to reach it on your own. Well done." Laika asked in surprise. "Wait, hold on, so that's how it is. But how did you know about that? Did someone gossip to you?" Jack quickly made up a reason. "I caught a glimpse of it on the second floor of the Dragon Inscription Pavilion, while breaking into a cold sweat, telling himself, I can't just say that I was the one who created it." Witnessing Jack's modesty, Laika secretly admired him. "Ah, I see. Reaching the level of the second volume on his own. Rengus is truly impressive." Jack looked at his teammates back, secretly thinking about the martial art technique. he had created in his past life, but couldn't remember when he had recorded it. He guessed that perhaps later generations had copied it down and split it into multiple volumes to preserve it, and to prevent inexperienced people from seeing through it. Its core had been hidden on higher levels. However, that path, leading to the intentionally hidden core, Rengis had opened it up all by himself, in a brilliant manner. Jack smiled with satisfaction. Truly a wonderful young talent. Suddenly, the sharp shout of the inspector rang out, cutting through the atmosphere. "East Hall! How much longer do you people intend to stand there chatting?" "No, it isn't." Selena and Laika hurriedly apologized, while Rick eagerly urged the team. "All right, let's keep this winning momentum going. Come on." Selena clenched her fist with determination. "Yeah, I'll do my best." Ever since Rengis's spectacular victory, the East Hall's morale had reached its peak. However, the West Hall didn't give up easily. They quickly regained their spirit, making the subsequent matches fiercer than ever. In the fourth match, although Selene fought with all her might, she still suffered a narrow, regrettable defeat. Right after that, in the fifth match, Raymond gritted his teeth and held his ground against the storm of attacks to secure a victory by a hair's breadth. The confrontation thus dragged on into the second half in an extremely tense atmosphere. Raymond returned exhausted, whispering that he himself didn't even understand how he managed to win, while Rengis spared no words, praising his teammates' resilience. On the other side, Selene bowed her head, apologizing for not being able to bring home a victory. But Laika quickly reassured her that everyone had done a great job. Laika reminded the whole team that currently the East Hall was leading, with 3 wins and 2 losses. They only needed to reach 4 points to secure the overall victory. Laika declared that she would take the field next to end it all. Just as Laika was about to step onto the arena, Jack suddenly approached and called her name. His sudden action caught Laika by surprise, making her ask what was wrong. Jack maintained a serious face. He unexpectedly closed the distance and placed his hand on her shoulder, looking intently into Laika's eyes, then asked in a deep voice, "So, do you really feel okay inside?" Faced with Jack's highly strange concern and overly serious attitude, Laika was briefly flustered, then affirmed that she was still completely normal as usual. She quickly pushed Jack's hand away, reminding him not to stand too close, and proudly declared that she would definitely not lose. Hearing Rengis's enthusiastic cheering from behind, Laika confidently stepped onto the arena with a bright smile. However, at that same time, Jack also narrowed his eyes watchfully, sensing a strange and sinister energy silently fluctuating in the air. The enemy from the west all secretly sneered as he witnessed Laika's resistance. She really is a useless pawn that can't achieve anything," he snorted coldly, telling himself that as long as they won here, everything would return to its intended track. Facing the blade pointing straight at her, Laika sharply retorted, "That's impossible, because I am the one who will win." The sixth match between the East Hall and the West Hall officially exploded right after the starting signal. Laika rushed forward with terrifying speed, making the opponent exclaim in shock. So fast, the West Hall enemy struggled to defend against the lightning-fast slashes. He realized that Laika's lightning aura had truly far surpassed even Sandy's. In his heart, he admitted he could have lost this match if Lord Venian hadn't taken action beforehand. A stream of sinister purplish-black energy from Venian's hand suddenly enveloped the arena, making Laika exclaim in shock, "What?" The opponent smirked with a highly malicious smile. "I told you beforehand, didn't I? I told you beforehand." How could you possibly defeat me? So don't push yourself anymore, it's just a waste of energy, Laika. She shrieked in agony as a blazing red electricity began to violently ravage her body. Laika's face distorted with pain, and she realized with horror that not only had she lost control of her lightning, but even her primordial origin energy could no longer be used. To a warrior, the body and primordial origin energy always share a deep connection, helping to enhance the power of every movement. In other words, if a warrior loses their primordial origin energy right in the middle of a battle, then everything officially ends. Every single attack from the opponent right now could become a fatal blow. Laika died. Despite her exhausted body and bloody face, she still tried to bear the pressure, screaming in utter despair in her heart, no matter what. I must find a way to defend myself at all costs. Witnessing this scene from the stands, Sandy shockingly realized the abnormality. Hey, this is somewhat strange. Jack realized that Laika's primordial origin energy was completely inactive, and wondered what on earth had happened. Laika collapsed onto the arena floor, continuously coughing up blood in absolute helplessness. The West Hall opponent looked at her with sheer irony, but couldn't help but admire her willpower. To be able to endure to this extent without being able to use primordial origin energy. You truly deserve your reputation as a family head candidate on par with Lord Venian. However, Venian sat far away with a sinister smile, his eyes shining with smugness, because his despicable plan had succeeded. The opponent coldly declared, "You've held out very well. But everything ends here. Nana ni. So let's make it quick so I can go home and eat. I'm dead tired." He swung his sword, intending to deliver the finishing blow. To the girl who no longer had the ability to resist, Rengis screamed frantically in tears. "Please stop, Lady Laika." But he was already held back tightly by Rick to prevent any recklessness. Witnessing his teammate being humiliated, Jack's eyes burned with murderous intent. A wave of furious energy began to erupt violently from his hands. At the very moment the opponent's blade was about to strike down on Laika's head, a bolt of golden lightning suddenly struck straight down into the arena. Sandy had rushed out in the nick of time, using her giant great sword to block the enemy's brutal attack. She shouted in rage, aiming straight at the West Hall guy. What the hell are you thinking?" The West Hall opponent was stunned, gritting his teeth in sheer annoyance at the sudden intervention of the North Hall genius. Sandy angrily yelled right into the West Hall opponent's face. "Hey, this place is no joke. Hear me? What the hell are you thinking? What kind of mindset makes you interfere in a match like this? Don't play dumb with me. Just now, you deliberately wanted to finish Laika off, didn't you?" "Well, no, Faced with the sharp accusation, Alan still maintained a nonchalant attitude. He casually replied that it was a dangerous accusation, and he absolutely didn't do such a thing. Right at this moment, Eddie's also stepped onto the arena with great gravity. He affirmed, "No matter which angle you look at it from, that blow just now was overly dangerous." Alan annoyedly barked back, asking if Edis was opposing him, but he coldly reminded him to be more careful with his daily actions. Edis continued to sharply expose him. Everyone clearly saw that Laika currently cannot use primordial origin energy. Yet, you used your aura to attack someone like that. Amidst the tension, Venian unexpectedly walked over, placed his hand on Alan's shoulder and mocked, "Hey, listen, Edis, you interfered in the match and then you keep babbling about our way of doing things. Isn't that hilarious? That's your fault, so who are you to nag so much?" He wore a highly wicked smile. affirming that in real combat, the opponent's condition doesn't matter. The only thing left to do is to crush the enemy completely. Venian proudly declared, "The West Hall always considers every match as a true battle of life and death." Sandy shouted out in grievance, "Even so, there must be a limit. This isn't a life and death match." Venian looked at Sandy with utmost disdain. He threw out a mocking comment. "How naive. That's the reason why you guys always lose." Naive. He emphasized that the West Hall doesn't just play at real combat like others, but they are actually fighting in real wars. Venian exuded a highly pressuring purplish-black spiritual aura. He nonchalantly stated that they were also holding back, because this wasn't a life-and-death arena. He smirked mischievously alongside Alan, adding a highly ironic remark. "Even though we don't intend to kill anyone, having something crushed or broken is completely normal." "No." Sandy gritted her teeth in resentment, lightning blazing around her body. "You..." Suddenly, a giant purple pressuring wave enveloped the entire arena, making everyone tremble in terror. The captain of the Golden Dragon Legion, Tekmanic, appeared with an overwhelming aura. He coldly questioned, "Is there no sense of order and hierarchy left at all? Since when did I allow this useless chatter to take place?" "No." Although Sandy tried to explain about Alan's dangerous action, aimed at Laika, he only sorrowfully barked out, "Silence." With eyes flashing with absolute authority, Tekmanic coldly declared, "Those who have no business being on the arena floor absolutely have no right to speak. Nawadimdai. Whether to stop or continue is for me to decide." Faced with the captain's wrath, Edis and Sandy could only bow their heads and admit their fault. The referee officially declared the West Hall the winner, and at the same time requested all unauthorized individuals to leave the arena immediately to prepare for the final round. Edis quickly told Sandy to take Laika's sword, and together they took her out of the arena. Seeing Laika's terrible condition, Rangus and his teammates couldn't help but panic with worry. Edis reassured the whole group that he had given her recovery medicine. "But since the wounds need time to heal, I will directly take her to the infirmary." Edis smiled at Jack, silently understanding that he had also intended to take action to stop the opponent's brutal act just now. Jack thoughtfully looked at his teammates back, secretly calculating the next move in this decisive battle. "You guys don't need to worry. I'll carry this match for you." On the way, Sandy couldn't help but wonder about Laika being defeated so quickly and one-sidedly. She realized this abnormality had appeared right from Lila's first match. It seemed the West Hall was using some underhanded trick to manipulate the results. Sandy anxiously told Jack that he must be exceptionally careful when facing them. Facing Jack, Venian smugly raised the magical artifact in his hand high, throwing out a mocking remark. "Your defeat is already predetermined, and the East Hall never stands a chance at winning." "And I believe me." However, Jack's disdainful silence and nonchalant attitude made him feel deeply insulted. The loudspeaker sonorously announced throughout the arena, "The 7th match between the East Hall and the West Hall. Begin!" However, before anyone could even react, in just the blink of an eye, Jack rushed forward, delivering a punch straight into Alan's face, sending him flying far away to the shock of everyone. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence at Jack's lightning-fast and highly powerful counterattack. Even the inspector's face changed color, unable to believe his eyes before this kid's terrifying strength. Jack looked at the enemy who was struggling to stand up, curling his lips in a highly ironic smile. "For someone who constantly talks about real combat, you seem way too careless." "Nani?" He held out his hand provocatively, his amber eyes shine with a hint of madness. "Well, how does it feel? Isn't this what you like? Real combat. Then I will also fight in real combat mode. Witnessing the sudden turn of events, Venian's subordinate screamed in horror. Venian clutched his bloody face, crying out in shock and pain. He couldn't believe that. Before he could even see anything, he had already been beaten like a dog by Jack. Observing the spiritual aura surrounding his opponent, Jack pondered. Wind element power? I see. He realized that Venian must also belong to one of the 4 great families, and this was the signature power of his family. Venian could only grit his teeth and curse in utmost frustration. Do you feel satisfied yet? How does the taste of real combat feel, huh? He smiled provocatively, revealing that he had even deliberately mimicked the despicable style of Venian just to let him taste the humiliation. Venian went mad and intended to rush forward, but Jack vanished right before his eyes. In just the blink of an eye, Jack appeared right behind his opponent's back. With cold eyes, he coldly declared. This is the second time. Then he unleashed a strike that sent Venian flying far away in helplessness. What the hell is this? What is going on? How can someone like me be handled so easily? While he was still engrossed in his bewildered thoughts, Jack closed the distance. With a sharp, mocking look, oh my God, it seems you are deep in thought right in the middle of a real battle, huh? He added a remark that sent a shiver down Venian's spine. You must feel very safe, don't you? Then he suddenly delivered a heavy punch straight into his opponent's stomach, leaving him only enough time to let out a cry of pain before collapsing onto the arena floor. Standing before his kneeling enemy who was coughing up blood, Jack nonchalantly declared, "That's the 3rd time." Venian trembled, trying to feebly ask back, "What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand anything at all." Jack pointed his finger straight at his face, coldly explaining, "You still don't get it. Clearly. I am talking about how many times you've already died." He began to list the vital spots he had touched. First was the face, second was the neck, and third was the heart. Jack affirmed that in a real battle, Venian should have died 3 times already, and the only reason he was still alive was thanks to his leniency. Venian stared in shock at his trembling hands, stammering in despair. Impossible. Jack suddenly delivered a brutal kick to the head, sending Venian flying far away. He nonchalantly reminded him, "Oh, right. This is real combat, isn't it, Venian?" He flipped through the air and tumbled onto the arena floor, while Jack declared that the break time was officially over. Witnessing this terrifying, overwhelming scene from the stands, Sandy and Edis froze in astonishment. Sandy trembled, realizing this isn't even a match anymore. It's a one-sided torture that goes far beyond any ordinary rules. Now I'm me. Looking at the current situation, Edis bitterly realized that the dramatic match between himself and Jack before was probably just a friendly exchange, nothing more and nothing less. He was shocked by the absurdity and unfair power of Jack as he saw him exuding a heavy, dark spiritual aura, standing tall before Venian, who was sprawling on the ground. Jack asked in a sonorous voice, "So, have you started to understand what real combat truly is?" He admitted his opponent's perspective of crushing the enemy on the battlefield was correct, and affirmed the West Hall crowd might become excellent warriors in the future. Jack looked at Venian, who was struggling to get up, casually pouring a bucket of cold water on him. "But this is not a battlefield. It takes place under the supervision of the instructors. And we even have recovery medicine. Now, it can be said that this is quite a soft environment for someone who constantly talks about real combat." Faced with his opponent's frustrated silence, Jack curled his lips slightly, his amber eyes flashing with a sharp gaze. In short, the real combat you're talking about is far from reaching its true essence. All you are doing is just running away from your own weakness. Isn't that right? His pride being wounded, Venian roared frantically, "Shut up!" A violent surge of wind energy erupted, tearing apart the surrounding ground as he lost control. "An outcast like you has no right to lecture me." Standing before Venian's wrath, Jack kept a straight face, even throwing out a teasing remark. "Oh, so you're at that rebellious age, huh? Then there's no other choice." Hi. Jack got into a ready stance, proudly declaring, "I will take your move, so just come at me and vent all that frustration out here." "In me." Venian rushed forward like a wild beast, screaming loudly. "Why is this guy so damn stubborn? I told you to shut your mouth. Don't act like you know everything." He swung his fan, executing the wind fan style with the technique Gale Force Blade, creating sharp wind blades that tore the arena floor to pieces. In his heart, Venian was screaming in utter despair. "Just once, just for a single moment is fine. As long as I can touch him, even if it's just a little bit." He attacked frantically, putting his entire life into every slash with a slim hope of turning the tables. Below the stands, Rengis looked at the crumbling ground in shock, not understanding what was going on. "Why is the ground breaking apart when I can't see anything at all?" Now, Wunny. Another student explained that it was the power of the new family, one of the 4 great families. Their wind element spiritual aura is invisible, unseeable to the naked eye, creating extremely dangerous, anonymous attacks. Aravi. Sandy sat further away, curling her lips in utter disdain. "What a filthy power! It suits them perfectly." Although admitting this was an extremely tough opponent with invisible, continuous attacks, Rengis still anxiously watched Lord Jack on the arena. Venian was completely devastated. Why? Why hasn't a single strike landed? Why? Are you bitter? Very bitter? Well, it's nothing strange. You're too bitter. Just give up. Go home and sleep tight. No. Jack, while closing his eyes and dodging gracefully, nonchalantly tapped his head with a painful flick. "It would be very easy if you just went with the flow." Namirain. Venian clutched his head, barking out in a fury. "What? Stop spouting that nonsense." Jack glided gently like a ghost, continuously pointing out openings. "Again, you're full of openings. Despite..." Venian frantically swinging his fan, screaming, "You wicked brat! I told you that's enough. If you know what's good for you, get out of my sight." Jack still kept his eyes closed, moving with extreme mastery amidst the windblade lines. He let out a weary sigh. My, it really is the rebellious age." Jack casually asked, "How is it? Do you feel any better yet?" Venian roared in utmost frustration, "Better my foot. Don't mess with me, I will kill." Jack sighed gently, secretly evaluating that resilient will is indeed admirable for a warrior. But Venian's body has actually reached its limit a long time ago. Very quickly, Jack closed the distance and delivered another punch to the stomach, causing the young man immense pain. He coldly warned, "If this continues, you will only suffer more pain." And he suggested ending the match here. However, Venian stubbornly clutched Jack's leg tightly, his hand suddenly glowing with a highly sinister purple spiritual aura. Looking at the opponent kneeling at his feet, but still refusing to let go. Jack muttered, "Oh boy, pretty tough, aren't you? So you still want to go all the way, huh?" Suddenly, Venian burst into a mad laughter. The Mohaha laughter echoed throughout the arena, making Jack wonder what exactly he was plotting. Venian's gaze suddenly turned wild. He looked up at Jack with a savage smile. "You are finished!" Instantly, a violent surge of emerald green wind energy erupted, enveloping his body, and creating a massive shockwave that Jack was astonished, wondering, what kind of power is that? Venian channeled all his remaining strength to execute the wind fan style with his ultimate technique. Gale force bullets. Powerful. Tornadoes struck straight towards Jack, leaving him only enough time to gasp, before being completely swallowed up. Witnessing the shocking scene, Rengis cried out in horror, "Oh my God! Did he really manage to hit Lord Jack?" No, hey. Up on the stands, Edis was still silently observing with a deeply pensive expression. A student standing next to him commented that Jack looked a bit unusual, making Edis narrow his eyes suspiciously and ask back what she meant. While the battle was reaching its climax, Sandy managed to bring Laika and Marin back to the spectator area in time. Seeing their teammates safe and sound, Rengis and Rick hurriedly ran over to check on them. "Lady Laika! Marin! Are you two okay?" Marin feebly apologized for making everyone worry. Rick looked towards the arena, which was obscured by dust, and anxiously turned to ask Laika, "Lady Laika, do you know what is happening to Lord Jack?" Laika gazed thoughtfully at the arena, bitterly realizing a shocking truth. Rather than knowing, it's more like, "I realized he is just like me." Ye won. She revealed that during the match earlier. Midway through, she suddenly became unable to use her primordial origin energy. Rengis and Rick gasped in shock, unable to comprehend how such an absurd thing could happen. Laika continued her analysis. "I noticed Lila showed similar strange symptoms during her match against Venian, and anxiously affirmed, if that's a secret trick, then right now Jack is also trapped in a state where he cannot use his power on the arena floor." Venian laughed out loud in sheer smugness at his opponent's plight. "That feels so incredibly satisfying. That is the price you pay for daring to act arrogant before your grandfather." He swore he would make sure Jack could never get back up again, putting all his power into the wind fan style. First secret technique. Gale Earth Storm. A thick storm of sand and dust enveloped Jack. Venian roared, "Die!" while Rengis below could only shout out in despair, "Lord Jack!" But right in the center of the storm, an iron fist suddenly shattered the violent gale. Jack didn't need primordial origin energy. He relied solely on physical strength to crush his opponent's secret technique and landed a punch straight to his face. Venian screamed in pain as he witnessed the lightning-fast counterattack, striking straight at his face, sending him flying far away in helplessness. Venian collapsed, continuously coughing up blood in utmost frustration. "Why did you—" "What happens when you boast too early? You just end up in a coffin early, what else?" Witnessing that scene, Laika smiled gently with sheer admiration. She realized that whether his power was sealed, or whatever underhanded trick he faced, it didn't matter at all to a monster like Jack. In the middle of the ruined arena, Jack stood proudly with an overwhelming spiritual aura, tightly clenching his glowing fist, serving as a confirmation of his absolute strength. "Why?" Venian blurted out in shock and despair. Jack silently looked at his hand, which was exuding a highly sinister purple mist. He curled his lips slightly. This is poison." Venian screamed in absolute shock. "Impossible. How do you know it's poison? That poison shouldn't have been detectable." Jack walked nonchalantly, giving his opponent a rare compliment. You finally achieved a passing grade. The reason why everyone who fought you ended up with a quick defeat is precisely because this poison only activates when primordial origin energy is stirred. Looking at the dispersing poisonous mist, Jack silently pondered. To think it even bypassed my senses, until I actually used primordial origin energy. You did quite a good job. Is his hobby sarcastically praising those who lose to him, or what? Venian gritted his teeth, affirming with that poison. I know for certain. I successfully sealed your primordial origin energy. But why? How were you still able to deliver that final blow? Jack casually flexed his toned muscles, proudly declaring, those things are completely meaningless before a thoroughly trained body. Having my primordial origin energy sealed is no big deal. There's no way a peak powerhouse like me would be shaken. Right? Jack's words drove Venian completely insane. He clutched his weapon tightly, screaming in frustration. Meaningless? How dare you call my achievement the deicide true poison meaningless? Jack narrowed his eyes and asked, Oh, so you concocted this poison yourself? It seems completely harmless to your own body, and you transfer it through primordial origin energy into others to let it take effect. He admitted that this was a breakthrough poison, and creating this thing was indeed very impressive. But then Jack's voice turned sharp and firm. But it won't work on me. Instantly, Jack exerted his power, forcing all the poisonous mist out through his nose, leaving Venian completely paralyzed with horror. He detoxified himself? Through his nose? Surprised yet? This is just average stuff. Jackie nonchalantly pointed at his opponent, delivering a harsh lecture. It's an interesting, nameless poison, but that's all it amounts to. In the end, everything always comes down to your own personal strength. Don't dare. He affirmed that if Venian kept relying completely on toxins, then the road ahead of him would still be very long. Venian froze in shock, his face distorted, because he couldn't believe what had just happened. So, are you satisfied now? Venian gritted his teeth in resentment. The feeling of ultimate humiliation made him mutter in bitterness about this terrible world. A cruel world flashed back in Venian's memory, where he used to be a child with lifeless and gloomy eyes. Back then, his harsh mother always obsessed over him with extreme words. No matter what you have to do, you must become the person at the top. If you can't, you have no reason to exist. Venian used to be an incredibly ordinary individual, in a family full of outstanding figures. While everyone endlessly praised Laika for mastering secret techniques early on, or gossiped about how Venian was the candidate with the least chance, Venian silently endured his own mediocrity. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, every effort only exposed his lack of talent. Compared to his two older brothers and even his younger sibling, his mother constantly screamed, fiercely whipping him with a rod and scolding him. Why can't you even do the simplest things? She continuously humiliated her useless child throughout those endless days. But it was precisely in the darkness of despair that Venian found his own escape through the pages of books and chemical vials. He worked tirelessly, studying and taking notes, and finally discovered his true talent, which was poison. Looking at the dead lab rats scattered across the table, Venian flashed a mad smile as he held the glowing purple solution in his hand, immersing himself in the only deadly talent that he possessed. Venian believed that as long as he had poison, He could fight and climb to the top position, so that he could finally receive acknowledgement from his mother. Venian roared in utmost frustration. What do you even know about me? I was always compared to those geniuses. Every single day by everyone! No matter how much effort I put in. Before their talent, I was absolutely nothing. And yet they kept on comparing me to them. No matter the cost. I had to fight and crawl my way up. And you, someone who knows nothing, dare to judge me? No, why? Yet an ignorant person like you dares to judge me. Suddenly, he seems a bit pitiful. It feels exactly like the feeling of being compared to someone else's kid. Hey, no. Frantically rushed forward with the short dual blades in his hand. But Jack still calmly dodged every sword line within a hair's breadth. In just a split second, Jack grabbed Venian's arm and snapped it backward, causing the short dual blades to drop instantly. An explosion of purplish-black spiritual power erupted violently, enveloping both of them, making Rengus and his friends below shout out in worry. Jack! Lord Jack! Observing the match from a distance, Sandy narrowed her eyes suspiciously. In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of freak this boy was to possess such terrifying strength. Venian was immersed in a deep purple, highly sinister aura. He roared in absolute madness, relying on poison? That's right. As long as I win. Nothing else matters. I don't have combat talent, but when it comes to poison, I truly am talented. As long as I have poison, I will not lose. He pulled out a secret device, a desperate look clear in his eyes. I really didn't want to use this, but if I want to win, I have no other choice. I know. He intended to create a deadly cloud of smoke, along with poison-tipped needles, that even he himself would find difficult to detoxify. But just as Venian was about to activate his final sacrificial move, Jack unexpectedly appeared, closing the distance and tightly gripping his hand. He looked straight into his opponent's eyes, asking softly and coldly, "That's your final move, right?" Venian blurted out in complete collapse. "What?" He sank to the ground, trembling and backing away as he saw Jack looming forward like a ghost. In his heart, Venian screamed in sheer terror. What the hell is this guy, for God's sake? Jack held out his glowing hands, his eyes blank with an overwhelming pressure, tightly grabbing Venian, leaving him completely frozen. In ultimate despair, Jack looked straight into Venian's eyes. His voice deep and firm. Listen carefully. You have a massive misunderstanding. No, he affirmed that to become strong, humans do not necessarily need martial arts, talent, and they certainly don't need a special gift to control primordial origin energy. Jack's eyes shone with absolute authority. All you need is this. I want to win. No. That very desire is the path that leads to true strength. One? No, not in whoa. Seeing that Venian was still in shock, Jack pointed his finger straight at his face and barked. And from what you just said, you claim you don't have martial arts talent? What nonsense! He exposed Venian's real problem. The fact that he was using the wrong weapon. Jack suggested, that's right, something with a longer handle. Like an umbrella would suit you quite well. Nah. Faced with Venian's bewildered question, Jack affirmed that this was absolutely not a joke. Although it seems strange. Just like the iron fan, the umbrella is also a weapon with a long history. Honestly, he nonchalantly declared that to him, almost everything in this world could be turned into a weapon. Venian blankly questioned himself in his heart. Something that suits me? Me? He was immersed in painful memories of his lack of talent. But Jack suddenly placed his hand on his head in a friendly pat. You seem to always think that you don't have combat talent. Ignoring Vinian's struggling, Jack patted his shoulder encouragingly. But when stepping onto the battlefield, you carry the demeanor of a warrior more than anyone else. Wow, that sounds so touching. A few more words and they'll go from enemies to sworn brothers. Jack looked off into the distance. At a battlefield filled with corpses, his voice deep. In a real battle, just like you said. As long as you win, any method is acceptable. Fine. If you cling too tightly to a warrior's so-called pride, you won't be able to protect anything at all. He affirmed that to win and protect the important things, humans must know how to use every tool at their disposal. Jack concluded that Venian's way of thinking wasn't wrong. The only mistake was where he was using it. He stood up, flashing a bright smile, and extended his hand in front of Venian. Come with me. If you do... Jack looked straight into his opponent's eyes, proudly declaring, Rest assured, I promise I will make you as strong as you've always wished to be. Oh, Ibdira! Venian was shocked, asking back, trembling. What do you mean? Jack curled his lips slightly, affirming, that's right. As you can see, I am stronger than you, aren't I? He flashed a radiant smile, extending his hand in a friendly manner. Don't worry. Once I'm done with you won't have any time left to complain about talent or any of that nonsense. No, I will train you until you are strong. Witnessing Jack's confidence and overwhelming charisma, Venian froze, silently admiring in his heart. This guy really speaks well. However, right in the middle of that touching moment, Jack suddenly paused as if he had just remembered something. Oops, I forgot one thing. Faced with his opponent's bewilderment, Jack unexpectedly delivered a thunderous punch straight into Venian's face. We are still in the middle of a match, after all. When you wake up, come find me, okay? Deal? What? They were just showing affection a few words ago. And then he hits him with a thunderous blow like that? Venian lay motionless, only managing to feebly curse. Damn. Before completely passing out, the referee proudly declared the final result. The match is over! He silently thought in horror about the fact that, he had even neutralized the poison in that very instant. The loudspeaker announcement rang out proudly across the arena. The champion of the East Hall. Jack! He stood proudly with a radiant smile, amidst the wild cheers of everyone. Rengis, Elena, Raymond. And the East Hall members burst into happiness. They embraced each other to celebrate this historic victory. Meanwhile, Venian was silently helped away by his teammates in disappointment. He looks pitiful, but whatever, what can you do? The loudspeaker proudly rang out, concluding the entire event. This brings the selection matches to an end. To celebrate the glory of the East Hall, a grand banquet has been meticulously prepared. Plates of fragrant grilled meat, warm bread, along with countless appealing dishes were beautifully arranged on the long table, splendid under the flickering candlelight. Amidst the luxurious setting, the students from other halls were also present, unable to help but wonder. Hey, the East Hall won, right? So why were we gathered here too? Another person replied with a highly suspicious look. I don't know the truth of it either. I guess they are about to explain it. Let's just wait and see what happens. While everyone was buzzing with conversation, Jack was nonchalantly devouring a giant chicken leg with an extremely satisfied expression. Seeing Laika looking at him with a highly tense face, he asked while chewing, Is something wrong? You should eat quickly, or it will get completely cold. How can you calmly eat and drink in this situation, huh? Aren't you curious about what they're about to explain? I am truly speechless with you. Right at that moment, The large doors swung open. The official entered with a calm demeanor. "Apologies for keeping you all waiting." He looked around the room and continued. "Now for this meal, although some of you have already started. The rest of you should please eat as well. Manhwa. This banquet is also a reward for your hard work in participating in the recent selection matches." Way. The official stood at the head of the table, his face turning serious. "Now I will explain the special mission." A student timidly raised her hand, asking if they were allowed to hear this, and received a nod of confirmation. "No problem. It's possible that you all will be participating in this mission as well." And received a nod confirming that everything was fine. "Perhaps you all will also participate in this mission." He began to reveal the shocking information. "A few days ago, a special rift was discovered inside the territory of the Dragon family." The entire room sank into amazement upon hearing the news about the rift. Jack, while munching on his chicken leg, silently recalled the knowledge he had once read at Dragon Crest about this mysterious phenomenon. The official continued, explaining that although everyone knew about rifts, special rifts were a completely foreign concept. He emphasized that these were places that could not be conquered by conventional methods, leaving Laika unable to help but wonder about the true meaning behind those words. The secret was gradually unveiled as he revealed the harsh conditions of this particular rift. Only exactly 7 people of 3-star rank or below can step inside. Anyone who has reached the 4-star rank or above or exceeds the allowed number will be pushed out by a powerful enforcement force. Even the family head himself cannot enter if he does not fully meet the requirements. The reason the kids were chosen was because the 3-star soldier force of the family was being spread way too thin due to the rapid appearance of recent rifts, leading to a severe shortage of manpower. The ultimate goal of the mission was magic water, the miraculous water needed to awaken magical power, which was believed to exist inside that special rift. Hearing up to this point, Rangus and the crowd of students all gasped in shock. Magic water! Jack also showed immense interest, silently exclaiming, "That's definitely it." The official affirmed that consuming magic water would help convert primordial origin energy into mana, creating a body capable of using magic. Thinking of the prospect of getting his hands on a new power, Jack's eyes shone brightly with excitement. He couldn't hold back and shouted out loud, "Magic! It seems he is overly excited, isn't he?" "Just take it easy, boss." The official reiterated the world context, which is currently ruled by the 8 great families, including the Dragon family. However, while the other 7 families all possessed magic springs that produced magic water, Dragon was the only family that did not have that treasure. In other words, the mission this time was to conquer a special rift to retrieve the magic water for the family. He looked straight at the students with a sharp gaze, clearly affirming this is an extremely important mission, and failure is absolutely not allowed to happen. Nay. However, the official warned in a deep voice that the location where this rift appeared lay right next to the territory of the Severus family, one of the 8 great families of overlords. Surely they would also target this tasty morsel. Precisely due to that complex nature, the family held the selection to find the most excellent warriors of our 3-star rank and below. Hearing that, Sandy nodded along. "Oh, so that's how it is. So, the 7 members of the East Hall, who one will be tasked with the mission of conquering this special rift, huh? Wow, aren't they incredibly lucky?" However, the official immediately corrected her, stating that although the East Hall won, those 7 members did not automatically become the Conquest team. Instead, under the leadership of the East Hall, a new lineup will be formed from everyone present here right now. He explained that forcing everyone to fight to the end, regardless of winning or losing, was so the organizers could have the clearest view of each individual's capability and combat style. Although a few people didn't have enough time to show their full strength, this serves as the basis to build the most optimal lineup for this mission. Therefore, Jack, go ahead and choose the members for the Rift Conquest team. Whoa. Jack was startled, shouting out in utter bewilderment, Me? To his surprise, the official nonchalantly reminded him that Jack was the representative of the East Hall, so this was his responsibility. Finding it bothersome, Jack immediately pointed towards his friend next to him. Sigh, what a real drag. I have no intention of doing any of that. Hey! Laika, I'll let you decide everything. Laika was so shocked, her jaw dropped, shouting. Jack chuckled, affirming that he would definitely participate. But as for choosing people, it should be left to Laika. When asked if he was sure about this decision, Jack casually admitted, if you let me choose, the lineup would probably just consist of me alone. That arrogant statement left Laika completely speechless, realizing that with Jack's personality, he could absolutely do that crazy thing for real. Jack further explained that if Laika wanted to become the head of the family, then learning how to evaluate people with her own eyes would be an extremely valuable experience. He turned to ask the official's opinion. Therefore, can I hand over this representative role to Laika? Although he didn't object, he still anxiously asked again just to be sure. Because leading this lineup is a highly important stepping stone to get closer to the position of family head. Yet Jack nonchalantly waved his hand. Anyway, I have no intention of becoming the family. This shocking declaration made everyone, from Venian to Laika, widen their eyes in amazement. What? You don't intend to become the family head? Before Jack's shocking declaration, Laika asked back in shock, Hey, listen. This is no joke, okay? Are you being serious right now? Oh, is that not allowed? What I value is my right, isn't it? That may be so, but if you become the family head, you will hold the entire Eldragon family in your hands. Jack coldly dismissed it. Drop it. I don't need that kind of thing. The only thing I seek is just one thing. Aye. Meanwhile, at a highly sinister, luxurious mansion, a mysterious man with sunglasses and a cigar was sitting casually on a sofa, with 2 pitch-black hounds with glowing red eyes next to him. His subordinate respectfully reported, It is highly likely that magic water truly exists there. He curled his lips in a highly insidious smile. I see. In that case, they will want to retrieve it at all costs. So what are the conditions to enter that special rift? The subordinate bowed his head. A maximum of 7 people of 3-star rank or below, sir. He evaluated that this condition wasn't too difficult. The problem is that the Eldragon side has quickly stepped ahead. He mocked in utter disdain. Those lizards will surely take up all the slots, but it seems they don't have enough manpower to send soldiers. So they intend to put the kids in training in as warriors instead. The subordinate asked back in surprise. They intend to conquer the rift with kids who aren't even true warriors yet. He plotted insidiously, it seems so. But if the kids go to conquer the rift, then surely the heirs of that old lizard will be present there. He suddenly asked his subordinate, Hey, how many camouflage bracelets do we have left? Upon hearing the report that there were about 4 left, he immediately gave a highly decisive order. This is an order. Use all of those bracelets, and wipe out all of those kids for me. The subordinate asked back in shock, concerned about the preciousness of the items, but he dismissed it. Keeping them in storage will only let them rot anyway. Using them all at once here will be much more worthwhile. Besides, I am very curious to see what kind of face that old lizard will put on when he sees his children killed. It will surely be very fun. He flashed a ghostly smile under the cigar smoke. Preparing for a brutal plan aimed straight at the young sprouts of the El Dragon family. Back at the banquet, after being granted the power to decide the lineup for the special mission, Laika proudly declared, "All right. The people I choose are, immediately, an extreme." Training plan was deployed under the direct guidance of Jack. Standing before his teammates, he proudly declared, "Now, all of you need to become stronger. First, Rick and Marin will perform the basic exercise, just like Rengus and the others. Just like Rengus and the others. You guys have to run every day and train your muscles." Looking at the scene of Rengus and his friends having to strain themselves crawling and dragging along the ground under the weight of the giant boulders chained to their back, Rick and Marin couldn't help but turn pale. Jack calmly explained, "By strengthening your foundation, you will be able to use more powerful martial techniques." Rick saw the horrified expressions and cold sweat dripping down his teammates' faces. He asked innocently, "What's wrong with them over there? Is something else about to happen?" Even though he was extremely panicked, Rick still tried to suppress his fear, gritted his teeth, and replied, "It's not good." The whole group began to enter the intensive training phase. Jackie flipped open the red cloth, revealing a rough, highly jagged boulder, and turned to Raymond. "As for Raymond, you will use this rebirth stone prepared by the instructor." Raymond blurted out in shock, "A rebirth stone?" Jack affirmed that this was the perfect choice, based on the unique characteristics he had just remembered. He explained that this stone would reflect any impact it received with a force 100 times stronger, and it is basically impossible to break without using true primordial origin energy. To everyone's amazement, Jack proudly declared a crazy decision. However, from now on, without using primordial origin energy, you will simply punch it. This action made Laika and Rick jaw-dropped in shock, asking, Hanging out with this guy. Every single time he opens his mouth to speak, people are completely left saying, Jack focused intensely, and then delivered a powerful, bare-handed punch into the boulder. He just punched it normally, but without using primordial origin energy. The rebound force should have been immense. However, Raymond quickly realized the secret behind that action when he saw Jack use the shield in his other hand to block the stream of rebounding energy. Raymond blurted out in shock, "Oh my God, for real?" He completely blocked the rebound force with his shield? Jack had cleverly channeled the rebound force along his body and then used the shield to neutralize it, creating a training exercise for reflexes and physical conditioning on a completely different level. Jack held up his shield to demonstrate, just like this. "The exercise I assign to you is to train how to take impacts head-on, or redirect them." Raymond watched in complete admiration, thinking to himself, "So, that's how it is. Am I really the one who'll be doing this? I didn't expect there to be a type of training that uses a rebirth stone like this." "Well, to me, finishing with Raymond. Jack turned to call the next person. All right, next is Celine. She hurriedly replied, Yes. Jack handed the sword to Celine and instructed, Try using the sword to repeatedly thrust at this rebirth stone. Of course, you can use a primordial origin energy. However, he emphasized an important point. But don't let your target get scattered. Focus on one single point only. One only. Selene firmly replied, Understood. She immediately gathered her strength and shouted, Ha! Then she unleashed lightning-fast thrusts, tearing through the air toward the boulder. After a period of effort, Celine stood panting, looking at the result. Jack casually commented, As you can see, even if you try to focus on one point, it's not that easy, right? Selena wiped her sweat and admitted, That's very true. It's quite difficult, no joke. No one but... Well, keep trying so you'll succeed later. Though what that success is, no one knows yet. Jack explained further. Therefore, the exercise I assign to you is to aim very precisely at only one single point, looking at the boulder that had already restored itself as if nothing had happened. He continued, Wow! It has already repaired itself. No matter how many times I look at it, I still can't get used to it. Oh, but it's just too perfect for training. Now watch closely. In just the blink of an eye, Jack unleashed a thrust carrying a terrifying power, causing the rebirth boulder to shatter right at the point of contact. To Celine's astonishment, witnessing that power, she blurted out in shock, Amazing! Jack calmly explained, Your wind flower sword technique usually focuses on the number of attacks, but it would be better if you learned to value every single slash and aim very carefully. Nah. Selena smiled and clearly replied, I understand. Finally, Jack turned to call the last member. Now, finally, Rengis. Rengis anxiously awaited his final task. Yes, what will I have to do? Jack casually held out a pure white feather. This? Rengis asked back in bewilderment, huh? A feather? Immediately, Jack utilized the wind aura, controlling the feather to fly gracefully around his body. Witnessing that sight, Rengis shockingly realized something unusual. Wait, what the hell? What's with that wind? Isn't that Lord Vanian's? Since when did you know how to use it? Jack casually explained it like an obvious fact. Huh? This thing? Ever since I fought Vanian, after being hit by his wind aura, I was able to use it right away. Not a nay. Rick stood nearby, breaking into a cold sweat from shock, while Rengis was completely speechless at the sheer absurdity of this Grandmaster. He said it so casually. That makes absolutely no sense. Paying no mind to his friend's terror, Jack began the lesson. Now, the exercise I assign to you is to train yourself to go with the flow. Just gotta try your best. Messing around and getting kicked out of the loop would be miserable. Looking at the weightless feather being freely controlled by Jack, Rengis wondered, to let myself go with the flow? Jack calmly explained the martial arts philosophy, that's right. It's not about following the flow or catching the flow. Nimeri, Anamir. Jack just needed to let himself flow along with it. And if you master it like this, Jack stood firmly, keeping the feather in absolute balance right on the tip of his glowing spear. You will even be able to create the flow yourself. Right at that moment, Laika's shout rang out from the city gates. Hey, Jack! Laika waved her hand, urging him urgently if we don't hurry. We're going to be late. Jack suddenly remembered the schedule, huh? Right. He threw back the spear, causing Rengis to frantically catch it. And while running off, he didn't forget to instruct his teammates. So, I've assigned the exercises to you guys. Train hard, okay? Rengis and Rick could only stand blankly, watching his receding figure. Yasha! Rengis sighed helplessly. Is there anything easier than this, for goodness sake? There's no way on earth we can do this trick. He and Rick looked at each other emotionally, promising together that they would give their absolute all, so as not to fail everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Rick and Laika were walking quickly down the corridor. She couldn't help but wonder what on earth Rick had been doing to make everyone wait. He gave an apologetic smile, explaining that he had just finished assigning the training exercises to Rengus's group, so they could practice during the whole time the team is away. Jack enthusiastically remarked that the lineup this time is truly a very interesting group. Laika also laughed out loud with excitement, while Jack silently affirmed that these were the most elite members he had selected. Looks like this time it's as solid as a rock, right? Just as they reached the end of the corridor, they saw Edis standing and waiting for who knows how long. The guy smiled to welcome them upon seeing the two join the force. Edis softly apologized for keeping everyone waiting for so long. The most elite lineup of the Dragon family had finally fully assembled, including Sandy, Vinian, and Alan. Jack's eyes shone with a wild look. He flashed an arrogant smile and proudly ordered, "Let's go!" The whole group immediately rushed off, advancing straight toward the mission with blazing morale. At the main hall, the official reported to the family head, Vanjia, that the selection team had officially departed. He added an important piece of news that the Severus family had also discovered the existence of this special rift faster than expected. Even so, he still affirmed, even if those hounds rush over right now, the elite team of El Dragon has already officially entered the rift. Vanjia sat in silence, his face deeply pensive before the new variables of the journey. In the office, the official respectfully reported, "Yes, sir. There is only one concerning thing." Now, before Vanjia's question of what it was, he expressed his worry that after the rift is conquered, those stray dogs of Severus might flock over to steal the achievements. He believed that if the selection team and the guards around the rift could quickly gather, everything would be fine. Vanjia pondered for a moment and then asked, "How capable is the selection team?" On affirmed, "They are among the strongest at the 3-star rank. There will be no problem in conquering the rift, sir." No. Just hearing that sounds credible enough, doesn't it? So full of pride. He believed that even if they had to face those stray dogs, this lineup could still hold its ground. Even when Vanjia asked suspiciously about a 2-star mixing in, and still proudly confirmed, yes. In fact, Lord Jack alone is more than enough. You and me. That statement astonished Vanjia, and explained that he had witnessed all of Vanjia's children. Jack was the very first person whose true limits he was completely unable to see through. Although the other officials still wondered about the fact that Jack had only reached the 2-star rank, and affirmed that after witnessing firsthand Jack fight, he realized the number of stars does not determine strength at all. He added another statement that left his colleague shocked. And furthermore, the first time I saw Lord Jack's martial arts, I had a feeling exactly like the first time I witnessed the Dragon Slayer combat technique of Lord Vanjia. That shocking revelation made Vanjia blurt out, "What?" It must be known that the Dragon Slayer combat technique is the ultimate secret art, passed down only to the generations of family heads of the El Dragon family, and is always kept in absolute secrecy. In fact, ordinary people are not even qualified to learn it. The other official asked back in shock whether Jack really possessed that terrifying power, with a firm gaze, and affirmed that because he himself had witnessed the Dragon Slayer combat technique of the family head many times, he was certain that Jack's martial arts were truly identical to those of Lord Vanjia. Jack's power not only rivals the Dragon Slayer combat technique of the El Dragon family, but according to An, it even goes somewhat far beyond that. Looking at Jack's figure, blazing with purple spiritual aura, the commander thought to himself, No, rather, it might surpass even that. Perhaps I was mistaken in the end. Vanjia pondered, recalling the events of a few years ago, when he ordered Freya to investigate everything about Jack, including his birth records. However, the results obtained were a complete zero, as no useful information was found. There wasn't even a single trace showing that Jack had ever learned martial arts from anyone before stepping into the dragon's lair, and questioned himself in shock. So that means all of his martial arts are entirely self-taught, huh? Wow, how incredibly fierce. In his heart, a wild speculation surged up. It's as if the first family head, or the 15th family head, looking at the majestic portrait. Oh, gasp. He is like their reincarnation. This affirmation made the atmosphere turn heavy. Vanjia narrowed his eyes with great severity before this unbelievable truth. In his heart, the clan leader silently repeated in deep skepticism. A reincarnation? Samsara and reincarnation, huh? Vanjia muttered skeptically at N's shocking hypothesis. He chuckled softly, casually dismissing it. All this talk is up in the clouds. It sounds so ridiculous. Even so, the clan leader's gaze suddenly became razor-sharp. He clearly affirmed, if that kid truly possesses such a colossal power, then those stray dogs of Severus are nothing to worry about. A week later, at the area where the special rift appeared, the atmosphere became extremely tense, with streams of blazing purple spiritual aura covering the entire space. A group of soldiers was frantically reporting the situation to Freya, reporting before we could notice. He had already disappeared. Looking in the direction his subordinate pointed, deep into the thick forest, Freya could only sigh in exasperation. Sigh. That person is truly... She anxiously wondered to herself whether just sending a few more people like this was really all right. Suddenly, Freya sensed a familiar aura approaching. She slightly raised her eyes. Oh, you're here? Looking at the figure strolling forward, she spoke in a tone of reproach. If you guys had run at full speed, you could have arrived here much earlier. Nya. Responding to that urging, Jack casually replied, what a massive drag. Why should we waste physical strength before starting the mission? I don't like it one bit. Laika shouted in shock upon recognizing a familiar face. Instructor Freya, why are you here? Freya sternly corrected her. Right now I am performing a mission, not acting as an instructor. She revealed the reason she was present. Here was precisely to guard and protect this special territory before the eyes of eyes. The entire group lay a mountainous forest area, completely transformed by streams of purplish-black energy. Highly sinister, Laika blurted out in shock. Oh, wow! So this is the special territory of legend, huh? Freya explained that a few special rifts will directly affect the outside world and form a territory surrounding them. And this place is no exception. Standing before the rift that was radiating a suffocating pressure, Jack just crossed his arms, observing thoughtfully. Looking at the pitch-black trees before his eyes, Jack pondered, realizing this stream of power was incredibly familiar. It was identical to the black mist radiating from the rabid boar he had faced before. It turns out, all of those mutations were due to the influence of the rift. Jack turned to ask Freya, so why do you have to guard this special territory? She calmly replied that the purpose was to prevent and counter the prying eyes of the Severus family. Seeing that Laika was still bewildered, Freya further explained that if they successfully conquered the rift and obtained the magic water, the strength of the El Dragon family would surely skyrocket. And naturally those Severus people would never like that. In addition to keeping an eye out for enemies, Freya stated they also had to deal with the monsters pushed out from the territory. Jack asked curiously, "What on earth? Suddenly being pushed out? What's that about?" Freya confirmed and reiterated the rule that this special rift only allows a maximum of 7 people at the 3-star rank or below to enter. Venion, standing nearby, also spoke up to confirm. He had heard about that. To demonstrate, Freya reached out her hand to touch the blazing purple spiritual aura, and was immediately knocked back by a highly powerful repulsive force. She affirmed that even she herself was rejected by this barrier. The same thing also happened to monsters of the 4-star rank, and above in the forest. Those who do not qualify cannot even step foot into the special territory. Freya further emphasized a brutal rule that entering the rift operates completely on a first-come, first-served basis, and until the people inside conquer it or are completely wiped out, no one else can enter. Jack lightly touched the barrier, evaluating to himself, So this is a barrier that selects who can enter. Hearing Freya say that this thing cannot be broken by brute force, Jack's eyes suddenly shone with a wild look. He tightly clenched his fist. He clenched his fist tightly, flashing an arrogant smile. That's a lot of restrictions. Hearing that makes me want to break it even more, just to see what happens. Breaking into a cold sweat, Freya reminded him, "Lord Jack, you should listen carefully when other people are talking." Jack gave a confident wink. "Of course I'm listening," leaving her with no choice but to silently curse him as a liar. Freya quickly regained her serious demeanor. She urged the whole team because they didn't know when the Severus family would arrive, so they needed to enter immediately. Standing before a gateway of life and death, all members shouted in unison with high morale, "Yes, we are ready." Freya smiled encouragingly. "Then I wish you all good luck in conquering it." As soon as the team stepped into the barrier zone, a gloomy purple mist immediately enveloped everything. From the darkness, a herd of mutated deer with eyes glowing with malicious energy rushed forward to attack frantically. Standing before a giant beast, Venian stood ready in a stance with his new weapon in hand. With a shout, "Ha!" Venian swung his staff, creating surging streams of emerald wind energy to blow the opponent away. Witnessing the impressive performance, the accompanying subordinate couldn't help but marvel. "That's amazing, Lord Venian." Venian softly replied, "Yeah," with a moody expression, seemingly still unable to believe this strength. Memory suddenly rushed back to a few days ago when Alan, incidentally, caught a secret conversation in the corridor. Alan curiously peeked. Oh, he recognized Jack and Venian standing opposite each other. Venya held the staff in his hand with a highly annoyed look. He demanded, "What is this?" Jack looked at his opponent with a firm gaze, reiterating his promise. "Sigh, I said it right from the start. What else is there to ask?" "I will personally train you," Venian asked back in shock. "Are you serious?" In his heart, he still couldn't help but wonder what on earth this thing was good for. Jack proudly affirmed, of course. "Once I say it, I'll do it." And then he emphasized that this was a real opportunity for actual combat and demanded that Venian must use that staff throughout the mission. Venian was so shocked he screamed out loud, "Hey, that's tough, bro!" "You mean you want me to use a weapon that I've never touched before in this highly important mission?" Anyways, faced with Jack's highly nonchalant nod of confirmation, Venian could only howl in rage, damn it. Then he kicked hard to vent his anger. He gritted his teeth, flatly refusing this crazy offer. "No!" Jack roared decisively. "Do it!" Despite Venian's stubborn refusal, Jack still wouldn't let him off. He rushed in, grappling with him. forcing his opponent to take the staff at all costs. I don't care! Just do it! The struggle unfolded in a bittersweet manner as Jack continuously pushed him. Despite his weak resistance, Venian, exhausted, fell to his knees, his breath ragged. He admitted that Jack's stubbornness was unshakable. He questioned the fact that Jack had mentioned an umbrella during the selection match, but clearly there was no umbrella here. Jackie, nonchalantly, explaining that this staff was just a substitute, since it is used similarly to an umbrella, and demanded that Venian must train with it immediately. Venian wondered in bewilderment how he was supposed to train when he didn't know any martial techniques related to umbrellas or staffs. He worried about his lack of foundational knowledge right before the important mission. Jack laughed heartily, reassuring his opponent that he had specially created a martial art just for him named Illusionary Wind Umbrella Technique. As soon as he held the staff and utilized the wind, spiritual aura, according to instructions, Venian immediately felt an astonishing compatibility. He might even hook on it. If asked to bow as a disciple now, he'd accept too. Witnessing Venian's razor-sharp movements, Alan couldn't help but ponder in amazement. He realized his master's staff strikes were now far more perceptive than when using the fan, and most importantly, they completely blended with his wind energy. Alan shuddered, wondering if it was true that Jack had manually created this martial art exclusively for Venian. Jack stood, arms crossed, applauding his opponent's finishing blow on the monster. Well done. That last strike was pretty solid, no joke. Drenched in sweat, Alan tremblingly asked again to confirm whether Jack was truly the creator of the illusionary wind umbrella technique, receiving a gentle nod of confirmation from Jack. Both Alan and Venian froze. Only one single question remained in their minds. Who on earth is Jack to be able to create a martial art on his own? Alan was completely lost in speculations about the true identity of this mini-Grand Master. Amidst the quiet space, Jack suddenly spoke up, calling out as he recognized a familiar figure standing behind. Hey, miss, you're Lila, right? Girl with light purple hair smiled slightly, confirming it. Still holding her long staff firmly, Lila stepped closer, her eyes gleaming with curiosity mixed with a bit of admiration. She looked straight at Jack and asked, Hey, is it true that you yourself created that martial art? Faced with Lila's highly skeptical face, Jack crossed his arms, confidently affirming, That's right. I definitely created it. When Lila, still in utter shock, demanded to know, How is that even possible? He just curled his lips in a smug smile. Need I say more? Of course, baby. Yes, that's me. Witnessing that overconfidence, Lila showed immense admiration, while Sandy stood in the back, completely fed up. What is he even saying? Creating a martial art by oneself is impossible. Despite her verbal denial in her heart, Sandy still couldn't help but waver. But for some reason, it sounds very convincing if it's Jack. Nah. Standing not far away, Venian coldly turned away, tossing out a line. Whatever. He growled, affirming that he just didn't want Jack to become a burden, dragging the whole team down. Sandy raised her eyebrows sarcastically. Oh, are you kidding me? Someone who can't even fight normally without poison. And now you intend to use a strange martial art like this? Are you really enjoying this yet? Venian angrily shot back. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The atmosphere became extremely tense as Venian and Alan flew into a rage and yelled, You, if you would just shut up and listen. How rude. Watch your words, Sandy. Sandy wasn't backing down either. She barked straight at their faces. Oh, does the truth make you angry? If you are a servant, then do something for your master. Seeing the situation about to get out of hand, Edis hurriedly intervened. "Wait a minute, Sister Sandy! Everyone, please stop arguing. Right now, we are all teammates to conquer this special rift." Mwazidi. He flashed a conciliatory smile, reminding them that once they are inside, no one knows what will happen. So cooperation is absolutely essential to complete the mission. Yet Sandy still couldn't swallow her anger. She grumbled, "Huh? Cooperate with the people who poisoned Laika and almost killed her? Don't make me laugh." She decisively turned her back and left, declaring that she absolutely did not accept this lineup choice. Despite Eddie's calling after her in vain, Sandy kept walking away spitefully without looking back once. Edis turned to look at Lila with concern. "Lila, are you okay with this?" Standing next to Jack, Lila just asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Edis turned to look at Lila, asking softly if she felt uneasy about being on the same team with Veni and I. Contrary to Sandy's fierceness, Lila, just calmly, replied that she didn't really care. "Because after all, I just want to complete this mission in the best way possible." "Why no?" She's too frustrated, so that's all she wants now. A simple wish, but very hard to achieve. Witnessing that calm attitude, Jack laughed heartily, not sparing any praise. Lila is indeed a capable person. However, the tense atmosphere hasn't cooled down at all as Sandy continuously demands to know from Laika the reason for choosing people like Venian and Alan for this elite lineup. Faced with her cousin's questioning, Laika thoughtfully admits that she doesn't possess the same tolerance as Lila. However, she proudly asserts that the capability of those two cannot be denied, and she has cast aside personal grudges to choose those who are truly necessary for the mission's success. Sandy silently evaluates that Laika has developed more mature thoughts befitting a leader. Still doesn't forget to sarcastically call Venion inferior compared to his younger sister. Her pride wounded Laika snapped and asked if asked. Sandy was looking for a fight, causing Edis to quickly speak up and intervene to keep the peace for the team. They are teammates, yet at the slightest slip, they want to swallow each other alive like that. Jack silently observes the internal rift. Yeah, silently worries whether a disconnected lineup like this will really be okay when stepping into a place of life and death. Jack realizes the aftermath of the selection match is still heavily affecting everyone's mindset, making them unable to truly trust and watch each other's backs. He understands that if they cannot understand and accept each other's true nature, they will forever be a disjointed, risky group. While Jack is lost in calculations about the future of the team, a sudden violent tremor occurs, startling everyone. Laika frantically points ahead, shouting for everyone to look. Amidst the gloomy space, a giant spatial rift, blazing with purple spiritual aura, is gradually appearing, radiating a suffocating pressure that envelops everything. Jack and his teammates blurt out, in shock upon witnessing firsthand the existence of the legendary spatial rift. Right in front of them, the chaotic energy radiating from within seems to want to swallow anyone who dares to venture near. Laika clearly reminds the team to maintain high focus, as no one knows what is waiting for them inside that intermediate land. He tightly clenches his fist, decisively ordering everyone to advance. However, the very moment they step into the purple light, Jack's eyes suddenly flash in a bizarre way. Jack remains silent for just a moment, then casually replies that nothing is wrong. He urges everyone to quickly enter the rifty to begin their perilous journey of conquest. Jack proudly commands, "All right, let's go." As soon as the team steps into the rift, a brilliant purple light erupts powerfully, swallowing everything. However, instead of a normal pathway, the space inside transforms in a bizarre manner. In the blink of an eye, the group realizes they are no longer standing on the ground but are in a free fall. Laika screams in terror. "What is this?" While Jack and Sandy cannot help but be shocked by the perilous situation. The entire team falls straight down from the clouds, seeing the deep green forest rushing toward them at a terrifying speed. Amidst the panic, Laika tries to calm herself down. "Calm down. First, we must find a way to land safely." However, she suddenly freezes upon seeing Jack leisurely floating on the back of a large, fat, unfamiliar golden bird. Jack casually utters, "Huh?" while Sandy, further away, is screaming in the wind. "What is it this time? Wait up, Jack." Seeing the monstrous bird holding on to him, Jack calmly comments, "Oh my goodness, this is pretty interesting too, guys." Laika angrily snaps back, "That's supposed to be my line. Hurry up and help us." The bird carrying Jack flies past her face, leaving Laika with no choice but to shout his name in helplessness. On the other side, Edis is also free-falling and anxiously calling Laika's name. They realize the ground is right beneath their feet. Landing safely is more important than Jack's name. At this moment, the forest is very close now. In despair, the team can only scream, "What should we do?" Venian gritted his teeth in extreme annoyance, cursing, "Tsk, these fools are utterly useless." Immediately, he proudly commands Alan. Alan quickly replies, "Understood, Venian Taro," instantly executing the illusionary wind umbrella technique, coordinating smoothly with Alan's wind-splitting fan technique. The two simultaneously unleash the hurricane strike and wind wall, creating a giant wall of wind that covers the space to support all their teammates and escape the deadly fall. Vanian and Alan immediately coordinate their wind magic, creating powerful swirling winds to reduce the falling speed for the whole group. Even so, the landing is far from smooth as everyone slams hard onto the grass with groans of pain. Sandy angrily sits up and barks, "Hey, listen here. I know it was an emergency, but keep an eye on us a little. You should have let us land properly, damn it." Responding to that anger, Vinian just coldly turns away and tosses out a line, "None of my business." Edis struggles to get up, dusting off his clothes, and tries to soothe the situation. "Come on now." Thanks to the two of them reducing the impact force, we managed to escape unharmed like this. Lila props herself up with her staff and groans slightly from the pain, but still reassures herself that the team somehow managed to pull through. Looking up at the gloomy sky of the rift, Edis silently marvels at the harshness right from the start. As they were dropped from high above and attacked by giant birds, to prepare for the unpredictable dangers ahead, the group decides to drink recovery potions immediately. Laika approaches Venian and Alan, sincerely offering her thanks for saving the team's lives. Venian snorts coldly and turns his back, making excuses that he just didn't want the team's combat power to decrease, leading to a failed mission right here. Seeing that attitude, Laika can only sigh silently and tell him, "Learn to accept a thank you more honestly." Lila anxiously mentions the fact that Jack has been carried away somewhere by the monsters, but Venian grumpily demands to just leave that guy alone. Are they really teammates yet? Abandoning someone like that, how is that acceptable? Teased by Lila for being worried about his friend. Venian blushes and yells loudly, denying his concern. Sandy and Edis also realize his lack of honesty, but then they also agree that for someone like Jack, worrying is probably useless, as he will definitely be fine. Edis thoughtfully admits, "We ourselves are the ones who need to worry about our own safety. At this moment, Laika looks toward the deep forest with a highly anxious gaze. She wonders, in everyone's eyes, what kind of existence Jack actually is. The memories of his crazy performances and inhuman strength make everyone declare in unison, Jack is a monster. Laika can only wonder blankly, could it be that I'm the only strange one here? Edis looks around the treacherous terrain. He judges that no matter what, the team must soon find a way to regroup with Jack, as being separated in a place full of uncertainties like this is truly a big problem. That's right. Hurry up so he can carry us. Edis anxiously looks at the navigation device. He realizes the team currently has absolutely no idea where to go in this strange forest. Right at this moment, she mentions a strange pillar of light that she managed to see while everyone was free-falling. Although Sandy is still skeptical because after that shocking fall, no one could remember the directions. Lila confidently points in one direction and firmly asserts that it is definitely the place to go. Sandy asks in astonishment whether Lila actually checked the direction right while she was falling, and receives a calm nod of confirmation from her friend. Laika realizes the bird that carried Jack away also flew toward that pillar of light. So she suggests the whole team head toward the halo to regroup. Venian and Alan also agree, because they understand that with Jack's personality, he definitely would never pass up such a strange thing. While his teammates were worried sick, Jack was casually lying down and enjoying himself on the back of the monstrous bird. He felt the current situation was highly interesting, silently marveling at the experience of being carried away by a bird the moment he stepped into the rift. To a grandmaster like him, sensing these kinds of presences across space was a completely fresh and highly valuable experience. While his teammates were worried sick, running around looking for him, he was just chilling. Just chilling, my lovely family. Despite being separated from Laika's group, Jack still believed that they would manage to pull through on their own somehow. The journey through the air suddenly ended as the bird began to descend and reduce its speed. Jackie asked curiously if they had reached the destination, but then he froze upon seeing a giant bird's nest with fledglings opening their mouths waiting for food. The large monstrous bird suddenly opened its mouth wide, radiating a terrifying pressure right in front of his face. Realizing he was about to become dinner for the fledglings, Jack immediately leaped off the monster's back. He could only utter a gasp of surprise as his body free fell through midair once again. Oh gosh, this is truly a massive drag. I almost became a juicy piece of bait. Observing the treacherous mountainous scenery around, he realized he had strayed into another highly bizarre world. Jackie thoughtfully recalled information about the creatures, chaos monsters that usually lurk inside the rifts. Looking toward the small, frightened creature behind, he asked curiously, "Are you guys those very creatures?" Jack reached out to pat the bird's head, silently evaluating that it looked surprisingly adorable. However, he quickly noticed its terrible condition upon seeing the bird's body, covered in wounds and looking miserably skinny. He wondered to himself what on earth had happened to make it like this. Suddenly, Jack narrowed his eyes with high alertness as he sensed a strange presence that had silently been tailing him all this time. The small bird shrieked in terror as from the horizon, A swarm of insect monsters, blazing with purple spiritual aura, was fiercely rushing over to surround them both. Jack immediately understood the situation. Ah, right, I get it now. Those insects are the ones that have been hunting you. Who would have thought that insects here would actually take down birds? Looking at the ominous Ta-Ki radiating out, he firmly asserted that these were definitely chaos monsters. Jack quickly evaluated his opponent's strength, realizing those locusts had reached the 3-star rank, while the largest monster had already reached the 4-star rank. Faced with a perilous situation, while the small bird was cowering in fear, Jack thoughtfully wondered what he would do in this situation. Looking at the trembling small bird, a thought briefly flashed through Jack's mind. Should I run, or should I? However, despite being scared out of its wits, the bird still bravely spread wide its wounded wings to protect its young brood behind. Witnessing that action, Jack smiled softly with high admiration. Oh my God, I really like that willpower. Absolutely wonderful. He tightly clenched his fist, decisively declaring, I'll give you a hand. A swarm of chaos monsters began to roar, radiating a thick, murderous intent that felt like it could pierce through skin. Jack silently evaluated that the murderous intent was razor-sharp, as if killing was their only instinct. So this is chaos, huh? Without giving them time to strike, Jack rushed forward like a flash of lightning, delivering a 1,000-pound punch that made the insect monster explode instantly. His gaze turned razor-sharp, focusing entirely on the battle with the monsters surrounding him. Standing in the midst of the surrounding insects, screeching threateningly, Jack silently radiated a terrifying pressure. The small bird could only gape its mouth in amazement at the transformation of its savior. A brilliant golden-colored dragon majesty erupted, clearly revealing the image of giant, majestic dragon eyes. Right behind Jack's back, the terrifying pressure made the chaos monsters tremble, retreating in absolute terror before an existence far beyond their comprehension. Jack pointed toward the monsters, coldly delivering an ultimatum. If you guys turn back right now, I'll spare your lives. So, but if you stubbornly refuse to give up, I will play with you guys until I'm fully satisfied. Not even. Since he said so, everyone better agree. That's my boy. He really loves threatening the weak. His eyes shone with madness, radiating a murderous intent that left the leading monster utterly paralyzed. Seeing that the monsters remained obstinate, Jack softly delivered his verdict. Very well. Then vanish. It turned out that, while fleeing, this monstrous bird had luckily caught a few prey for its young. Looking at the fledglings lying flat on the ground, Jack observed thoughtfully. He thought to himself that he had almost become food as well. But perhaps this was a bizarre twist of fate. Jack clapped his hands and proudly declared, All right, I have decided. He looked at the small bird that was still bewildered, smiled, and asked, Hey, let me ask, you're still feeling hungry, right? The bird chirped weakly. Its stomach began to rumble as its hunger hadn't truly been satisfied yet. Immediately, Jack excitedly suggested, Then let's go hunting right now. The small bird chirped in utter astonishment. Jack flexed his muscles and proudly declared, So that you never have to struggle for food again, I will train you. Meanwhile, in another area of the rift, a razor-sharp blade had just struck straight into a monster's head, causing green fluid to splatter everywhere. Strangers, dressed in suits and black fedoras, appeared amidst the gloomy forest, surrounded by a mass of monster corpses lying all over. One of them pondered, to be honest. I didn't expect this rift to connect straight to the sky like this. He casually adjusted his fedora and softly tossed out a line. Oh well. Whatever. The men in suits simultaneously drew their swords, radiating a thick, murderous intent that covered the space. Now, looking at the pile of monster corpses beneath his feet, the leader majestically stepped forward with a glowing sword in hand. He flashed a highly sinister smile and proudly ordered the whole team to begin hunting the lizards of El Dragon. A week later, since they stepped into the rift, the situation seemed to be getting worse than ever. Seems to be getting worse than ever. Bizarre creatures, with glowing red eyes, continuously emerged from the darkness, making ear-piercing screeches that tore through the highly sinister, gloomy space. Sandy screamed frantically in absolute terror. She was both swinging her glowing sword, repeatedly slashing at the monsters, and crying out in utter despair. Holy crap, what kind of a godforsaken place is this? Witnessing his teammate losing her composure, Venian, while swinging his staff to fight, barked highly grumpily. Shut up! Instead of screaming, focus on moving your arms and legs. The whole team was struggling to fight inside a dark cave where the monsters seemed endless. Rangus tiredly wiped his sweat and grumbled in utter dejection. There's no end to this at all. We've been fighting non-stop for a whole week already. Now, hearing how pitiful that sounds. Well, try a bit harder. It's better than kicking the bucket early. The others could only sigh in agreement, feeling they had had more than enough of the chaos and exhaustion in this god-forsaken place. Raymond flashed a bitter smile, then immediately channeled his strength into his sword, shouting out loud as he delivered a finishing blow to a monster that was closing in from behind. Immediately, Laika rushed forward like a flash of golden lightning. She proudly executed the great sword art, lightning strike, wide-range lightning net. A giant network of lightning erupted powerfully, burning down the entire swarm of bizarre insects in an earth-shattering lightning explosion. Laika panted after unleashing her move, then asked anxiously, Hey, is my lovely family all doing all right? No one was left behind, right? Edis silently observed, realizing she was pushing herself too hard under the heavy burden of being the leader. Sandy. Blamed leader, Sandy. Meanwhile, wouldn't stop complaining about the harshness of this place. She explained that each rift leads to a completely different chaotic realm. Edis patted Sandy's shoulder to comfort her, saying they were just unlucky to run into the insects that she hated the most. Despite still being frustrated, Sandy also had to admit that complaining wouldn't help at all with completing the mission. Edis smiled softly, silently feeling lucky to have Laika's presence, leading the team. Looking at his hands covered in the green fluid of monsters, Vinian sensed the change in the airflow and asserted, The exit is very close. Sandy asked back skeptically. But Venian just coldly demanded, Don't come near me. With that body covered in slime, the whole team put all their strength into rushing toward the brilliant halo, shining at the end of the path, hoping to escape the gloomy forest. Laika cheered in excitement upon seeing the exit, while Sandy was driven insane with joy because she was about to say goodbye to those hideous insects. However, the moment they stepped out of the brilliant light, the smile on Sandy's face suddenly froze in utter bewilderment. Sandy ran straight toward the brilliant purple pillar of light, piercing straight into the sky in the middle of all the gloomy limestone canyon. She panted exhaustedly. Not again! What are we supposed to do now, gosh? Edis looked around the canyon, silently marveling that this place looked just as troublesome as the forest earlier. Venian pointed, confirming it. Alan nodded. That's exactly the pillar of light that the whole team saw from above, while falling from the sky. Nimen what? Venian curled his lips slightly. Yeah. We have gotten very close. Laika pointed toward the halo, gasping, Hey! Edis, That light is actually— Edis nodded. Standing at such a close distance like this, everything is all too clear. No. That is the source of Ro. Energy radiating from the Chaos Stone that Instructor Tick once mentioned. The memory of a few days ago at the El Dragon Mansion suddenly flashed back. The stern instructor reminded the whole team that just collecting 10 magic crystals would never be considered a completed mission. Jack asked back in confusion, "Wait, what does that mean? Is even that not enough?" He wondered whether conquering the rift meant having to close it completely or not. The instructor decisively confirmed. Exactly. He emphasized that the whole team must destroy the Chaos Stone, the source, the root of all chaos, to close the rift permanently. Hearing the name Chaos Stone, Jack fell deep into thought, recalling the knowledge he had once read about. It is a type of mineral believed to be the origin that creates spatial tears all over the world. Jack suddenly realized. So that stone is the very source of the rift. The instructor flipped open an ancient book, asserting that it is not merely the origin, but also a real threat to this very land. He explained that the stone continuously releases a massive source of energy to sustain the existence of the rift, and that evil energy creeps into every corner, corrupting the entire ecosystem of the Chaos Realm, and turning all living creatures into monsters that are completely mutated. The instinct of chaos is slaughter. They will not stop, killing until they have conquered the entire world, and then continue to search for new lands by traveling through the rifts to begin an invasion into the human world. Hearing up to this point, Jack stroked his chin thoughtfully. Oh, that is indeed quite a dangerous thing. But it sounds really troublesome. Edis and Lila, sitting next to him, also fell into deep thought. They understood that the mandatory mission was to find both the magic crystal and the Chaos Stone. Edis flipped open the ancient book, pointed to the illustrations, and explained that magic crystals usually appear very close to the Chaos Stone. The instructor standing above confidently confirmed. Exactly. First, find the Chaos Stone. He emphasized that although the characteristics of these stones are very different, they all share one unique common point, which is releasing an immensely massive source of energy. As long as you get close enough, anyone can naturally perceive its presence, returning to reality in the middle of the canyon. Venian pointed toward the purple light column and decisively concluded, in other words, from now on, we will just head straight toward that light source. Alan smiled in agreement while Sandy narrowed her eyes at Vinian with full sarcasm. Seriously, you guys, now you finally start to say something other than those insults? Huh? Having his true thoughts exposed, Vinian snapped back. Huh? What? So what? Making Edis only smile, hoping that if they could rendezvous with her Jack there, everything would be perfect. Laika looked toward the glow, secretly hoping. Jack had also early on recognized the location of the Chaos Stone. Venian kept his grumpy face, urging the team to quickly get moving, instead of just standing there worrying about nonsense. Seeing Lila about to tease him for caring about his friend, Venian immediately yelled, "Why talk so much? Please, shut your mouth." To hide his embarrassment, advancing deep into the canyon, Laika noticed a distinct difference, as there was not even a single insect. Here, like in the forest, Sandy breathed a sigh of relief, because she was already exhausted after the continuous battles. But the warning of the instructor was still ringing in her ears. Near the Chaos Stone is precisely the dwelling place of creatures. Extremely powerful chaos creatures, those heavily mutated by the evil energy of the stone. Edis thought directly with frustration, what a pain, while Laika could sense an unsettling atmosphere surrounding them. She alertly reminded the team, everyone, be careful. The group cautiously advanced deep into the gloomy limestone canyon, where the purple light column was radiating a suffocating pressure. To their surprise, they reached the destination without encountering any obstacles. Laika breathed a sigh of relief. We made it here without anything happening. Right before the team was the Chaos Stone, a massive purple crystal floating and glowing brightly. Sandy shuddered and remarked, Vidi dogai, la dogai shanmang, mang sao. What an evil thing. Lai also couldn't help but feel dizzy before its enormous size. Sandy began to let her guard down upon seeing how quiet the surroundings were. It might even be boring to death. There are no monsters here at all. But immediately, a dark shadow from above dashed down, causing Laika to panic and shout loudly, Everyone! Above us! A terrifying shockwave occurred as that object slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a thick cloud of dust. The whole group hastily got into a defensive stance, ready to face the most powerful enemy. However, from within the smoke, a nonchalant voice rang out, Oh, long time no see. A foot stepped out, and appearing before everyone was none other than Jack with a bright smile and a friendly wave. Laika was overjoyed. She shouted loudly, Jack! The whole team burst with joy when they finally regrouped with him. Laika excitedly cheered, I'm glad we've gathered together again. Edis also breathed a sigh of relief. Glad you're safe. Jack looked around once and cheerfully commented, Oh my goodness! It looks like everyone here is very energetic, huh? That's wonderful. His words made it. Venian angrily snapped back. Energetic in what way? Alan exhaustedly complained that the whole team currently was in an extremely miserable state. Jack narrowed his eyes, looking closely at the disheveled, wound-covered appearance of his teammates, then asked blankly, Now that you mention it, I see it. Jack stammered in shock, pointing, unable to speak coherently. Lo, Lord Jack, that thing is... The whole group froze when they saw the corpse of a bug. The giant purplish-black insect lay motionless in the deep crater. Jack scratched his head, asking blankly, this thing? It turned out that not long ago, Sandy had been scared out of her wits when this high-level chaos monster suddenly rushed out from the darkness. Sandy's blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the canyon as she had to face the ferocious creature, baring its fangs and claws right in front of her. Edis broke into a cold sweat, evaluating, I think this is the powerful chaos creature that they mentioned. Now, did Lord Jack defeat it? Jack casually explained that because it suddenly attacked, he just went ahead and dealt with it. Could the reason why there wasn't a single monster along the way be because... Jack suddenly remembered and added a shocking lie. It seems I also conveniently cleaned up a whole bunch of them, didn't I? Witnessing Jack's absurdly nonchalant attitude, the whole team, from Laika to Venian, could only stand frozen with their faces distorted in shock. In their minds, they screamed in unison, This guy is truly too much. Putting the monster matter aside, Jack pointed toward the purple crystal that was radiating a suffocating pressure. Pointing toward the purple crystal that was radiating pressure. More importantly, I had a hunch about this stone. So that's why I stood here waiting for everyone. Edis nodded in confirmation. Yes, this is definitely the Chaos Stone. Just as they had predicted. Right beneath the hovering stone was a small pool of water glowing beautifully among the white crystals. Laika and Sandy asked blankly, Water? Jack stared intently at the radiant pool of water, clearly asserting, This is indeed the magic water. Jack excitedly leaned down close to the water's surface. So it really is true. How wonderful. He noticed the amount of magic water here was more than expected, but also noted that to achieve the magical effect, each person needed to consume a certain amount. With this small pool of water, It might only be enough for a few people to use. Laika quickly took out small glass vials, urging the whole team, "Move your hands and feet quickly. Let's quickly harvest it and end this thing." The whole group began to carefully scoop every single drop of the miraculous water into the bottles to prepare to complete the mission. Laika held up the bottles, announcing that the team had completed harvesting the magic water. She explained that depending on the color of the water, the usable, magical attributes would change, like firewater or lightning. However, the type of water they had just found was transparent, or rather, it carried a highly bizarre color, with glittering halos. Edis held up a bottle to observe, and confirmed that despite the unusual color, this was definitely magic water. Even Sandy had to admit this bizarreness, while Jack thoughtfully looked at Venion, standing nearby, who grumpily claimed the whole group was paying too much attention to unnecessary, trivial details. Suddenly, Jack's eyes shone brightly as he sensed a terrifying, murderous intent rushing over. Without time to explain, he immediately grabbed Laika and pulled her back hard. Just as Laika was screaming in bewilderment, whoa! A giant beam of energy tore through the air, striking down right where they had just stood. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, scattering rocks and dust, leaving Laika in utter shock, unable to believe her eyes. From inside the cloud of dust, steady, heavy footsteps echoed with immense pressure. A man in a suit and a black fedora majestically stepped forward. Shocked and unable to believe their eyes, casually tossed out a comment that they had managed to dodge the attack just now. With glowing red eyes and bizarre tattoos on his face, he looked at the whole group with utter contempt, and called them little lizards. "Keep making snide remarks and you'll end up in a coffin. Don't ask why you're unlucky, mister." The whole team immediately assumed defensive stances with high alertness before the sudden appearance of the strangers. In contrast to his teammates' tension, Jack still kept his arrogant smile. He looked straight at the leader and proudly declared, "You guys have finally shown yourselves." In contrast to the tension of his teammates, Jack still kept his arrogant smile. He looked straight at the leader and confidently declared, "Finally, you guys have shown yourselves.